Chapter 1584. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or at. The entire land of shamans was filled with divine light and the essence energy of the earth rose. The grand scheme laid down thousands of years ago had finally appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. Such a big move was beyond everyone's imagination. It was too terrifying. 100,000 miles of the sorcerer's land had turned into a killing trap. It was especially so for West Earth. The essence energy of the entire land was boiling as if it had been ignited and was being devoured by the 100,000 miles of shaman land. What? Someone is scheming against West Earth's Buddhism. Someone is scheming against West Earth. No one wasn't shocked. Such a result was enough to shock the world. It had to be known that Buddhism had stood in West Earth for countless years. Not only had it not been destroyed in the long river of time, it had also gradually become stronger. The vast majority of the millions and millions of living beings in West Earth believed in Buddhism. This was something that no power in the human world could compare to. In the human world, other than Buddhism, no power could dominate a region. In the endless years, it wasn't that West Earth's Buddhism hadn't encountered great calamities, but in the end they were all resolved. The inheritance of Buddhism had never been severed. And now, someone was actually targeting West Earth's Buddhism and setting up such a shocking killing trap. What kind of power was this for it to be so powerful? Boom. At the moment Yanwu City was completely revived, a vast wave of Buddhist power swept out from West Earth. The entire land and the entire sky trembled. In the void there seemed to be a supreme Buddha chanting scriptures. A peaceful Buddhist aura spread through the world, causing the desolate aura of the shaman land to fade. Buddhism finally felt that something was wrong. On the spirit mountain in the depths of West Earth, a supreme Buddhist weapon was reviving, and a wisp of extreme Tao aura appeared in West Earth. Sensing this extreme Tao aura, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Buddhism had actually used extreme Tao Buddhist weapon. This wasn't a small matter. The appearance of Buddhism's power greatly reduced the pressure on He Tian. He controlled the killing formation and rushed out 10,000 miles in one breath. He rushed out before the shaman land was completely sealed. Wherever this fiend controlled the killing formation, everyone retreated in panic. This deathly aura was simply too powerful, and everyone's expression changed. This was a ruthless character. He actually dared to challenge the ancient inheritance. This was not something that an ordinary person would dare to do. This required great courage and resolution. Kill. The 100,000 celestial soldiers and 2,000 ancient soldiers followed closely behind He Tian as they charged out of the shaman land. Their will to fight was monstrous, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Especially the 2,000 ancient soldiers that had been nourished by the Earth Ancestors' vein for countless years, each of them emitted a monstrous aura. Within Gu Zhanbing's body, there seemed to be a hidden dragon. The essence of the ancestral Earth Meridian gathered in their bodies, forming an extremely powerful force. These ancient soldiers were incomparably valiant. The strength of their corporeal bodies could be compared to almighty realm warriors. Although there weren't many of them, they were all soldiers that had been through hundreds of battles. This ancient soldier was definitely one of the trump cards of this mysterious ancient inheritance. It was left behind for the future. Once it appeared, it would be able to conquer all directions. Everyone who witnessed the combat power of this ancient soldier felt their hearts palpitate. Even the royal family of the three eternal empires that had been passed down for 10,000 years were very fearful. How dare you? We haven't even played yet and you're already done. He Tian was enraged. He wanted to leave but the other party didn't let him. He was already filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He was risking his life. He Tian used his own blood as a guide and completely activated the Great Sage's divine diagram below the formation platform. Countless Tao patterns intertwined on the diagram. Rumble, the diagram emitted a monstrous wave of energy. The divine diagram and the killing formation's inscriptions fused together. The two complemented each other and pushed the killing formation's power to its peak. The combination of the killing formation and the Great Sage's divine diagram produced a power that surpassed the Great Sage's. The heavens trembled and the stars in the sky looked as though they were about to fall. No one dared to go near the killing formation. The killing formation was enveloped by a peerless killing intent. If one barged in, there would only be death. No one wanted to commit suicide. The undead army in the killing formation became even more ferocious. They continued to fight against the celestial soldiers that were chasing after them. The 3 undying emperors were even more ferocious. The corpse king roared. His voice shook the heavens and earth. He grabbed a general with his bare hands and tore the general in half. Fresh blood splattered on the corpse king's body. That was the Shin King's blood. It contained a huge amount of essence. Strands of blood quickly seeped into the corpse king's body. This scene was extremely strange. The corpse king was devouring the Shin King's blood. Awesome. The corpse king was shrouded in a bloody mist. His corpse chi started to retract. However, this undying emperor seemed to be even more powerful and terrifying. He seemed to be able to break through the shackles of cultivation at any time. After this battle, the surviving undead creatures had obtained great benefits. Especially the evil corpse king, the netherworld emperor, and the undying emperor. Their cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It would be very difficult for them to advance further. But now, after devouring a large amount of life force from the celestial soldiers, the shackles of cultivation of the three undying emperors began to loosen. There were signs of a breakthrough. 4 powerful figures rushed towards the 3 undying emperors. They were 4 ancient generals. Although they had just awakened, their fighting strength was monstrous. Clang! A middle-aged general held a divine sword and charged towards the evil corpse emperor. He fought with the evil corpse emperor, while the other 3 ancient generals fought against the emperor of the underworld and the undead emperor. Swish! The bone blade in the undead emperor's hand turned into a ray of white light that enveloped the 3 ancient war generals, displaying his unparalleled battle prowess. Umph! One of the ancient generals sneered. This fellow actually wanted to fight against the 3 great experts on his side by himself. He simply didn't know the difference between life and death. The general held a saber and directly rushed towards the undying emperor. The saber in his hand burst out thousands of saber lights, and divine patterns of the great path appeared on its surface. This was a divine saber. The 2 streaks of blade light clashed together in an instant, exploding with a powerful light that lit up the entire world. Even the sun in the sky seemed to dim in that instant. The undying emperor fought against this ancient general, while the other 2 ancient generals were intercepted by the netherworld emperor. Swish! The netherworld emperor instantly transformed into thousands of shadows. The void was densely packed with shadows of the netherworld emperor. No one knew which shadow was the real body of the netherworld emperor. Just as He Tian was going all out, the battle between Gu Fei and the chaotic Tao body had also reached a white-hot stage. Both of them were fighting with all their might. Bang! Gu Fei punched the shoulder of the chaotic Tao body. The entire shoulder of the chaotic Tao body was badly mutilated. Even the bones were coming out. At the moment when the chaotic Tao body was sent flying, the chaotic Tao body's right leg had already swept Gu Fei's waist. This kick caused cracks to appear on Gu Fei's spine. The 2 figures instantly crossed each other and flew tens of thousands of feet away at the same time. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I suggest you collect it. Chapter 1585. Please remember the domain name. Or at Gu Fei and the chaotic Taoist physique were in the formation above the starry sky. Many people noticed the battle because powerful energy waves were descending from the starry sky. The battle between the 2 young experts shocked everyone. They were even more shocked when they saw the chaotic Taoist physique. That's the Taoist physique that was born to be close to chaos. The chaotic Taoist physique has appeared. Who is that? He can actually compete with the chaotic Taoist physique. The appearance of the chaotic Taoist physique made all the experts afraid. The chaotic Taoist physique was one of the most powerful physiques in the world. Some people said that the chaotic Taoist physique had the bloodline of the chaotic God tribe. The chaotic God tribe was born from chaos and was extremely powerful. When the experts saw that Gu Fei could fight with the chaotic Taoist physique, they could not help but feel fear. The chaotic Taoist physique was extremely powerful and was born to be close to the power of chaos. A chaotic Taoist physique that had reached the great accomplishment was definitely a supreme existence. The combat power displayed by the chaotic Taoist physique was enough to shock the world. However, Gu Fei was not weak either. His fists shook the starry sky and kept colliding with the chaotic Taoist physique. Too powerful. Could this be the legendary human martial physique? In ancient times, the human martial physique was synonymous with power. The martial path created by the supreme martial ancestor could be cultivated to the great accomplishment realm and the indestructible body. A warrior with an almost indestructible body was definitely a terrifying existence. In ancient times, only the chaotic Taoist physique, the innate 5 elements physique, and a few other nature-defying physiques could compete with the martial physique. While the martial physique could be cultivated, the innate physique like the chaotic Taoist physique was innate. These nature-defying physiques did not appear at all times. Therefore, the martial physique was the most frightening. It should be known that this kind of physique could be cultivated. Although not all warriors could cultivate this kind of physique, the martial physique had appeared in various times. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, martial arts began to decline. That was why the human martial physique did not appear in the eyes of the world. However, the appearance of Gu Fei had undoubtedly broken the world's understanding. How could the body of the human clan be strong enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the monster clan, the beast clan, and the demons? Boom. The sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body. This was the sound of the chaotic Zhen Qi circulating rapidly in his body. He and the chaotic Zhen Qi collided head-on, and his waist was swept by the chaotic Zhen Qi. The power of the chaotic Taoist body's kick was so powerful that it almost broke Gu Fei's spine. Gu Fei's muscles and bones trembled and a powerful life force was released. The cracked spine was immediately repaired. The chaotic Tao body was punched in the left shoulder by Gu Fei, and his entire shoulder almost exploded. His flesh was badly mutilated and even his bones could be seen. The power of the punch was so great that it could even shatter a divine mountain. However, it only managed to severely injure the body of the chaotic Wei. Roar! The chaotic Taoist body roared angrily, and the chaotic energy surged. The muscles, bones, and flesh of the badly mutilated left shoulder grew rapidly, and the necrotic body quickly fell off. In just a few breaths, such a serious injury was healed. The recovery ability of the chaotic Tao body was also amazing. The left shoulder was as good as new, as if it had never been injured. However, there was a big hole in the clothes on the shoulder, and it was stained with chaotic blood. Gu Fei did not feel good either. The clothes on his body were already in tatters. Kill! Gu Fei roared. His fighting will was still like a rainbow. His long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were as sharp as cold lightning. He took a step forward and instantly crossed the void between the two. He came in front of the chaotic Tao body and threw a punch. It was an ordinary punch that seemed to be thrown casually, but it contained the power of the Great Path. When the punch was thrown, the void collapsed, and the powerful force collided with the chaotic Tao body. Gu Fei displayed the invincible fist will. With just one punch, he sealed off all of the chaotic Taoist body's escape routes, forcing the chaotic Taoist body to fight him head-on. If the chaotic Taoist body retreated, his fist force would instantly surge up like a mountain torrent and smash the chaotic Taoist body. Damn it! The chaotic Tao body also saw this. He could not retreat. Once he retreated, he would lose all his advantages and be suppressed by his opponent. There was only one outcome, and that was to be killed by his opponent. Buzz. The void shook and the chaotic Tao body went all out. His entire body was instantly shrouded by the chaotic patterns that rushed out from his body, and many chaotic divine swords appeared around him. Clang. Like the real supreme sword of chaos, countless chaotic divine swords vibrated and emitted a shocking sword aura. Then, under the control of the chaotic Tao body, they pierced towards Gu Fei's fist. Every single sword light contained a chaos Tao pattern, and they even split the void open. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on Gu Fei's fist. These were the patterns that he cultivated, and they triggered the power of the Great Path. This was a confrontation of the power of the Great Path. Rumble! Gu Fei's fist smashed the countless sword lights, but the sword lights also left streaks of sword marks on his fist. Bam! Gu Fei's fist shook and countless chaotic sword lights instantly collapsed. He was like a peerless god of war, unstoppable, and his right fist firmly pushed towards the chaotic Tao body. How can he be so strong? The chaotic Tao body was extremely shocked. The power of Gu Fei's fist could topple mountains and overturn seas, and it seemed to be able to destroy everything. This was almost invincible power, invincible among the same level. Gu Fei shattered all the chaotic sword lights, and his fist directly smashed towards the chaotic Tao body's chest. The chaotic Tao body only felt as if an ancient divine mountain was crashing towards him, and the extremely strong pressure almost made it difficult for him to breathe. He could only cross his hands in front of his chest. Bam! Gotcha! Gu Fei's fist landed solidly on the arms of the chaotic Taoist body, causing the bones in the arms of the chaotic Taoist body to break, producing a hair-raising sound of broken bones. The arms of the chaotic Tao body were knocked back, and his chest was still impacted, which made the blood and chi of the chaotic Tao body tumble, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Under the impact of the fierce power, the chaotic Tao body was sent flying. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 Desolation Void steps, and with just one step, he had already caught up with the chaotic Tao body, and continued to smash his right fist at the chaotic Tao body. His chi movement had already locked on the chaotic Tao body, and his momentum increased again. This punch was even more powerful than the previous one. The chaotic Tao body sensed great danger and he roared. The power of chaos all over his body seemed to be burning, and the broken bones in his arms were instantly healed. Boom. While flying, the chaotic Tao body waved his hands and broke the void, and a black hole appeared in front of him. He used his chaos divine technique with all his strength, trying to guide the power of Gu Fei's fist into the void black hole. Recommending a book by a friend, Immortal Martial Sage. Friends who like fantasy should go support it. For the latest and fastest chapters, please go to it. Is a pleasure to read, and it is recommended that you collect it. Chapter 1586. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or here, Rumble. Chaotic divine power surged and a heaven-devouring power surged out from the pitch black hole, trying to guide the power of Gu Fei's punch into the black hole. It was a black hole with endless nothingness behind it. It could even devour the power of a martial sage. However, Gu Fei's fist continued to smash forward. It was unwavering and even the heaven-devouring power could not shake it. His fist shattered the void. Bam! The black hole in the sky was shattered by the force of Gu Fei's punch. Without any suspense, the chaotic Taoist physique was sent flying once again. This time he spat out a mouthful of blood. The chaotic Tao physique was peerlessly powerful. He was very unwilling. If his physique could really grow, it would definitely be the most powerful physique in the world. But now the human clan's martial body had suppressed him. This was something he could not accept. However, the truth was the truth. The current Gu Fei was stronger than the chaotic Tao physique. His combat skills were incomparably domineering and his martial physique was abnormally strong. He was already invincible among those at the same level. Although the chaotic Tao physique had reached the 9th minor step of the Almighty and could compete with half-saints, Gu Fei was even more terrifying than him. Gu Fei's combat strength was so strong that he could kill half-saints. The chaotic Tao physique is extraordinary. Gu Fei could not help but exclaim. The chaotic Tao physique was extremely powerful. If an ordinary peak Almighty took 2 punches from him, they would have already exploded. However, the chaotic Tao physique was only injured and not killed. The chaotic Tao physique lost. How is this possible? Some people noticed this battle, but all of them were dumbfounded. The peerlessly powerful chaotic body of the Great Path was actually defeated. It was unbelievable. The human martial physique is really that powerful. Someone recognized Gu Fei's combat skills. It was a cultivation path created by the Supreme Martial Ancestor, which was far more difficult than other cultivation paths. However, the more difficult the cultivation path was, the more powerful the cultivator would be compared to the cultivators of the same level. They could be called the emperor among the same level. How can the acquired martial body suppress the innate chaotic divine body? Many people could not believe what they were seeing. The chaotic Tao body was sent flying by the human martial body, and it was even injured, spitting out chaotic blood. This kind of god body was special. His blood wasn't red like ordinary people's. It was chaos blood, a kind of blood that contained chaos essence chi. Although this chaos Tao body was only at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven, a single drop of his blood was enough to kill an immortal god. This chaos blood was very domineering. Every part of the chaotic Taoist body was a treasure. Although you are very strong, you are not my opponent. Gu Fei was very confident that he was invincible in the same realm. He could sweep away all opponents in the almighty realm, even if they were at the peak of the 9th heaven. Preposterous. The chaotic Taoist body roared, but he was powerless to change anything. Gu Fei's invincible battle skill was too powerful and unstoppable. If he wanted to suppress Gu Fei, he would have to use a power even greater than Gu Fei's. Swoosh. A red flame rushed out of the chaotic Taoist body's body. In the flame, a divine bow condensed and was grabbed by the chaotic Taoist body. It's time to use the holy weapon. A vast and powerful aura spread out from the red divine bow in the chaotic Taoist body's hand. This was a great holy weapon. Although it had not been awakened, the aura it emitted was enough to make Gu Fei's expression change. Gu Fei could not throw a third punch. The aura on the red divine bow was too powerful. If he threw a third punch, he would be the one injured. He turned his right hand, and a simple and unadorned divine sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh. At this time, the chaotic Taoist body had already pulled the red divine bow. Endless Nanmingli fire gathered in his hand, and a divine arrow appeared on the divine bow. Go to hell. The chaotic Taoist body shot an arrow. The Nanmingli fire arrow turned into a divine phoenix and pounced at Gu Fei. A terrifying fire chi burned and annihilated the void. Buzz. The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand vibrated, and the endless Nanmingli fire was immediately dispersed by a sharp sword qi. He slashed with his sword and killed the divine phoenix that was pouncing at him. Although it did not emit an extreme divine power, the sword qi that emanated from the purple gold divine sword was extremely powerful. Even a divine arrow shot by a great holy weapon could be destroyed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The chaotic Taoist body shot more than 10 arrows in a row. Each arrow turned into a divine rainbow that pierced through the void. Gu Fei destroyed 9 divine rainbows in a row. His hands were trembling. The power contained in each divine rainbow was too powerful. The power of a great holy weapon could not be underestimated. Even though it had not been fully awakened, it still made Gu Fei feel a great deal of pressure. He had no choice but to use the 8 desolate void steps to dodge the 10th divine rainbow. He didn't dare to take on the remaining shocking arrow lights. If he continued to take on these arrow lights, there was a possibility that the purple gold divine sword would fly out of his hand. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came from behind Gu Fei. A large star was hit by the divine arrow shot by the chaotic Taoist body. It exploded and the star was about to be destroyed. This kind of power made Gu Fei's expression change. If it was not for the purple gold divine sword in his hand, he might not even be able to block one arrow from the opponent. The chaotic Taoist body forced Gu Fei back and then rushed down. At this time, the battle in the shaman land was nearing its end. The entire shaman land was awakened. He Tian had no choice but to retreat. However, before he retreated, he made up his mind and killed nearly 100 ancient soldiers. The death of nearly 100 ancient soldiers caused the so-called Saint Emperor in Yanwu City to feel pain. He ordered for the 2,000 ancient soldiers to be recalled. At this time, Yanwu City emitted an extreme power. It was as if a supreme being of the extreme path was awakening. It fought against the power of the extreme path from West Earth's Spirit Mountain. The Saint Emperor in Yanwu City had to deal with the threat from West Earth's Spirit Mountain. He could not spare time to deal with He Tian, so He Tian could retreat with ease. You want to leave? Gu Fei chased down from the sky. He did not want to let this opponent go. If this chaotic Taoist body broke through the peak of the 9th level and became a half-saint, he would become a great enemy. However, the chaotic Taoist body continuously pulled the red divine bow and shot out shocking arrows to block Gu Fei. Then he entered the shaman land. What a pity! Gu Fei had to stop. The 100,000 miles of shaman land had turned into a peerless killing trap. The power of the extreme path was awakening. If he rushed in, his life would be in danger. At this time, the aura of the extreme path emitted from Yanwu City was fighting against the power of the extreme path from West Earth's Spirit Mountain. No one was willing to use the power of the extreme path to kill their opponent. Because no one could bear the consequences of using the power of the extreme path. Gu Fei met up with He Tian and retreated in the direction of Middle Earth. Everywhere they passed, everyone retreated and did not want to get close to them. I recommend a book by a friend called The Undying Martial Saint. It is a good fantasy novel and worth reading. For the latest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I recommend you to collect it. Chapter 1587. Please remember the domain name. Or at. The Central Plains was vast and occupied by 3 immortal dynasties, Southern Yan, Eastern Qi, and Northern Wei. Each dynasty had hundreds of thousands of miles of territory. The Central Plains was much larger than the Wildlands. It was also the most prosperous region in the entire Tinglong continent. There were countless humans there. The most powerful humans weren't in the 4 regions but the Central Plains. The Central Plains was vast and filled with resources. Countless great sects had taken root here and recruited disciples. The strongest cultivators of the younger generation of the human race came from the 3 great dynasties of the Central Plains. Everyone was wary of the foundations of the 3 great dynasties, because these immortal dynasties had all produced real Renhuangs. Human emperors weren't just emperors in the mortal world. They were the strongest beings in the world. Even great saints had to retreat if they met human emperors. In ancient times, human emperors were almost as strong as extreme supremes. Of course, that was only almost. In other words, as long as extreme supremes didn't show up, human emperors were invincible. The capital of the Yan dynasty, the Yan capital, was one of the 3 great cities of the Central Plains. The other 2 were the Qi capital of the Qi dynasty and the Wei capital of the Wei dynasty. The Yan capital had a population of tens of millions. The great sects of the Yan dynasty all had their headquarters here. It was a land of rising dragons, where ancestral veins gathered and draconic Qi rose. The ancestor of the Yan dynasty was a human emperor. When the human emperor was still in power, he used a great technique to change the geography of the land of the rising dragon so that the land of the rising dragon could continuously gather the dragon chi of the earth. He also locked the dragon chi of the earth so that it would not leak. The Yen capital had a large population, but most of them were ordinary people. Only cultivators could make use of the earth's essence. Artificially locking the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in one place was heaven-defying. The Yen capital was better than any other place in the mortal world. It was heaven for cultivators. The Yen capital was the home of all the strong cultivators of the Yen dynasty. The great sects were like trees in a forest, but they all submitted to the Yen dynasty. If they didn't submit to the Yen dynasty, they wouldn't have been able to enter the Yen capital. On a mountain 100 miles away from the Yen capital stood 3 people. They were 3 young men who were intentionally hiding their auras. This place is incredible. He Tian waved the divine fire fan in his hand and rays flashed in his eyes. As an array formation grandmaster, he could tell that the land of Rising Dragon was not an ordinary place. 1,000 miles in front of him was definitely a place where innate true dragons were born. Even during the day, the shadow of a dragon could be seen looming in the sky above Yen capital. Gu Fei was no stranger to the Yendu. Back in the day He Tian and Shaoqing had emerged from the Hell Dao, fought the Lord Buddha, killed the demon shaman and then came to the Yendu. Back then Shaoqing was invincible in the Yen capital, until he met the second prince of the Yen dynasty, Yen Hao. The 2 of them fought to a draw, neither of them able to do anything to the other. If it weren't for the Grand Preceptor of the Yen dynasty, a celestial being realm warrior, stopping them, Shaoqing and Yen Hao would have both been heavily injured. Since he was here he had to meet his old friend. Let's go. Gu Fei took to the air above the mountain and flew forward. The land of Rising Dragon would definitely make all cultivators jealous, but no one dared to provoke the Yen dynasty. He Tian and the fatty Gu Zhong also took to the air and chased after Gu Fei. Gu Zhong had once entered the world to cultivate, and his footprints were all over the Middle Earth and the 4 regions. He had been to the capital of the Yen dynasty and fought with others here, causing quite a ruckus. Soon they were close to the Yen capital. A strong aura of life could be felt from the front, as if this was the source of life. Only a super big city like the Yen capital could have such an aura. The gigantic city gate was more than 300 meters tall. It was pitch black and looked like an enormous mountain towering there. Above the city gate, there was only a single character, Yen. It was an ancient character that was said to have been personally written by the human emperor who founded the Yen dynasty. The ancient character contained a Taoist aura. Of course, only cultivators and cultivators with extremely high cultivation levels could see it. The handwriting of the human emperor. The last time Gu Fei came to the Yen capital, he did not feel anything special. However, this time was different. He had already become a supreme emperor, a ruler among the supreme emperors. Just by looking at the ancient character Yen on top of the city gate, it was as if an undefeatable human emperor had appeared before his eyes, leading countless generals to conquer the world. A godly aura strong enough to make Gu Fei feel suffocated, was emitted from the ancient character Yen, causing Gu Fei's expression to change. The human emperor lives up to his name. Gu Fei withdrew his gaze and walked toward the city gate. Behind him followed a handsome young man waving the godly fire fan and a fatty with a bulky physique. A combination like this would easily attract the attention of others. These 3. There was no lack of cultivators in the Yen capital. How could a place like the land of rising dragons be lacking in cultivators? Someone soon noticed the strange behavior of Gu Fei's group. Especially the godly fire fan in He Tian's hand, which was made from the feathers of a 3-legged firebird found in the land of fallen phoenixes and fallen dragons. It contained the essence of fire of extreme yang. The godly fire fan in He Tian's hand was used to fan himself. What a waste! Whose disciple is this? He actually used the feathers of a divine bird to cool himself. Could it be that this person is a prince of the Yen royal family? Quite a few cultivators noticed the fan in He Tian's hand. In the Yen capital, these cultivators possessed an extraordinary level of knowledge. Thus, some of them cast their gazes at the divine flame fan in He Tian's hand with incomparable intensity. Go and investigate the origins of these 3 people. In a tea house on the side of the street, a young man in luxurious clothes and a golden crown was sitting by the window. This young man happened to be looking out of the tea house and happened to see Gu Fei and the others walking down the street. The young man ignored Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. His eyes were fixed on the godly fire fan in He Tian's hand. Essence of Yang Flame. The young man immediately ordered his men to investigate the background of Gu Fei's group. An old servant in green clothes stood beside the young man. The old servant frowned when he saw his master staring at the three young cultivators on the street. Those three didn't seem to be easy to deal with. The old servant in green clothes had a strong cultivation base, but he realized that he couldn't see through the three young cultivators on the street. Experts? The old servant felt the pressure. Although his master was strong, he might not be a match for those three. If he offended someone he shouldn't, there would be endless trouble. For the latest chapters, please log in. It is a pleasure to read. I suggest you keep it. Chapter 1588. Welcome everyone. Gu Fei and the others had no idea that they were being watched. One should know that there were at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Yen City. With so many cultivators gathered here, it was hard for them to determine if these cultivators had any malicious intent towards them. Needless, they walked on the streets of Yen capital, they could feel hundreds of powerful auras coming from both sides of the street. These auras were far stronger than the auras of mortals. Only the auras of cultivators could be this powerful. Yen capital is the holy land of cultivation in the Yen dynasty. There are countless cultivators here and some of them are extremely powerful. The waters here are very deep. Gu Zhong said. This wasn't the first time Gu Fei and He Tian came to Yen capital. However, the last time they came, they were in a hurry and didn't have the chance to experience the prosperity of Yen capital. The streets of Yen capital were lined with shops and pedestrians. Sometimes, cultivators could even be seen in the crowd. Gu Fei and the others walked into a restaurant because they could sense the aura of more than 10 cultivators coming out from the restaurant. Some cultivators were having a gathering upstairs. Drunken Immortal Tavern, interesting. He Tian stopped at the entrance of the restaurant for a moment. He glanced at the plaque above the door and smiled. Then he walked into the restaurant and caught up with Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. There were very few customers on the third floor. After Gu Fei's group came up, they found a corner and sat down, ordering the best immortal wine in the restaurant. The fact that this restaurant dared to use the name, Drunken Immortal Residence, meant that it had some real skills. The owner of this restaurant was a cultivator, and this cultivator's ancestor had passed down a secret wine recipe. Following this secret recipe, the cultivator brewed a type of immortal wine. This immortal wine was very beneficial to cultivators. Of course, this immortal wine was only beneficial to cultivators whose cultivation was not that high. If it was an immortal god, they would naturally not be interested in this immortal wine. This immortal wine was very beneficial to cultivators. Of course, it was only good for cultivators with low cultivation. Immortals naturally wouldn't be interested in this immortal wine. When the immortal wine that was said to be able to intoxicate immortals was brought out, Gu Fei and the others laughed. How was this immortal wine? It was just a wine that contained spiritual energy. It's just something refined from some common spiritual herbs. How can something like this be called immortal brew? He Tian was disdainful. This kind of immortal brew was not worthy of his attention. Of course, they didn't come to this restaurant to taste the so-called immortal wine. Have you heard? The second prince of dynasty is going to fight the big shots from the east at the falling Phoenix Mountain. This news has already spread throughout the entire Yen capital. How could we not know about it? Do you know who is coming from the east? The dozen or so young cultivators were talking to each other. They were not very strong and judging by their clothes, they should be the young disciples of some big sects in Yendu. The second prince of the Yen dynasty, could it be Yen Hao? He Tian looked at Gu Fei. That should be him. Gu Fei nodded. Back then, Shaoqing had fought with Yen Hao, the second prince of the Yen dynasty, who had cultivated the undying battle emperor's art. In the end, neither of them could truly suppress the other, and the battle ended in a draw. The undying battle emperor's art was a supreme mysterious art passed down by the ancient emperors. When this mysterious art was cultivated to the great completion realm, one could also cultivate the indestructible body. The human world had changed and the second prince of the Yen dynasty, Yen Hao, was still an influential figure in Yendu. From the conversations of those cultivators, Gu Fei and the others learned a few things. Yen Hao had grown up, and even the imperial tutor of the Yen dynasty could no longer suppress him. In 3 days, Yen Hao would fight against a big shot from the east. The battle between the prince of the Yen dynasty and someone else was a big event, and the entire cultivation world of Yendu was shocked. All the big sects in Yendu were watching. With the battle approaching, many cultivators outside of Yendu also rushed to Yendu. Many people did not want to miss this battle, and there were even cultivators from the 4 big regions in Yendu. Where is Luofeng Mountain? Gu Fei and the others did not want to miss this battle. They wanted to see how much Yen Hao had grown, but this time Shaoqing was not here. At this time, Shaoqing was still in the heaven realm with the old tortoise. Gu Fei and the others soon found out what they wanted to know. Luofeng Mountain was no stranger to the cultivators of Yendu. According to legend, it was the real land of Luofeng. In ancient times, a divine phoenix was injured by someone and recuperated in Luofeng Mountain for 1,000 years before leaving. The mountain where the divine phoenix recuperated was called Luofeng Mountain. Luofeng Mountain produced a kind of blood-colored divine jade. According to legend, this divine jade was a kind of divine material formed from the blood essence of the divine phoenix that was recuperating on the mountain. Gu Fei and the others finally left the Drunken Immortal Tavern. However, as soon as they walked out of the Drunken Immortal Tavern, they found that they were being followed. TSK reckless bastard. He Tian was about to kill the people who were secretly watching them, but he was stopped by Gu Fei. Ever since He Tian fought with the person with the ancient inheritance, his murderous nature was still very strong. Just a bunch of clowns, Uncle He doesn't need to care about them, Gu Zhong said. Even he did not care about the cultivators who were secretly watching them. Let's go. Gu Fei led the way towards the Yen Imperial Palace. It was time to meet those people from back then. They wanted to know more about the current human realm. In the entire human realm, no one was more well-informed than the Yen Imperial dynasty. However, not everyone could enter the Imperial Palace. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary person. He stood in front of the palace's gate and no longer concealed his aura. A surge of qi and blood surged from Gu Fei's body. The sudden appearance of this aura alerted many big shots in the palace. That friend is here to visit. An old voice came from the depths of the palace. Then a figure walked out from the depths of the palace. It was a figure surrounded by dragon qi. Gu Fei is here. He wants to see the imperial tutor. Gu Fei directly stated his intention. At this time, the figure had already arrived in front of the palace gate and stood in front of Gu Fei and the others. It was an old man. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others, this old man was like a real dragon. The power of the real dragon in his body was extremely strong, causing them to feel great pressure. Friend, you are Gu Fei. After the appearance of the old man, the commotion in the palace immediately calmed down. The Yen Imperial Palace was incredible. Not only was there a peerless expert in charge, the entire palace seemed to be a great formation. I am Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not hide his identity because there was no need for him to do so now. Roar. Just at this moment, a furious roar rang out from within the palace. A figure rushed out from within the palace with a strong aura gushing out. Where is that dragon? Is he here too? A loud voice rang out, spreading throughout the entire palace, begging to be shared. Please go to the net. Chapter 1589. Please remember the domain name. Gu Fei's arrival caused the imperial experts in the palace to feel uneasy. He was a powerful figure and no one knew why he had come. An old member of the imperial family was alarmed and came out to greet him personally. However, before they could exchange a few words, an angry roar rang out from the palace. Where's the dragon? Is it here yet? The roar shook the sky and spread throughout the entire palace. Even the experts in other parts of Yen capital were alarmed and looked in the direction of the palace. Yen Hao, don't be presumptuous. The old member of the imperial family was a little unhappy. The newcomer was so powerful that even he couldn't see through him. Yen Hao's rudeness would cause trouble if he angered the other party. The newcomer ignored the old man and arrived in front of the palace gates in an instant. It was a young man with a majestic gait and a powerful aura. Second Prince Yen, you're not dead yet. He Tian glanced at the newcomer and said. However, he was secretly shocked. Yen Hao had only been here for 100 years, but he had already become an almighty emperor. One had to know that the second prince was not even an immortal 100 years ago, but now he was already an almighty emperor. What kind of miraculous encounters did he have? It's you? At this time, Yen Hao also recognized Erebus. Xiaoqing isn't here, but if the second prince is itching for a fight, I can spar with him. Seeing that Yen Hao had the cultivation and strength of an almighty emperor, He Tian couldn't help but feel a desire to fight. I heard that you're going to fight someone in 3 days. Who is it? Asked Gu Fei. The small practitioners in Yen capital knew very little, so they had no idea who the big shot from the east was. That person is Emperor Dong, said Yen Hao, glancing at Gu Fei. Emperor Dong, how arrogant. He Tian said disdainfully. In the history of the world of cultivation, those who called themselves emperors were peerlessly powerful. The big shot from the east actually dared to call himself Emperor Dong. Could it be? Gu Fei fell into deep thought. Could it be someone from that bloodline? I can't believe that dragon didn't come. Yen Hao was a little disappointed. Back then, when he fought with Xiaoqing, under the interference of Grand Preceptor Yen, the outcome of the battle was not decided. This was one of his regrets. If you want to see Shaoqing, you'll have to ascend to the heaven realm. He Tian said. What? Hearing this, Yen Hao couldn't help but be surprised. Even the eyes of the elder from the Yen kingdom brightened. The heaven realm, such a name was enough to attract everyone's attention. 100 years ago, when the sky market was in chaos, someone saw you enter the heaven realm. I didn't expect this to be true. Yen Hao was incomparably shocked. The news of the Immortal dynasty was extremely well informed. You can still come back after entering the heavenly realm. The elder from the Yen kingdom was also shocked at this time. It should be known that the path to heaven had long been severed. No one had ascended in the human realm for more than 100,000 years. In the human realm, the only way to enter the heaven realm was through the sky tower left behind by the supreme Tao ancestor. However, this sky tower appeared in the sky market and caused a commotion in all directions. In the end, it was taken away by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. During the battle of the sky market, many people died. It was one of the rare disturbances in 100 years. In the end, Gu Fei and the others were invited to the Yen Kingdom's palace by the elder and Yen Hao. People who could return from the heaven realm were worth befriending. It should be known that the heaven realm had become a legend in the human realm. All the major powers in the human realm wanted to know about the situation in the heaven realm. It could be said that Gu Fei and the Yen Kingdom each took what they needed. Gu Fei wanted to know about the changes in the human realm in the past 100 years, while the Yen Kingdom wanted to know about the situation in the heaven realm from Gu Fei. There had been rumors in the human realm that the gate of heaven and earth would reopen. At that time, the experts of the human realm would be able to ascend to the heaven realm. Almost all the major powers were preparing. Some people wanted to make a move on Ghost Emperor Fengdu because he had the sky tower that all cultivators coveted. This was the only supreme sacred item in the human realm that could open the passage between the heaven realm and the human realm. However, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was extremely powerful. All those who dared to make a move on him were killed by him. Even some of the old antiques were killed by him. Some people said that Ghost Emperor Fengdu had already become a saint. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such powerful battle prowess. Others said that Ghost Emperor Fengdu was a supreme being. In short, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was one of the few supreme existences in the human realm that couldn't be provoked. His strength was a mystery. No one knew how powerful these existences were. Gu Fei stayed in the Yen Imperial Palace for a few hours. He found out the whereabouts of Imperial Preceptor Yen. It turned out that Imperial Preceptor Yen had fallen 10 years ago. He was killed by a young expert from the southern wasteland. This matter once shook the southern wasteland. The Yen imperial family wanted to take revenge, but they were stopped by the Yen emperor because Imperial Preceptor Yen was killed during a duel. And the one who killed Imperial Preceptor Yen was called Azure Dragon. When night fell, Gu Fei declined Yen Hao's good intentions. He didn't stay in the Yen Imperial Palace for the night. They left the palace and found an inn to stay in. I didn't think that the big shot from the east would actually be from that family. In the guest room of the inn, Gu Fei's expression was not very good. This was because he had heard from Yen Hao that the person who would fight with Yen Hao in 3 days was an expert of the younger generation from the Dongfang family. That Dong Huang was very mysterious. He had never shown his true appearance to anyone. Nobody even knew if the person called Dong Huang was a man or a woman. However, one thing was certain, and that was that this Dong Huang was one of the strongest people in the eastern region. The Zhao family of the Desolation in the eastern domain also produced a genius who was equally stunning. The human world ushered in a great era. In this great era, experts emerged in large numbers. There were constantly peerless figures rising rapidly. Experts from all sides would collide with each other and create the most brilliant sparks. As a warrior, Gu Fei was a natural god of war. In such a great era he wouldn't be lonely. Dong Fangqin of the eastern family was killed by you long ago. He Tian knew about the grudge between Gu Fei and the eastern family. Gu Fei didn't just kill Dong Fangqin. Back then he also burned a big shot of the eastern family to death. It could be said that Gu Fei and the eastern family had already formed a great enmity. No one could resolve this enmity. But Gu Fei didn't want to start a massacre. After all, he had already killed Dong Fangqin. Master, we can't afford to offend that person. At this time, under a flowering tree in a courtyard in Yendu, an old servant in a green robe was saying something to a well-dressed young man. What do you mean we can't afford to offend him? The young man's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. In this Yendu there are people that I, Song Tian, can't afford to offend. The young man was very proud. Recommended a fantasy novel by a friend, Immortal Martial Saint, ranked 2nd in the fantasy novel list. Not bad. For the latest and fastest chapters, Please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I suggest you collect it. Chapter 1590. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or at, the Song clan of Yen Capital was a large clan. In a place like Yen Capital, there was no lack of large sects, and the Song clan was one of them. Song Tian was the second-generation ancestor of the Song clan. He was a good-for-nothing and didn't dare to do anything too outrageous in Yen Capital. On this day, Song Tian had his eyes on 3 outsiders. He sent his subordinates to investigate the background of these 3 people and found out that they had no power in Yen Capital at all. The cultivation of these 3 people was not high, but the things they had on them were of the highest grade. Song Tian didn't want to let go of such fat sheep. He guessed that these 3 people should be here to watch the battle between the second prince and Dong Huang. The news of the battle between the second prince and Dong Huang at Luofeng Mountain spread throughout the entire cultivation world of the Yen dynasty. Dong Huang, a young expert of the eastern region, was extremely powerful. He had once entered the eastern region Devil Cave and killed a great demon, bringing out the head of that great demon. The eastern region Devil Cave was a forbidden area in the eastern region. Legend had it that there was a great demon sleeping in the Devil Cave. It was a place that even the experts of the older generation were unwilling to set foot in. Being able to enter the Devil Cave and kill a great demon was enough to show how powerful this so-called Dong Huang was. The battle between Yen Hao and Dong Huang caused a lot of commotion in the cultivation world. Many people wanted to watch the battle, and the number of cultivators in Yen Capital gradually increased. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Gu Fei and the others went out a few times, and each time they found someone following them. There are too many people who don't know the difference between life and death these days. He Tian said such words, and his killing intent was already aroused. This time, Gu Fei didn't stop He Tian. These people were too despicable and he had already given them a chance. In the cultivation world, kindness to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. On the morning of the 3rd day, Gu Fei and the others left the inn and went out of Yen Capital. At this time, many cultivators were heading out of Yen Capital. At noon on Luofeng Mountain, the second prince of Yen and Dong Huang, who had come from the eastern region, would fight at the summit of the mountain. According to the legend, the mountain where the divine phoenix once landed was located in the mountains 3,000 miles away from the Yen capital. It was still early, so Gu Fei and the others were not in a hurry. They walked along the main road outside of Yendu, all the way to Fallen Phoenix Mountain. There were many cultivators on the road, and not far behind Gu Fei and the others were 2 people. Looks like we're going to see blood again. He Tian sighed. He couldn't be bothered to kill these weaklings. However, these people were courting death. Since they dared to provoke him, he would just have to reluctantly send them to the Western Paradise. After walking for a few hundred miles, there was no more road ahead. Gu Fei and the others had already arrived at a remote area, and there were very few people here. When they arrived in front of a forest, a figure silently walked out of the forest and blocked their way. Finally, can't wait to fight. He Tian smiled. The reason why they walked so slowly was to see who had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's heart to dare to fight against them. It was an old man in cyan clothes. There was no aura coming from the old man's body. He was like an ordinary person without any magic power. Who are you? Gu Zhong walked up and stared at the old man in cyan clothes. His voice was extremely cold. Celestial being Shen King. Seeing Gu Zhong, the eyes of the old man in cyan clothes could not help but shrink. This person was very powerful. He turned out to be an emperor of the celestial being realm, which was beyond the old man's expectation. Boom! A shocking aura suddenly erupted from the old man in cyan clothes. Suddenly, the whole area was set off by a strong airflow, and leaves were flying all over the sky. You are also an emperor. Gu Zhong was very surprised. He did not expect that this old man who looked like an ordinary person was actually an emperor of the celestial being realm. He had met his match. War slave, kill them. A cold voice came from the forest. Scoundrel, come out. Gu Zhong's sword-like eyebrows stood up, and then he directly slapped his palm towards the forest. The powerful palm force shook the void, and visible ripples could be seen in the void in front of his palm. Master, run! The old man in cyan clothes knew that he was in big trouble today. He shouted loudly and waved his hands. Rays of divine light rushed out from his hands and strangled towards Gu Zhong. Umph! Gu Zhong sneered. He did not stop slapping his palm. Instead, he pressed his left hand towards the old man in cyan clothes. Rays of dazzling divine light collapsed under his palm. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The whole forest was instantly turned to ashes by Gu Zhong's palm force. A figure was sent flying and blood sprinkled in the air. Master! When the old man in cyan clothes saw this scene, he could not help but turn pale. If anything happened to his master, he would also be buried with him. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Taking advantage of the shock of the old man in cyan clothes, Gu Zhong had already used the 8 desolate steps and instantly approached the old man in cyan clothes. Then he slapped his palm on the old man's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the old man in cyan clothes was sent flying by Gu Zhong's palm. His chest caved in, and the sound of bones breaking came from the old man's body. Mouthfuls of blood gushed out of the old man's mouth. The blood was mixed with broken internal organs. Gu Zhong's palm was almost about to explode the old man's body. Who are these people? The old man was shocked. He wanted to escape, but he found that Gu Zhong had already caught up to him and directly smashed his head with a punch. Swoosh! A ray of divine light soared into the sky. Within the divine light there was a small figure. It was the old man's soul that had escaped, and it wanted to break through the void and escape. However, at this time He Tian stretched out his hand and directly caught the soul in his hand. Then he swallowed it. The old man's soul was refined into the purest form of soul energy and was absorbed by He Tian. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and directly arrived in front of the young cultivator that was sent flying by Gu Zhong's palm. He saw that the young cultivator was already heavily injured. Both of his legs were badly mutilated, and his chest was pierced by a thick tree branch. However, although the young cultivator was heavily injured, he did not die. The young cultivator roared, "You actually dared to beat me to this state. You are dead for sure. The experts of our Song clan will arrive soon." Song clan? Never heard of it. Gu Fei didn't care about the young cultivator anymore. He didn't want to know why this person would target him. In front of a strong expert, all kinds of tricks and schemes would be useless. Gu Fei left and Gu Zhong followed. He Tian arrived in front of the young cultivator, looked at him and smiled. Then he directly destroyed the young cultivator's Niwen palace and destroyed his soul. Just as Erebus was about to destroy the nascent divinity of the young cultivator, a jade medallion in a pavilion in the Swallow capital suddenly exploded. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. It is recommended that you collect it. Chapter 1591. Who was it? Who killed my grandson? Although Song Tian is incompetent, he is still a direct descendant of the Song clan. Is someone challenging the Song clan? An old voice came from a pavilion in the Yen capital. That person was furious. The Song clan of the Yen capital was definitely a huge force. Song Tian's death was definitely a slap in the face to the Song clan. The death of a direct descendant was not a small matter. Soon, experts of the Song clan came out of the Song clan. At this time, Gu Fei and the others had already arrived at the Luofeng Mountain. The Luofeng Mountain was located in a mountain range 3,000 miles away from the Yen capital. They did not know that the Song clan had already sent experts to chase after Song Tian's murderer. At their level of cultivation, even the Yen dynasty could not threaten them. Song Tian's incident was just a small interlude. The Luofeng Mountain in front of Gu Fei and the others was a short mountain. It was not steep and there were many mountains around it that were taller than the Luofeng Mountain. However, when Gu Fei approached the Luofeng Mountain, he felt a special aura. This terrain? He Tian could also see that this area was extraordinary and was attracted by the terrain in front of him. Tao patterns intertwined in his eyes. He used the yin-yang divine eyes and carefully observed the situation in front of him. Amazing. No wonder there are rumors of an injured divine phoenix recuperating here. He Tian's eyes became brighter and brighter. The entire terrain in front of him appeared in his mind. Uncle Master He, what is so special about the place in front of us? Gu Zhong did not understand array formations, and he did not know how to observe the sky or the terrain. In his eyes, the short mountain in front of him that was surrounded by mountains was not special at all. Boy, learn a little. Do you see the mountains in front of us? Don't they look like dragons? He Tian pointed ahead and said, "This." After listening to Mahakala's explanation, Gu Zhong was able to see some differences. If the surrounding mountains could be seen as great dragons, then the short mountain would be surrounded by great dragons, and the short mountain itself would seem to be the divine pearl that the great dragons were fighting over. Dragons fighting for pearls? Gu Fei's heart trembled. The legendary place where the divine phoenix once resided was indeed extraordinary. This is the terrain of 2 dragons vying for a pearl. The mountains around the short mountain are like 2 huge dragons surrounding the short mountain. The 2 towering peaks are the dragon heads. He Tian said as he pointed at the mountain in front of them. He was an array master, and his forte lay in observing the sky and looking at the terrain. Although this kind of terrain was rare, it was not heaven-defying. One had to know that the Earth Dragon Chi within a radius of 10,000 miles was constantly gathering towards the Yen capital. The terrain here was on a completely different level compared to the Yen capital's rising dragon land. There were no sects or forces occupying the fallen Phoenix Mountain. It was not that no one wanted this place, but because it was near the capital of the Yen dynasty, no one dared to occupy this spiritual land. This area became the private property of the Yen dynasty. This time, Yen Hao, the second prince of Yen Kingdom, and Dong Huang, the big shot from the east, were going to fight here. At this time, many cultivators had already arrived near Luofeng Mountain. All the sects in the Yen capital did not want to miss such a great battle. In the past 100 years, the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent ushered in a blowout type of development. Peerless geniuses quickly rose from all the major regions. Yen Hao emerged from the Yen dynasty, Dong Huang emerged from the eastern domain's Dongfang family, and also the South Wasteland and the West Earth. These rising stars even surpassed the experts of the older generation. With the arrival of the Great Era, experts from all over the world have already shown their brilliance. The cultivation world of the human world ushered in a golden age. Gu Fei and the others found a mountain and waited there. They occupied the best spot, and some of the experts in the Yen capital were not happy. It was a bit too much for a few outsiders to occupy a mountain. However, Gu Fei and the others didn't care about the gazes of others. He Tian even took out a table and 3 chairs from his inner world and placed some fruits on the table. Of course, these fruits were not ordinary. They were fresh fruits that were rarely seen in the human world. He Tian even placed a few peaches of immortality that could only be found in the immortal world. Who are these people? Seeing that every item He Tian took out was rare in the world, the surrounding experts couldn't help but be moved, especially the ripe peaches of immortality. No way. Isn't that the legendary peaches of immortality that can let people live for hundreds of years just by smelling it? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This kind of fruit only grows in the heavenly realm. The great sects in the Yen capital had existed for a long time, and their knowledge was extraordinary. They recognized the peaches of immortality that He Tian took out. Did you visit the peach garden of a female immortal in the heavenly realm? Gu Fei gave He Tian a meaningful look. He Tian's handsome face blushed after hearing this. His eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he took out another pot of wine. Anything that could catch He Tian's attention was not ordinary. The so-called immortal wine from the drunken immortal tavern in the Yen capital couldn't be compared to it. This was a true immortal brew. Martial Uncle He, don't tell me that this wine is also from there? Gu Zhong said with a smile. What do you know, little brat? Get lost. He Tian scolded. He Tian took out 3 white jade cups and filled them to the brim. A burst of wine fragrance wafted from the top of the mountain, causing the experts in the surroundings to be moved. A person who could take out such a thing must have a great background. Although the experts from the great sects were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Time passed by and the sun gradually reached its zenith. At this time, many cultivators had gathered around the Luofeng mountain. On the other mountains, people were bumping into each other. Everyone wanted to occupy the most advantageous position to watch the battle. During this time, many people had ideas about the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were, but in the end, they didn't make a move. You 3, hurry up and get down here for this, daddy. At noon, a voice broke the silence in the depths of the mountain. Someone came to the top of the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were and directly told them to get lost. Courting death. This was He Tian's voice. He didn't even look at the person in the eye as he continued to enjoy the immortal wine and immortal fruit. Fine, if you won't get lost, then go to hell. This person was very domineering. He directly waved the mace in his hand and smashed it towards Gu Fei and the others. There were Dao runes on the mace. It was a holy weapon. Chapter 1592. Welcome everyone. Who is this? A saint weapon in the shape of a wolf-tooth club. Could it be that madman? The experts around the fallen Phoenix Mountain were shocked. There was actually someone who dared to challenge the 3 people on top of the mountain. It was very surprising. Die. The man yelled. His entire body emitted a surging killing intent. It was as if an ancient god of death had descended. He waved the wolf-tooth club in his hand and smashed it towards Gu Fei's group. Whoosh. Before the wolf-tooth club could hit Gu Fei's group, a gust of wind had already swept over. The mountain immediately became a raging gale, causing sand and stones to fly. This person was tall and he was wearing divine armor. He looked mighty, and when he smashed the mace with all his might, the entire space shook. The markings on the mace appeared, and an extremely powerful force was quickly recovering. Buzz. The space shook. An image of an ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body, enveloping Gu Zhong and He Tian. The terrifying Saint Tyr aura was unable to threaten them. Swish. Gu Fei stood up directly. He then extended his hand and grabbed the wolf-tooth club. He threw the wolf-tooth club and the expert off the mountain. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had just seen. There was actually someone who caught the saint weapon with his bare hands and threw the expert off the mountain with the saint weapon. Is this real? Someone's voice began to tremble. These people originally wanted to fight against Gu Fei's group, but they did not do anything in the end. At this moment they secretly rejoiced. If they had done anything just now, they would probably end up even more miserable than the madman. An angry roar came from the bottom of the mountain. The madman roared as he rushed up from the bottom of the mountain. His entire body was surging with killing intent. He was a powerful expert. Although he was not a great emperor, he still made the experts from the Yen capital fearful. Rumble, the wolf-tooth mace in the madman's hand rapidly grew in size. In an instant, it was as big as a mountain, appearing before everyone's eyes. An extremely powerful holy aura spread out from the mace, causing the cultivators around Luofeng Mountain to retreat in panic. The pressure of a martial sage was not something they could withstand. However, in the face of this saint-ranked pressure, Gu Fei's expression did not change. Does this guy really not know how to write the word death? I've already been merciful. The mace, which had transformed into the size of a mountain, smashed down from the sky. It could be seen that the madman had used all his strength. However, another scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The young cultivator on top of the mountain directly punched upwards with his right hand. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's fist directly collided with the huge mace. Without any suspense, the mace was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. The madman roared angrily as his entire body was sent flying. His hands were dripping with blood and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. His expression also became weary. This time was different from the previous time. This time, Gu Fei deliberately wanted to teach the madman a lesson. Therefore he did not show any mercy this time. How can this person be so strong? Madman was sent flying 3 kilometers away. His entire body seemed to have been shattered by the powerful force that came from the wolf-tooth mace. His wolf-tooth mace, a sacred weapon, rapidly shrunk after receiving a blow from Gu Fei. It smashed into a nearby mountain, shocking the cultivators on top of the mountain. The battle prowess that Gu Fei had displayed had stunned everyone. None of the people present had the strength to fight against a saint weapon with their bare hands. Just the mighty power of the sacred weapon alone was already unbearable for the people present. Even the madman Zhou Badong was no match for that person. He only attacked twice and beat Zhou Badong half to death. No one thought that they could beat the madman Zhou Badong. Therefore, everyone stayed far away from the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. They were unwilling to go near them. Today's main characters did not appear, but this accident happened. This was just a small interlude before the big battle. Seeing that the second Prince Yan and Dong Huang had yet to arrive at noon, everyone could not help but feel a little impatient. Why isn't that guy Yan Hao here yet? He Tian sat on a chair, leisurely tasting his celestial wine and eating his celestial fruits. Gu Zhong could be considered to have benefited from He Tian's blessings, so he also began to enjoy himself. On the other hand, Gu Fei was not a wine lover, and the celestial fruits that He Tian had taken out were even more inferior to the immortal fruits produced by the immortal ancestral dragon herb. Ha, Brother Gu is in such a good mood. Just as noon arrived, a loud laughter was heard from afar. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the laughter and saw a figure slowly walking over from afar. It seemed like he was taking a leisurely stroll, but in an instant the person had already arrived. The person took a step forward and directly climbed up the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. You don't have to be so punctual. He Tian's scolding voice rang out. The person who had arrived was the second prince of the Yen kingdom, Yan Hao. Today Yan Hao's essence, qi and spirit had been adjusted to their peak state. He Tian discovered that Yan Hao's level of practice was actually between the almighty 7th heaven and the 8th heaven, and it seemed like he could break through from the 7th heaven to the 8th heaven at any time. If he did not die in this battle, then his level of practice breaking through to the 8th heaven was already an ironclad certainty. Just at this moment, Gu Fei suddenly sensed something. He abruptly turned his head to look at Luofeng Mountain. He saw that a figure had appeared on Luofeng Mountain at some unknown time. Dong Huang is here. someone exclaimed. It was a white figure covered from head to toe in a battle suit. The battle suit was not simple, as it was actually refined from the ninth heaven meteorite iron. This ninth heaven meteorite iron was a type of sacred iron. Although it was not comparable to the ninth heaven star iron, it was not far off. It was very difficult to find ninth heaven meteorite iron the size of a fist in the mortal world. This battle suit refined from the ninth heaven meteorite iron was definitely a precious treasure. Is Dong Huang here? He is very punctual. Seeing the figure on Luofeng Mountain, Yan Hao's pupils involuntarily shrank. This was a powerful opponent who came from the east and had once killed a great demon in the Devil's Den of the East. Such a battle record made everyone look down on Dong Huang. It should be known that the name of Dong Huang had once been famous in the East tens of thousands of years ago. He dominated an area and intimidated all the major regions, so the experts of the major regions did not dare to set foot in the East easily. This person also called himself Dong Huang. Did he want to become the second Dong Huang? Yan Hao did not say much to Gu Fei and the others. He directly took a step on the top of the mountain and came to Luofeng Mountain to face Dong Huang. At this time, everyone was nervous. This was a battle between almighty emperors. Even Gu Fei had a feeling that his blood was boiling. He was a natural warrior. Chapter 1593. Welcome everyone. The appearance of Yan Hao and Emperor Dong Huang made all the spectators nervous. This was a battle between two almighty emperors. Both of them were the best of the younger generation, but they wanted to determine a winner at this time. There was only one supreme being. Who would become the supreme being of the younger generation? This was something that everyone wanted to know. In the past 100 years, the younger generation of cultivators were too experienced. Some people said that in the past 100 years, there were already young cultivators in the human realm who had achieved the semi-sage body. Becoming a semi-sage in 100 years was simply a miracle. Many people did not believe it, but in this great world, there were many things that could not be understood with common sense. Above Luofeng Mountain, two powerful figures were confronting each other. The second Prince Yan Hao and Emperor Dong Huang's aura continued to rise. The powerful pressure of almighty emperors spread in all directions. Rumble. At this moment, 9 chariots appeared in the sky. These 9 chariots were like 9 huge mountains, emitting a terrifying aura as they crushed down from the sky. Every chariot had an expert sitting on it. There were dragon shadows circling around the chariots. The terrifying pressure caused the entire world to tremble. The experts of the Yan royal family have arrived. The one in the middle seems to be the Yan royal family. These 9 people are incredible. The cultivators around Luofeng Mountain were all shocked. Some people recognized the 9 experts. The 9 chariots quickly approached and stopped high in the sky. The chariot in the middle was different. There were ancient Tao patterns engraved on it, and there was an unimaginably powerful force hidden in it. This chariot was the Yan royal family's carriage. It was pulled by a strange beast that looked like a qilin. The strange beast had clouds under its feet, as if it was born to ride on clouds. The arrival of the 9 chariots caused the entire area to be filled with the roars of wild beasts. The chariots were pulled by some powerful wild beasts. These wild beasts were extremely powerful and looked ferocious. Especially the strange beast that was pulled by the Yan royal family. There was a dragon aura surrounding its body. What an ostentatious show. A sneer came from the sky opposite the 9 chariots. No one knew when, but there were 3 old men standing there. Each of them had a very obscure aura. I didn't expect the 3 Dongfang elders to come as well. This is the heritage of the Dongfang family. Legend has it that these 3 people have been asleep for countless years and have only awakened in the last 100 years. When the cultivators saw the 3 old men, there was another commotion. These 3 old men had great origins. Some people said that they were people who had lived until the late desolate era. Just like the Yan dynasty, the Dongfang family also had resources that made others wary. These forces that had human sovereigns were not simple. It should be known that human sovereigns were second only to the extreme path supremes. They were almost invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Great saints were just like ants in front of them. Some human sovereigns could even kill prospective supreme beings. 3 old farts. One of the 9 war chariots said this. What did you say? One of the 3 Dongfang elders, a tall and thin old man, immediately raised his snow-white eyebrows. His eyes flickered with an ominous glint as if he was about to attack. Don't act rashly. Among the 3 old men, the one who seemed to be the leader stopped the tall and skinny old man. They were here to watch the battle, not to fight with Emperor Yan. A fair battle. Life and death are up to fate. You and I cannot interfere. These words came from Emperor Yan's war chariot. The voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present. All right, it should be so. The three Dongfang elders nodded. They would not interfere, but they had to prevent the people from Emperor Yan's side from interfering. This was a battle between the strongest of the younger generation. The older generation could not break the rules. The arrival of Emperor Yan and the three Dongfang elders made the surrounding atmosphere tense up. Some cultivators began to worry. If the two sides fought, the ones who would be unlucky would definitely be the spectators. It would not be good if they were caught in the crossfire. Many cultivators consciously retreated into the distance. Only Gu Fei and the others remained on the top of the mountain, as if they did not see Emperor Yan and the three Dongfang elders at all. Emperor Yan and the three Dongfang elders noticed Gu Fei and the others on the top of the mountain, but they did not make any aggressive moves. Emperor Yan naturally knew where Gu Fei and the others came from. Even the three Dongfang elders did not want to cause trouble at this time. Boom. At this moment, the entire area of Luofeng Mountain suddenly shook. Everyone was shocked to see that the second prince, Yan Hao, had made his move. He cultivated the Immortal War Emperor's method and had an extremely strong battle body. Although it was just a simple palm strike, it shook the entire area. Even Luofeng Mountain shook. Luofeng Mountain was not an ordinary place. This was the terrain of two dragons fighting for a pearl. Under the earth there were two dragon veins. Luofeng Mountain was the pearl that the two dragons were fighting for. Yan Hao's attack directly shook the terrain. It was extremely powerful. Swoosh. Facing Yan Hao's powerful attack, Dong Huang's body suddenly became blurry. It was as if his whole body was merging with the surrounding void. Seeing Dong Huang use such a great technique, Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts jumped. This was the profound meaning of the void. The body turned into the void. Yan Hao's powerful palm force directly passed through Dong Huang's faint and illusory figure. It was as if it hit the void without any force. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret technique. He Tian was shocked. How could Dong Huang know such a supreme secret technique? Could it be that the Dongfang family had obtained the 9 secrets of the immortal path? So, it was not a good thing. It's not the anti-void secret technique, it's just similar. Gu Fei immediately saw that the great technique that Dong Huang used was also a kind of void technique. It could also turn into the void and dissolve all the power of the opponent's attack. Kill? Dong Huang's faint and illusory figure instantly solidified. Then he stretched out his right hand. Dazzling martial light immediately shot out from his 5 fingers and pierced towards Yan Hao. Swoosh! Yan Hao soared into the sky and avoided the 5 beams of divine light. Then he pounced on Dong Huang from the sky. The Immortal War Emperor's method was a kind of martial arts technique. The attack technique was extremely fierce. Green dragon absorbs water. Yan Hao shouted. He seemed to have turned into a divine dragon. His hands turned into a dragon's head and directly swallowed Dong Huang. Above the dragon's head, there was a devouring force that pulled Dong Huang's body, causing him to sway. All forms to the origin. Dong Huang used the divine technique. All kinds of figures appeared around him. There seemed to be a Shen King roaring, a ferocious demon roaring, and a wild beast letting out terrifying roars. Although the images were faint and illusory, they still shocked everyone. Such a strange phenomenon was too shocking. Could it be that he could really turn into all forms? In just an instant, all the illusions gathered on Dong Huang's hands, and then he struck upwards. The roaring Shen King, the crazy ferocious demon, and the wild beast all rushed out. An extremely powerful force erupted. Chapter 1594. Welcome everyone. Dong Huang had mastered the 10,000 elephants technique. It was a terrifying technique that allowed one to create 10,000 elephants and borrow unimaginable power for one's own use. Boom. Dong Huang thrust his hands upwards. Figures of gods, demons, and beasts shot up into the sky. Murderous intent filled the air as they charged towards the azure dragon that was swooping down from the sky. Rumble, the two forces collided in an instant. All the illusions disappeared, and the azure dragon that Yan Hao had conjured also disappeared. The two forces collided and formed a destructive force that caused the void to collapse. Luofeng Mountain was shaking. Cracks appeared on the surface of the mountain, and traces of dragon chi seeped out from the cracks. The dragon vein of the earth was shaken. Luofeng Mountain was not an ordinary place. The entire Luofeng Mountain was actually a divine pearl that the two dragons were fighting over. It contained dragon chi. Only such a place could withstand the power of Yan Hao and Dong Huang and not collapse immediately. If it had been any other place, this attack from Yan Hao and Dong Huang would have been able to raise the surrounding area to the ground. Yin Hao did not hold back anymore. He knew that Dong Huang was the second most powerful opponent he had encountered besides Shaoqing. Yin Hao activated the Immortal Battle Emperor spell at high speed. The shadow of a dragon appeared on Yin Hao's body. He looked like a true dragon descending upon the world, displaying the great arts of Emperor Yin as he attacked Emperor Dong Huang. Dragon Qi continuously rose from the ground and was devoured by Yin Hao, causing his combat power to increase continuously. This place of the two dragons fighting for the pearl was extremely beneficial to him. Oh no! The three elders of the Dongfang clan could not help but worry when they saw this. The dragon vein of the earth provided Yin Hao with an endless supply of dragon qi. It was as if Yin Hao had an inexhaustible amount of power. This was definitely not a good thing for Dong Huang. Yin Hao is not stupid after all, attracting the essence of the dragon vein for his own use. Gu Fei saw this and knew that Yin Hao had a higher chance of winning than Dong Huang. This was because Yin Hao had the advantage of time and place. Such an advantage greatly increased his chances of winning. However, a scene that shocked everyone happened. A dragon shadow also appeared on Dong Huang's body. He had also attracted the dragon qi of the earth. What? How is this possible? This Dong Huang has also mastered the Immortal Combat Monarch technique. The cultivators around Luofeng Mountain were all stunned. They could not believe that Dong Huang had actually used the divine technique that Yin Hao had displayed and was fighting endlessly with him. This is the 10,000 mammoth divine power. The voice of Emperor Yin came from high up in the sky. There was no emotion in his voice, as if he was not moved and was very calm. What's going on? In the eyes of Gu Fei and He Tian, Dong Huang's great technique was interpreted in a different way. Dong Huang's manifestation of all things was very similar to the chaotic secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Imitating and using the opponent's divine arts was an invincible divine art. It was an invincible divine art that made the opponent feel like they were fighting themselves. The art of the Immortal Battle Emperor was a secret art of the Yin royal family. Even the side branches of the royal family were not qualified to cultivate this art. Only the direct descendants of the royal family could cultivate it. Dong Huang came from the Dong Huang clan of the Eastern Domain, so it was impossible for him to cultivate the art of the Immortal Battle Emperor of the Yin royal family. This was the art of the Immortal Battle Emperor that he had derived from the 10,000 mammoth divine power. But even if it was a fake art of the Immortal Battle Emperor, it was still very shocking. Nice move. Yin Hao shouted and his entire body shone with dazzling divine light. The dragon on his body seemed to be about to rush out of the void, exuding endless dragon might. Soaring dragon force. Yin Hao seemed to have transformed into a true dragon as he struck out with his strongest punch. He transformed the power of the soaring dragon into this strike. His fist was like a true dragon as it soared through the 9 heavens, emitting a destructive aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Bam! The entire void in front of Yin Hao collapsed and then shattered, turning into an extremely chaotic power that rushed towards Dong Huang. The power of the soaring dragon was too strong and unstoppable. In the face of absolute power, all divine arts were useless and Dong Huang was sent flying. After Yin Hao sent Dong Huang flying, he took a deep breath. A dragon roar came from Yin Hao's mouth. This dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. Dark cracks appeared in the void, and the entire area was shaking. It's the roar of the Azure Dragon. The cultivators near Luofeng Mountain were shocked. Some cultivators hurried to hide far away, while the cultivators closest to Luofeng Mountain bled from the roar and fainted. Even Gu Fei and the others felt their ears ringing. For a moment they could not hear anything. Roar of the Azure Dragon. Gu Fei saw Yin Hao use this killing art and was secretly shocked. He was surprised that the Yin royal family had the killing art of the Dragon clan. The roar of the Azure Dragon was a killing art of sound. It killed with sound. Yin Hao's roar made Dong Huang feel a great impact, and his entire body was sent flying thousands of feet away. Divine light flowed on Dong Huang's 9 heavenly meteorite iron armor. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared, reducing the lethality of the roar of the Azure Dragon to the minimum. This is a saint garment. The cultivators watching the battle could not help but be surprised. Dong Huang was fighting with someone wearing the saint garment. How could he fight? Could it be that someone could break through the defense of the saint garment? The Dongfang family has a lot of good things. He Tian said to himself. He stared at the saint garment on Dong Huang's body and his eyes flashed. The saint garment made from the 9 heavenly meteorite iron was definitely extraordinary. Dong Huang's entire body was covered in the saint garment. The patterns on the saint garment were faintly discernible, and it could dissolve any attack. Dong Huang was already in an invincible position. This is not fair. Among the cultivators of the Yan royal family, someone said. Dong Huang was wearing the saint garment. There was no way to fight. Even if Yan Hao was a semi-saint, it would be difficult for him to break through the defense of the saint garment. You chose the place for the battle. It is fair for you to choose this place. The tall and thin elder of the three Dongfang elders sneered. Buzz. At this moment, a sudden vibration came from Yan Hao's body. Then, a divine weapon rushed out from his body and was held in his hand. An aura that could change the color of heaven and earth spread from Yan Hao's hand. Everyone was shocked. Even Gu Fei and the others could not help but be moved. The divine weapon in Yan Hao's hand was a big spear. The body of the black spear was covered with ancient patterns of the Great Path. It was a special kind of pattern of the Great Path. It was like a small dragon that was imprinted on the spear. The whole spear was like a sleeping black dragon, and the aura it emitted was frightening. The weapon of the Renhuang, the dragon spear. When the three Dongfang elders saw the spear in Yan Hao's hand, their breathing became faster. Chapter 1595. Welcome everyone. Although the battle between Dong Huang and the second prince of the Yan kingdom had not started for long, the combat power that the two had displayed was frightening. It was hard to imagine that these two cultivators were young cultivators who had only risen in the last 100 years. This kind of combat power was enough to suppress some of the older cultivators. Buzz. The airship. Runes of the Great Path appeared on Dong Huang's ninefold meteorite armor. No one could see Dong Huang's true appearance. This was a holy robe that could block all divine spirits. Unless a saint-level existence came, no one would know whether Dong Huang was a man or a woman. On the saint robe, Tao patterns interweaved, exuding a majestic holy might. All the spectators had no choice but to retreat even further away. This was a supreme and holy pressure, and no one could withstand it. Under the protection of this sacred garment, which was refined from the ninth heaven meteorite iron, Dong Huang did not suffer any impact at all. His whole body was surging with essence qi, and all kinds of phenomena appeared around him. This kind of magic was too shocking. It could imitate and deduce the opponent's method, making one almost invincible. Moreover, Dong Huang was protected by the holy robe. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose in this battle. The Dongfang family had a foundation, and so did the Yan dynasty. After all, the Yan dynasty had once produced a Ren Huang and had a powerful inheritance. A pitch-black spear appeared in Yan Hao's hand. The spear was engraved with countless runes. These runes were a little special and looked like little dragons. At first glance, it seemed as if there were countless little dragons swimming around the spear. A shocking aura emanated from the black spear. This spear was extraordinary. Some people thought of a Ren Huang divine weapon left behind by the ancestors of the Yan dynasty, the dragon spear. This Yan Hao had brought this divine weapon. The dragon spear. High up in the sky, the three elders of the Dongfang family looked a little unhappy. The Yan dynastic overlord had given the dragon spear to Yan Hao. Did the Yan dynastic overlord already see Yan Hao as the next dynastic overlord? Buzz. Yan Hao shook the spear in his hand. The entire space in front of him trembled. Although it did not emit any divine power, its power was enough to shake the space. It really is a dragon spear. Even Dong Huang couldn't remain calm now. The dragon spear was too threatening to him. One had to know that the ancient Ren Huang was an existence second only to the extreme path supremacy. Even a prospective supreme martial artist would have to retreat when encountering a human sovereign. How could a divine weapon refined by a human sovereign be ordinary? This black spear was definitely a divine weapon that was even more terrifying than a great saint weapon. It was powerful enough to destroy all saint weapons. Swoosh. Yan Hao didn't hesitate. He shook the great spear in his hand and stabbed towards Dong Huang. A black light streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. The pitch-black spearhead was aimed at Dong Huang's head. If Dong Huang was pierced by this spear, even if he had the protection of the sage garment, he would probably be pierced through by the dragon spear in Yan Hao's hand. Even his primordial spirit would not be able to escape. However, just as the dragon spear was about to pierce East Emperor's body became blurry again, as if he had merged with the surrounding void. The dragon spear pierced right through Dong Huang's shadow. Just like before, it was as if it was piercing the air without any point of impact. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly exploded above Yan Hao's head. A wave of power that could shake the heavens came down from the sky. A huge seal appeared in the sky above Yan Hao's head and pressed down on him. What? High up in the sky, from the chariot of Emperor Yin, there was a cry of surprise. An aura that looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths emanated from the huge seal. All living beings in the world trembled under the pressure of this huge seal. The seal of the human sovereign. This is the legendary seal of the human sovereign of the Eastern Territory. Some of the old antiques recognized this huge seal. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. What was going on? It was just a battle between the young experts, but they had to use the human sovereign's divine weapon. Rumble, the world was shaking. The seal of the human sovereign became as huge as a mountain. It pressed down from the sky, and the void below it was constantly annihilated. The divine power of the human sovereign had not fully recovered. It had only emitted a wisp of divine power, but it had already crushed the world. If the seal of the human sovereign was fully recovered, what would the scene be like? Countless cultivators who were watching the battle on Luofeng Mountain were fleeing for their lives. The divine power of the human sovereign was so mighty that even the mighty figures felt great pressure. Only Gu Fei and the others were still watching the battle from the top of the mountain. The power of the human sovereign's divine weapon made them secretly shocked. The divine weapon refined by the human sovereign was different from ordinary holy weapons. The human sovereign's divine weapon was peerless and powerful. It was equivalent to a continuation of the life of the human sovereign. Even the great holy weapon could not be compared with the human sovereign's divine weapon. It can't be that the soul of the weapon has already been born. Haitian's voice was trembling. It should be known that only the holy weapons of the extreme great path could give birth to the soul of the weapon. If the human sovereign's divine weapon also had a soul, it would be too heaven-defying. Gu Fei did not say anything. His body emitted an aura that enveloped the entire mountain, isolating the divine power of the human sovereign's divine weapon. Roar! Yan Hao encountered the greatest crisis. The dragon spear in his hand directly pierced upwards to meet the seal of the human sovereign that was pressing down from the sky. They were both human sovereign's divine weapons and they were about to collide. This time even Overlord Yen and the 3 elders of the Dongfang family were shocked. Overlord Yen led the cultivators of the 8 royal families to drive the chariot and quickly retreated. The 3 elders of the Dongfang family also shook their bodies and instantly retreated hundreds of miles away. Boom! In an earth-shattering noise, the 2 human sovereigns' divine weapons collided together. At that moment, the world lost its color, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and the void between heaven and earth turned into nothingness. Even the place where the 2 dragons were fighting for the pearl could not withstand the mighty divine power of the human sovereign. Luofeng Mountain collapsed immediately, and endless dragon chi of the earth surged out from the depths of the earth. The dark dragon spear madly swallowed the dragon chi of the earth, and the countless patterns branded on the spear gradually lit up. This human sovereign's divine weapon was gradually awakening. Yan Hao did not choose this place as the absolute location at random. Bang! The dragon spear vibrated and actually knocked the mountain-like seal of the human sovereign away. So far in the battle, Emperor Donghuang was forced to retreat for the first time. The human sovereign's divine weapon of the Yen royal family was awakening. Oh no! The 3 elders of the Dongfang family felt the mighty aura on the dragon spear, and all of their expressions changed. Yan Hao was using the endless dragon chi of the earth to completely awaken the dragon spear. If the dragon spear was really completely awakened, even a great saint would not be a match for Yan Hao. This is a book recommended by a friend. Those who like it can check it out. Chapter 1596. Welcome everyone. The Renhuang divine weapon of Royal Yen clashed with the Renhuang divine weapon of the Dongfang family. This was a battle between Renhuang divine weapons. Destructive power swept out in all directions. Not even the 2 dragons fighting for the pearl could not withstand such Renhuang divine might. The fallen Phoenix Mountain collapsed immediately, turning into dust and dissipating between heaven and earth. The 2 mountains around the fallen Phoenix Mountain also collapsed. Endless dragon chi of the earth surged up from the depths of the earth. The dragon veins were damaged and the dragon chi was leaking. The dragon veins that had lost dragon chi were destroyed and could no longer gather dragon chi. The terrain of the 2 dragons fighting for the pearl had changed. The dragon spear in Yan Hao's hand was madly devouring the dragon chi of the earth. The dragon spear was shaking as if it had a life of its own and was jumping with joy. The endless dragon chi of the earth caused the dragon spear to show signs of recovery. The Renhuang divine might spread in all directions. All creatures within a 10,000-mile radius were trembling. It was as if a supreme emperor was gradually awakening. The ancestral dragon pattern on the body of the dragon spear seemed to have come to life. Beams of divine light flowed along the body of the dragon spear, and the pattern was faintly discernible. This was definitely not a good thing for Donghuang. The dragon spear was shaking. The aura coming from the dragon spear was rapidly increasing. the true Renhuang divine might began to appear. All the cultivators were dumbfounded. This was no ordinary battle. It involved the collision of the lineages of two Renhuang. At this time even Gu Fei was shocked. The Renhuang divine weapon was peerless and powerful. The Renhuang divine might was awakened. Even they felt shocked. As Gu Fei thought about it, the shadow of a giant cauldron appeared from his body. It then covered He Tian and Gu Zhong under it, blocking the Renhuang divine might. Kill? The dragon spear was awakening. Yin Hao's fighting will was like a rainbow. He shot straight up into the sky, causing the dragon chi of the earth to rise. The dragon chi rose into the sky like huge dragons, gathering towards the dragon spear. Shocking killing intent appeared. Although the dragon spear was not fully awakened, it was enough to kill Dong Huang. Umph! Dong Huang sneered. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the human emperor's seal. The human emperor's seal, which had already shrunk to the size of a fist, immediately appeared with numerous Dao patterns. He did not hesitate to consume his blood essence to activate the human emperor's seal. Boom! A monstrous Renhuang aura erupted from that ancient seal, and a power that had been dormant was triggered. The entire sky was trembling as if it would collapse at any moment. Damn it! Yin Hao sensed the terrifying pressure descending from above his head, and his expression couldn't help but change greatly. His opponent could also awaken the mortal emperor's seal. In this way he would lose his advantage. A dragon's roar rang out. The dragon spear in Yin Hao's hand emitted a vast dragon's might that seemed to originate from ancient times. It turned into a black dragon and soared into the sky, charging towards Dong Huang. Divine weapon transforming into a dragon, this is a treasure with a weapon soul. The old fellows of some great powers were dumbstruck. The ancient draconic might was vast and mighty in the heavens and the earth, and it deterred all things in the world. It was sufficient to look down upon the entire mortal dimension. It really does have a weapon soul, but it's not a divine weapon of the supreme path. On top of the mountain, Gu Fei and the others were also incomparably shocked. The human emperor's divine weapons were indeed extraordinary. Unlike ordinary divine weapons, they actually had a weapon soul just like the divine weapons of the supreme path. A divine weapon with a weapon soul was no longer a weapon in the ordinary sense. A divine weapon with a soul was equivalent to a special life form. If the weapon soul was awakened, it could even attack on its own. An extreme divine weapon refined by an extreme supreme being was such an existence. At this time, the two divine weapons of the supreme path were awakened, and both possessed a terrifying divine might that could shock the heavens. The entire area was shaken by these two divine might. Mountains continued to collapse, and the entire area was in chaos. Only the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were at, which was enveloped by an ancient cauldron, did not collapse. Stop! A loud shout was heard. Emperor Yin could no longer sit still. The three elders of the Dongfang clan could no longer sit still. The two human emperors' divine weapons were awakening, and under such circumstances if the two divine weapons collided, it would cause a disaster. However, Yin Hao had already made his move, and the dragon spear had gradually awakened. This power was no longer something that Yin Hao could stop even if he wanted to. And Emperor Dong also made his move, and the ancient seal in his hand directly pressed down. Endless Dao patterns rushed out from the ancient seal, and countless Dao patterns intertwined, condensing into a terrifying power. These two madmen. Even Gu Fei frowned. He did not care about the life and death of the two, but he had to be wary of the divine might of the Renhuang. A real ancient cauldron rushed out of his dantian, and then floated above his head. Streams of primordial chaos chi fell from the big cauldron, shrouding Gu Fei and the others. What is that? Emperor Yin and the three elders of the Dongfang clan all noticed the existence of the cauldron of mountain and river. Even they were extremely shocked when they saw the cauldron of mountain and river. Could it be the legendary cauldron? The three elders of the Dongfang clan had lived for countless years, and naturally knew many great secrets of the world. The appearance of the cauldron of mountain and river made them think of the legendary divine weapon. It can compete with the Renhuang divine weapons. Two bright divine lights shone from Emperor Yan's chariot, and those were the eyes of Emperor Yin. At this time, the two Renhuang divine weapons were about to collide, and no one could predict the consequences. After all, these were divine weapons refined by the Renhuang. The collision of the two divine weapons would probably turn the entire area into chaos, and it might even affect the capital of the Yin dynasty, Yin City, which was 3,000 miles away. However, Yin Hao and Emperor Dong had already made their moves and no one could stop them. The collision of the two Renhuang divine weapons seemed to be irreversible. Everyone felt a great sense of danger, and all of them desperately wanted to escape from this area. There were countless cultivators gathered here, and if the divine might of the Renhuang spread out, it would be a terrible disaster. Everyone present would probably be in danger of being annihilated. If they were to be affected by the divine might of the Renhuang divine weapon, it would be a terrible death. At that critical moment, a figure silently appeared between the two Renhuang divine weapons, and then stretched out his hands, pressing towards the dragon spear and the seal of the Renhuang. Who is this? How dare he fight against two Renhuang divine weapons by himself? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be unable to react. This was simply courting death. Even he, who had a divine weapon of the Great Path, did not dare to intervene. Boom. There was a violent tremor, and the person's body emitted a towering black aura. This black aura only took a moment to cover the entire area, and the originally sunny world was instantly pitch black, as if the night had suddenly come. It's him. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. Chapter 1597. Welcome everyone. Xianyin ghost qi spread in all directions. A figure appeared between the dragon spear and the seal of the emperor. He actually resisted the two Renhuang divine weapons by himself. What? Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. Who was this person? He was so powerful that he could resist two Renhuang divine weapons by himself. What kind of concept was this? It was too shocking. Even Emperor Yan and the three Dongfang elders could not believe what they saw. Could this person be a saint, a great saint, or even a quasi-supreme? A truly awakened Renhuang divine weapon could definitely kill a saint. However, with Yan Hao and Donghuang's cultivation and methods, they were far from being able to completely awaken the Renhuang divine weapon. Even so, an awakened Renhuang divine weapon was not something that anyone could compete with. The person who suddenly appeared was peerlessly powerful and terrifying. It's him. When Gu Fei saw the figure, he could not help but be moved. It was a familiar person. To be precise, it was an emperor but not a human emperor. Ghost Emperor Fengdu. He Tian's voice trembled. This figure had appeared in the Battle of the Sky Market. Of course, neither Gu Fei nor He Tian knew that it was Ghost Emperor Fengdu who had displayed his supreme magical power and suppressed the sky-reaching platform. Gu Fei's understanding of Ghost Emperor Fengdu was much deeper than He Tian's. It should be known that he had experienced the turmoil of the demon ancestor in the northern land. That war almost affected the entire northern region. It was earth-shattering. The scene of the Ghost Emperor fighting against the demon ancestor still appeared clearly in Gu Fei's mind. Open. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's body was surrounded by ghost qi. He exerted force with both hands and directly shook away the two Renhuang divine weapons. The two Renhuang divine weapons were like ordinary divine weapons in front of him. Buzz. The divine weapons vibrated. The dragon spear and the seal of the emperor emitted a faint emotional fluctuation. These two Renhuang divine weapons were actually frightened. The two great emperor divine weapons seemed to be afraid of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. There was really a divine spirit coming from the Renhuang divine weapon. It was a supreme divine weapon with a soul, just like the divine weapon of the Supreme Great Path. The power of Ghost Emperor Fengdu was enough to make Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Such a powerful existence had already exceeded the scope of his imagination. There was actually such a character in the human realm. In the human world, saints were extinct. However, the battle prowess displayed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu couldn't help but make people think of saints. To be able to resist two great sovereign divine weapons by himself, Ghost Emperor Fengdu's cultivation was probably comparable to a saint. Rumble. The whole world was plunged into darkness and heaven and earth trembled. Ghost Emperor Fengdu displayed a great divine ability, and his two palms directly pressed towards the dragon spear and the seal of the human sovereign. He wanted to suppress these two human emperor divine weapons. At this moment, Yan Hao and Dong Huang had already been sent flying thousands of meters away by the power of the Ghost Emperor. The current situation was already beyond their control. Endless Dao laws emerged on the hands of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Those hands were like the sky. As his hands pressed down, the dragon spear and the seal of the human sovereign let out a mournful cry. Heaven-defying, under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were located was not affected at all. The extreme Dao sacred weapon blocked all the power outside. Ghost Emperor Fengdu used his hands to suppress two human emperor divine weapons. Such battle prowess was heaven-defying. He Tian's voice trembled. Such an existence was absolutely invincible in the human world. Without any suspense, the dragon spear and the seal of the human sovereign tried to struggle, but it was useless. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's hands pressed down, and the dragon spear and the seal of the human sovereign finally calmed down. It was too powerful. Emperor Yin and the 3 elders of the Dongfang clan were speechless. It's actually the Ghost Emperor. At this time, some old antiques had already recognized the person who came. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the human realm. Such an existence broke common sense and was difficult to speculate. The human sovereign divine weapons were suppressed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The expressions of Emperor Yin and the 3 elders of the Dongfang clan were not very good. However, they did not dare to offend the Ghost Emperor. In front of an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu, although the Yin imperial family and the Dongfang clan both had human sovereign inheritances, they were not enough. Some people had already guessed the origin of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. In the end, endless ghost energy condensed into countless Dao patterns, directly suppressing the dragon spear and the seal of the human sovereign. The 2 human sovereign divine weapons were sealed and then taken away by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The endless ghost energy began to retreat like a tide. In just a few breaths, the Xian Yin ghost energy that covered the sky was completely submerged into Ghost Emperor Fengdu's body. The dusky world shone brightly again. The sun hung high in the sky, sprinkling endless sunlight. However, everyone felt a chill, a bone-piercing chill. The human realm cannot have such power for the time being. I will take away the human sovereign divine weapons. After 100 years you can send someone to take them back. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's voice did not carry a trace of emotion. He coldly glanced at Emperor Yin and the 3 elders of the Dongfang clan. Then he glanced at Gu Fei below and directly tore apart heaven and earth, escaping. No one dared to object. Even Emperor Yin and the 3 elders of the Dongfang clan did not dare to stand out. It should be known that in the past 100 years, Ghost Emperor Fengdu represented invincibility in the human realm. It should be known that during the turmoil of the sky market, it was Ghost Emperor Fengdu who took action. With his own strength, he suppressed the sky-reaching platform and resolved the turmoil caused by the appearance of the sky-reaching platform. 100 years ago, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was already able to suppress the sky-reaching platform. Now, it could be said that it did not take much effort for him to suppress the 2 human sovereign divine weapons. No one thought that the battle between Yan Hao and Dong Huang would attract such an invincible existence. Gu Fei also did not think that he would meet Ghost Emperor Fengdu again. I am afraid that this person is even more terrifying than the saints, Gu Zhong said. There were many rumors about Ghost Emperor Fengdu in the human realm. Gu Zhong had naturally heard of them. It took a while for Gu Fei to recover his wits and say, without reaching that realm, you won't know how powerful an existence like that is. Originally, he thought that he had cultivated to the realm of Almighty Emperor. With this kind of cultivation he was already powerful enough in the human realm. However, when he saw the power displayed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu, he was filled with emotion. He realized that he was not strong enough. The battle between Yan Hao and Dong Huang could not continue. The human sovereign divine weapons were suppressed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu for 100 years. This was a major event for the Yin imperial family and the Dongfang clan. Emperor Yin left with Yan Hao, and the 3 elders of the Dongfang clan also left with Dong Huang. Falling Phoenix Mountain no longer existed. The place where the 2 dragons fought for the pearl was destroyed. The dragon vein was destroyed, but the dragon energy of the earth was still constantly surging out from the depths of the earth. This can't be wasted. He Tian directly took out a red gourd and then pulled out the stopper. He was about to use a divine ability to collect the dragon energy. However, at this time there were people faster than him. Several figures rushed from afar and directly entered the earth. Chapter 1598. Welcome everyone. The battle had come to an end. The twin dragons vying for the pearl had been destroyed. The dragon vein had been crippled, and the draconic energy deep underground had leaked out. Anyone would be jealous of such draconic energy. He Tian took out a red gourd and was about to use a divine ability to collect the draconic energy. However, someone was faster than He Tian. Several figures jumped into the dragon vein. These bastards. He Tian almost cursed out loud when he saw this. How dare they snatch food from Grandpa He? They really don't know what's good for them. He activated the red gourd in his hand. Boom. A muffled sound came from the red gourd, and a heaven-devouring power came out from it. The draconic energy in front of it immediately gathered towards the red gourd in He Tian's hand and was devoured. The draconic energy of the earth was continuously sucked into the red gourd. Soon, angry roars came from the dragon vein. Someone was directly sucked out. Swish. A divine mirror was activated and emitted a dazzling golden light that shot towards He Tian. It wanted to cut off the heaven-devouring power from the red gourd. They really don't know what's good for them. Tian couldn't help but shake his head. He pointed a finger, and a white light pierced through the void like a bolt of lightning. It scattered the divine light and pierced through the divine mirror. That person screamed and was devoured by the red gourd in Tian's hand. This red gourd was a magic treasure refined by Tian himself. It contained yin and yang energy. If someone was devoured by the gourd, they would be quickly devoured by the yin and yang energy. Although the person devoured by the red gourd had the cultivation and strength of Almighty, Tian was Almighty Sovereign. That person who dared to attack Tian was dead for sure. You didn't have to be so ruthless. Gu Fei didn't approve of Tian's actions. This guy was very murderous. He would take someone's life as soon as he attacked. This would easily offend people. Hee boss, when did you become so compassionate? Tian smiled. He continued to use the treasure in his hand to devour the dragon vein essence energy. This kind of essence energy was very useful to him. The dragon chi contained a huge amount of life energy that could be used to refine his body. The body tempering technique was not something that only martial artists possessed. Tian also knew the body tempering technique. You devil, you actually dare to commit murder in public. At this moment, a loud roar rang out as a powerful aura erupted from afar. Someone was walking towards Tian with undisguised killing intent. If you want to die, then come here. If you don't want to die, then scram. Tian was very domineering. The two dragons vying for the pearl had given birth to a massive draconic aura. Anyone who dared to snatch this draconic aura from him would be his enemy. Against enemies, Tian's method was very simple, and that was to kill. What an arrogant devil. At this moment, another voice rang out. A silhouette appeared high up in the sky. His gaze was like cold lightning as he stared at Mahakala. Gu Fei had already put away the mountain and river cauldron when Ghost Emperor Fengdu left. However, everyone was very apprehensive towards him. These people were all targeting Tian. I hate these sanctimonious people the moment I see them. Nephew Guzhong, help me kill them all. I will give you half of this great earth draconic aura. Tian wanted to use the gourd to collect the great earth draconic aura. At this time, it was difficult for him to divert his attention to deal with these two annoying people. These two annoying people were not weak. This devil is committing murder in public and is incomparably fierce. What are you all waiting for? Another person jumped out. This was an old man, an old Taoist. His entire body was shrouded in immortal essence energy. His eyes seemed to have suns and moons descending. This was a powerful existence with the cultivation of a great sovereign. Master this? Gu Zhong looked at Gu Fei. Half of the great earth draconic aura was very tempting to him. One must know that he was only one step away from becoming a great sovereign. However, the current Gu Zhong was still not enough to deal with a great sovereign. Be at ease with your heart. Whatever you want to do, it all depends on your heart. Gu Fei glanced at Gu Zhong and said, their lineage did not have as many rules as the other lineages. Be at ease with your heart. Gu Zhong pondered. Master's words had a deep meaning. Master did not want to interfere too much with him. He wanted to decide everything for himself. Only by being unrestrained could one obtain limitless sublimation. If one was too restrained and indecisive, it would be very difficult to achieve anything. They would definitely not be able to become a peerless expert. At this moment, the three experts were already approaching the mountain peak. Their powerful auras spread out in all directions, causing ripples to appear in the void that were visible to the naked eye. These three were extremely powerful, all of them were great sovereigns. Swish! Gu Fei directly rushed out from the mountain. He did not want to fight. With your cultivation, you will not be able to fight against these three. However, if you use the Heaven Ascension secret technique, you will still have the strength to fight against them. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Gu Zhong. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Gu Zhong bowed in Gu Fei's direction. After that, a monstrous aura erupted from his body. His long hair danced in the wind as his fat body emitted a terrifying pressure. The three experts who were approaching the mountain peak sensed the changes in Gu Zhong's body and immediately stopped. A solemn expression appeared on their faces. This person was only at the 9th heavenly layer of sky being. How could he be able to unleash such a powerful energy fluctuation? Good nephew, quickly kill them. Seeing that Gu Zhong was moved by his words, Tian couldn't help but rejoice. Of course, he knew that this was Gu Fei tempering his disciple. Otherwise, if Gu Fei were to act, these three would have been killed instantly. Kill. Without any hesitation, Gu Zhong's right foot stomped on the ground. His entire body turned into a five-colored divine light that soared into the sky and rushed towards the old man. What? Gu Zhong's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the old man. The powerful pressure made the old man almost unable to breathe. The old Taoist was shocked. He left an afterimage on the spot, and his real body quickly retreated to avoid the attack. Bam! Gu Zhong's strength was unparalleled. He directly used the five elements fist. His martial body was the five elements martial body. A bright golden light bloomed from his fist, dyeing the heaven and earth golden. At this time, the cultivators who had yet to leave saw that someone was fighting. They were all shocked and watched from afar. Some of them recognized the origin of the three experts. Isn't that old man the supreme elder of the Tai Ching temple? That middle-aged man seems to be the younger brother of the Song clan's patriarch. And that young cultivator, isn't that the young master of the Immortal Sword sect? These three experts all had great origins. They were all experts of the great sects in Yendu, especially the young master of the Immortal Sword sect. Although he looked young, like a young cultivator who had just started his cultivation, he was actually not young. He had started his cultivation 1,000 years ago. The young master of the Immortal Sword sect's father was still alive. Therefore he could only be the young master of the Immortal Sword sect for 1,000 years. Gu Zhong was as domineering as Gu Fei, forcing the old man back with a single punch. After that, he directly used the 8 desolate steps and took a step forward, displaying the 8 slaughter steps. A destructive power surged under his feet as he stomped towards the head of the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect. At the same time he pointed out with a finger, and a ray of divine light shot out from the tip of his finger, piercing towards the expert of the Song clan. He was too strong. He actually attacked 3 great emperors at the same time. Gu Zhong's performance made all the spectators dumbfounded. Chapter 1599. The fact that Gu Zhong attacked the 3 great emperors at the same time left everyone dumbfounded. One should know that these were great emperors. Even with the advent of the human realm, such figures were still rare. The Yen capital was the capital of the Yen dynasty. It was also a place where a true dragon was born. All the great sects within 100,000 miles of the Yen dynasty were gathered in the Yen capital. The place where Yen Hao and Dong Huang fought was only 3,000 miles away from the Yen capital. Almost all the great sects in the Yen capital came to watch the battle. The emperors of the 3 great emperors were all famous in the Yen capital. Whether it was the old Taoist of Tai Ching Temple, the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect, or the brother of the Song clan lord, they were enough to intimidate an entire region. Boom! Gu Zhong punched the old Taoist of Tai Ching Temple. The power of the golden element fist shook the sky and the earth, forcing the old Taoist to retreat. Bang! He then used the 8 steps, 8 kills of the 8 desolation steps. His right foot stomped down on the head of the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect. The sound of wind and thunder appeared under his feet, and a destructive power spread out. Gu Zhong's hands were not idle. He punched the old Taoist of Tai Ching Temple, stepped on the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect, and stretched out his right hand to point at the brother of the Song clan lord. Whoosh! A beam of divine light shot out from the tip of Gu Zhong's finger like a peerless sword light. It directly pierced through the void and shot towards the expert of the Song clan in an instant. The speed of Gu Zhong's attacks was extremely fast. Moreover, they were executed in one go without the slightest bit of sloppiness. The battle prowess he displayed caused even the 3 almighty emperors to be extremely fearful. Gu Zhong, who was in the midst of the secret art of ascension, felt that his entire body was filled with power. It was as if he could punch a hole in the sky with a single punch. Although the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao was a supreme art created by the supreme Tao ancestor, this secret art could be used by people of other cultivation systems. It was not limited to only cultivators of the Immortal Tao. Of course, Gu Zhong's path was the martial Tao. He didn't cultivate his nascent spirit, only his vitality. Thus, without a nascent spirit, he couldn't cultivate the sword of the primordial divinity of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. Only his master, Gu Fei, who had accidentally obtained a primordial spirit, was able to display the supreme technique of the primordial spirit Tao sword. However, Gu Zhong was not as lucky as his master. Rumble! The power radiating out from Gu Zhong's body caused the entire world to shake. The young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect transformed into a beam of sword light, which shot out from beneath Gu Zhong's feet. As for the Song family's expert, he did not dare to take Gu Zhong's attack head-on. Thus he also unleashed a great technique to dodge. He forced back 3 great emperors by himself. This kind of result caused everyone to be flabbergasted. It was too shocking. This fellow was too heaven-defying. Clang. The sound of a sword rang out. A resplendent beam of sword light shot out from the body of the young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect. Within the beam of sword light, there was a purple divine sword. A wave of saintly might spread out from the purple divine sword. This was a divine sword. It emitted an unparalleled killing intent. It was unknown how many lives it had to kill in order to condense such a killing intent. Swish. The young sect master unleashed the immortal sword-slaying technique. The purple divine sword transformed into a beam of sword light, which directly slashed towards Gu Zhong. The attack of the divine sword caused the world to change color. Gu Zhong used the 8 desolation steps, displaying the world's fastest speed. He rushed out from under the terrifying sword light and rushed towards the expert from the Song family. The expert from the Song family was startled. However, as a great emperor, his cultivation was also incomparably powerful. His hands danced in front of him, and divine runes of the great Tao appeared in the void. After that, they rushed towards Gu Zhong to seal him. He wanted to use absolute power to seal Gu Zhong. Each rune was like a huge mountain containing the power of the great Tao. The void was collapsing. Gu Zhong felt great danger. Bang! Boundless fire chi rushed out from his right fist as he struck out the fire element fist. His martial path true chi turned into a divine fire and swept forward. Countless runes dissipated in the sea of fire. However, Gu Zhong's fist was also blocked by the expert from the Song family. A great emperor is indeed powerful. Gu Zhong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, he knew that as long as he could break through to the almighty realm, he would be able to compete with a great emperor if he used the Heaven Ascension secret technique. At this time, the old Taoist from the Tai Ching temple also made his move. The horsetail whisk in his hand transformed into 3,000 huge dragons that coiled towards Gu Zhong. Such a method was enough to shock the world. The threads of the horsetail whisk in the old Taoist's hand seemed to be refined from 3,000 huge dragons. Each thread transformed into a huge dragon. It was incomparably terrifying. Everyone watching the battle watched this scene nervously. The old Taoist from the Tai Ching temple was too terrifying. Such a great technique shocked everyone. Even Gu Fei was sweating for Gu Zhong. Nephew, put in a bit more effort. I will come to help you immediately. At this time, He Tian drove the scarlet gourd in his hand with all his strength and frantically devoured the dragon energy of the earth. Those who rushed into the dragon vein had no choice but to jump out from the ground. He Tian didn't care about the life and death of those who dared to snatch food from him. One hand covering the sky. Gu Zhong roared and slammed his palm towards the 3,000 huge dragons. The violent 5 elemental true force condensed into a 5-colored giant hand that blocked the entire sky. Rumble. This was an unforgettable scene for everyone. A colorless giant hand collided with the 3,000 huge dragons. The entire sky and earth seemed to be collapsing as a terrifying power rippled in all directions. Gu Zhong's power was so powerful that it made the heart of a great emperor palpitate. He directly defeated the 3,000 huge dragons and forced the old Taoist from the Tai Ching temple to retreat again. It wasn't a wise move to compete with a martial artist in terms of power. It should be known that martial artists walk the path of cultivation through power. Their martial path true force was extremely powerful. In fact, Gu Zhong was already straining himself to use the secret art of ascension to fight against the 3 great emperors. Every time he attacked, he gave it his all and didn't hold anything back. At the start, it seemed that he was so powerful that even the great emperors had to retreat. However, Gu Zhong knew that if the 3 great emperors could catch their breath, he would be in trouble. Moreover, the secret art of ascension had a time limit. Gu Zhong couldn't maintain the state of ascension forever. Once he returned to his normal state, any great emperor would be able to kill him. However, with Gu Fei supporting him, Gu Zhong didn't have any worries. At this time, the 3 almighty emperors started to counterattack. Each of them displayed their peerless battle prowess, especially the young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect. He wielded a saint sword and posed the greatest threat to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong and the 3 great emperors fought endlessly. He didn't fight against the divine sword head-on. He only clashed with the old Taoist and the experts of the Song family. The void was constantly pierced. Seeing that Gu Zhong could endure for so long under the joint attack of the 3 great emperors, no one dared to believe what they were seeing. All of this had already subverted everyone's understanding. How could a 9th layer of the heaven realm contend against 3 great emperors? Chapter 1600. Gu Zhong's combat strength was unparalleled. He fought against 3 almighty emperors alone and even pierced through heaven and earth. This battle was even more soul-stirring than the battle between Yan Hao and Dong Huang. The combat strength of almighty emperors was absolutely terrifying. Gu Zhong brushed shoulders with death at every moment. He was almost slashed by the sacred sword of the young master of the Immortal Sword sect several times. If it wasn't for his desolate steps, he would have been defeated long ago. In the distant sky, Gu Fei quietly looked at the battlefield in front of him. The place had almost turned into a piece of chaos. Gu Zhong's performance had exceeded his expectations. The time limit of the secret art of ascension is almost up. It's time to end it, Gu Fei said to himself. Gu Zhong could not maintain the state of ascension forever. As long as his state of ascension disappeared, the three almighty emperors would be able to kill him in an instant. Of course, it was impossible for Gu Fei to allow his only disciple to be killed. At this time, the dragon chi in the earth dragon vein had almost been collected by He Tian's scarlet gourd. He Tian stopped. He knew that if he did not take action, Gu Zhong would be in trouble. Nephew Gu, I'm coming. Mahakala put away the crimson gourd filled with earth dragon chi, then shot up into the sky from the mountaintop. With just one step he rushed into the battlefield. Boom! The yin and yang essence chi suddenly erupted and a black and white yin-yang diagram appeared in the void. The three almighty emperors were sent flying. They were all extremely shocked. Nephew Gu, go and take a rest. After I kill these three guys, I will give you half of the earth dragon chi. He Tian directly threw Gu Zhong out. This He Tian, Gu Fei shook his head. Those three almighty emperors were going to be unlucky. Since they provoked this fellow, there was no way they would be able to get away with it. With Mahakala's cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to kill these three almighty emperors. The three almighty emperors felt uneasy. The battle prowess He Tian displayed was too powerful. He sent three almighty emperors flying with a single move. This made everyone's hearts palpitate. Didn't you just say that I'm a demon? Now that I'm standing here, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. He Tian's cold gaze swept across the faces of the three almighty emperors. The hearts of the three almighty emperors trembled. They could feel He Tian's killing intent. This time they had kicked an iron plate. They had never expected this fellow to be so powerful. In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. That was the most primitive rule. In the end, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Right now, He Tian's fist was harder than the three almighty emperors, so the three almighty emperors did not say anything. What, are you all mute? He Tian's face was filled with disdain. He hated these righteous fellas the most. The moment they opened their mouths they would call him a demon. It was as though they were the only ones in the world of cultivation who were not demons. I think there's a misunderstanding here, the old Taoist from Shangqing Temple said. At this moment, the blood energy within the old Taoist's body was still rumbling. That tremble from He Tian earlier was incomparably powerful, causing the old Taoist to suffer a huge impact. The young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect and the experts from the Song family were not having a good time either. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Right now, I, the demon, am going to kill you three demon slayer heroes. The power of yin and yang interweaved on He Tian's body as a yin-yang diagram appeared faintly on his body. A powerful might spread out from his body. They were all almighty emperors. However, the old Taoist and the others could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from He Tian's body. What are you afraid of? Let's attack together. I refuse to believe that he can really kill us. The young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect was very domineering because he had a holy sword in his hand. The purple holy sword circled around the young sect master, emitting waves of holy sword energy that protected him. He believed that no one would be able to break through the defense of the holy sword. However, a translucent sword light that could not be seen by the naked eye flashed by, and the head of the young sect master flew into the air. What? The Taoists from the Shangqing Temple and the experts from the Song clan were both shocked, and quickly backed away from Mai Tian. Mai Tian had killed the junior house lord in the blink of an eye. He has a holy sword too. The old Taoist from Shangqing Temple had an extremely ugly expression on his face. The others had no idea how the young sect master was killed, but the old Taoist was able to see through it. Reckless fool. He Tian cursed. Then he stepped forward with the intention of retrieving the purple holy sword. However, when He Tian killed the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect, the purple holy sword let out a deafening cry, soared into the sky and actually flew away on its own. Even 10 young sect masters of the Immortal Sword sect would not be enough to kill the invisible divine sword. The invisible divine sword contained killing intent. When it struck the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect, it also destroyed his primordial spirit. Almighty emperors might be strong, but they couldn't withstand an attack from a holy sword. This was the reason why Gu Zhong didn't dare to let the young sect master's purple holy sword get close to him. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead if he was hit by the holy sword. He actually killed the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect. This is going to be a disaster. The sect master of the Immortal Sword sect is said to be a half-saint. This is going to be a good show. Seeing that He Tian had killed the young master of the Immortal Sword sect on the spot, everyone was shocked. That was the young master of the Immortal Sword sect. He was no ordinary almighty being. His half-saint father would never let this matter rest. At the moment when Mahakala killed the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect, a furious roar rang out from the Yen capital. This furious roar echoed through the entire Yen capital, startling everyone. Soon after, on a mountain ridge in the Yen capital, a silhouette dashed out. This silhouette disappeared into the void in an instant. His speed was so fast that it was inconceivable. Kill. He Tian didn't stop. He rushed towards the old Taoist and the expert from the Song family. The yin-yang diagram rushed out from his body and enveloped the entire sky. Rumble. The void trembled as the yin-yang diagram revolved. Streams of yin and yang energy fell down from the sky like a huge dragon, sealing off the escape route of the two almighty emperors. Killing us won't do you any good. The middle-aged man from the Song clan couldn't keep his composure anymore. He was already regretting his decision to provoke this malefic star. Yes, you should know that we all have a powerful force behind us. The old Taoist from the Shangqing temple said. It was obvious that he wanted to make He Tian feel apprehensive. However, they were wrong this time. He Tian didn't care about the forces behind them. He dared to provoke the original Emperor Xian of the Heaven World, so why would he be afraid of the forces in the human world? Whether it was the Immortal Sword sect, the Song family or the Shangqing temple, He Tian ignored them all. He continued to press towards the old Taoist and the middle-aged man, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 1601. Rumble. The yin-yang diagram in the sky descended, sending down endless yin and yang energy, suppressing the world. He Tian did not show mercy. He wanted to kill the two almighty emperors directly. Thousands of yin and yang energy turned into killing light, falling from the diagram in the sky, destroying everything in its path. The void was collapsing, turning into chaos and nothingness. Those who dare to provoke me, if I can't kill them, I'll hide. If I can kill them, I'll kill them all. He Tian's cold voice rang out, his murderous intent soaring into the sky. The old Taoist from Shangqing temple and the cultivator from the Song family of Yendu all had ugly expressions on their faces. He's a fiend. The old Taoist from Shangqing temple waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, and the 3,000 whisk threads immediately turned into 3,000 dragons, soaring into the sky, wanting to break through the sealing power of the yin-yang diagram and rush out. When the almighty emperors attacked with their full strength, they naturally had a shocking momentum. The old Taoist from Shangqing temple shone with divine light, and within the divine light, there were countless Tao patterns faintly visible. This was the power of the great path that he had cultivated. At this time, the old Taoist from Shangqing temple could no longer hide his strength. The opponent was too strong. Master, do you think Uncle Master He will succeed? At this time, the fat Gu Zhong stood behind Gu Fei watching the battle in front of him. He had already retreated from the state of ascension. Who is your Uncle Master He? This guy never does anything he's not sure of, said Gu Fei. With He Tian's current cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to take down these two people. Moreover, he had an invisible divine sword in his hand. When the old Taoist from Shangqing temple attacked with all his strength, the cultivator from the Song family of Yendu also attacked. A divine light emerged from his brow, and a golden cauldron rushed out from his Niwen palace. Buzz! In the midst of the rumbling sound, the golden cauldron shone with endless golden light, instantly becoming as huge as a mountain, wanting to push open the yin-yang diagram. Above the golden cauldron, there was a ripple of saint power, which made He Tian become serious. This cauldron was a saint item? Swoosh! He Tian immediately used the invisible god sword. An almost transparent sword light rushed out of his hand and directly killed the 3,000 dragons that soared into the sky. The horsetail whisk in the old Taoist's hand was actually an ancient artifact. It was an immortal artifact refined by a being who was close to becoming a saint. However, 3,000 strands of its whisk were severed by He Tian's invisible sword. The dragons that had been severed turned back into tiny silver threads and floated down from the sky. The old Taoist priest spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This divine artifact of the immortal Tao had been refined by him for countless years. It had already reached the point where it was connected to his mind. The destruction of the divine artifact had also affected him. Cultivators of the immortal Tao had always refined protective treasures. As the cultivator's cultivation level gradually increased, the power of the protective treasures would also gradually increase. For cultivators of the immortal Tao, the protective treasures they refined were like an extension of their bodies, closely connected to them. Primordial spirits and consciousnesses could be refined into an immortal artifact. Such an artifact possessed great power, but if it was broken, the owner of the artifact would also be affected. No. The sword light fell, and the old Taoist from the Shangqingwan temple was scared out of his wits. He felt a chill run down his spine, and in the next moment he lost consciousness. The old Taoist could not stop He Tian's invisible sword light. One should know that this was a saint weapon. Even if it had not been awakened, it was still not something a great emperor could contend with. Everyone was stupefied when they saw this scene. This person actually killed another supreme elder of High Clarity Temple. This enmity was too great to the point of piercing through the heavens. The Immortal Sword Sect and Shangqingwan Temple were both great sects in the Yindu. Sects that could be called great sects were all existences that had existed for countless years. The sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect was a half-saint. A half-saint with the Tao of the sword was much more terrifying than an ordinary half-saint because the Tao of the sword was the Tao of slaughter. As for the Shangqingwan Temple, there seemed to be a mysterious expert presiding over it as well. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Shangqingwan Temple to continue existing in the Yindu. This person is insane. He actually offended two great powers in the Yindu at the same time. Look, he's going to kill the younger brother of the Song clan's patriarch. At this moment, He Tian had no intention of stopping. After killing the old Taoist, he directly pressed towards the middle-aged expert from the Song clan. The sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect will be here soon. You'll die without a burial. The expert from the Song clan couldn't help but shudder when he saw He Tian kill two great emperors in a row. This fellow's cultivation was only at the great emperor realm, but he was much stronger than them. Before I die a graveless death, you will die a graveless death first. A cruel smile appeared on He Tian's face. Then the yin-yang diagram descended from the sky. The mighty power of yin and yang was unexpectedly strong enough to resist the golden divine cauldron of the Song clan's expert. Damn it. The expert from the Song clan attacked with all his strength. The golden light emitted from the golden divine cauldron illuminated the heaven and earth. A terrifying power erupted from the golden divine cauldron. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the surface of the golden divine cauldron. Each of the Tao patterns bloomed with immortal light and interweaved with the power of the great Tao. This was a quasi-sage tool that already possessed the aura of a sage tool. However, the golden divine cauldron was not a true sage tool. He Tian directly controlled the invisible divine sword and directly split the golden divine cauldron in half. Under the blade of the invisible divine sword, even a divine weapon refined by a quasi-saint would be destroyed in a single strike, unless it was a divine weapon of the same level. What? The golden divine cauldron of the Song clan was split in half. That is a famous divine tool in the Yen capital. When they saw this scene, the spectators in the distance were dumbstruck. This person was peerlessly domineering, and he actually acted without the slightest scruple. He killed as he pleased without any hesitation. Could it be that man? Someone thought of the battle that had taken place in the Wu land. That battle had attracted the attention of countless people. A divine weapon of the Great Path had been awakened, and all the experts on the Tinglong continent had sensed it. It really seems to be that man. Some people had been to the battlefield in the Wu land, and many of them had seen He Tian's appearance. At this time, some people began to recognize He Tian. What? Isn't that the man who injured the chaotic Taoist body? Someone noticed Gu Fei. On the day when Gu Fei and the chaotic Taoist body fought in the starry sky, many ancient experts had witnessed that battle. After recognizing He Tian and Gu Fei, all the old-timers who knew the inside story sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder these people were so domineering and didn't put the great sects of Swallow Capital in their eyes. Rumble. Just as He Tian killed the experts of the Song clan, an extremely powerful aura spread from the direction of the Yen capital, shocking all the heavens. A peerless figure was approaching at high speed. I recommend a book by a friend, Invincible Martial Saint. Those who like fantasy should read it. Chapter 1602. A terrifying aura swept over from the direction of the Yen capital. Everyone could feel an immense divine might that could shake the heavens and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. A half-step saint? In the sky, Gu Fei frowned. These peerless characters were finally going to come out. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Yen capital. It wasn't strange for one or two half-step saints to come out. It would be strange if there weren't any half-step saints in a place like the Yen capital. Damn it. He Tian's expression changed when he sensed the aura. That person wasn't lying. A half-step saint had arrived. A shocking sword aura caused the world to lose its color. Is that the half-step saint from the Immortal Sword sect? Some of the old antiques in the vicinity hadn't left yet. They knew who it was. There was only one person in the entire Yen capital who could have such a powerful sword aura. How dare you kill my son? Hand over your life. A loud roar shook the 9 heavens, and even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. Everyone's mind was shaken, and some people with weaker cultivations even directly fainted. The shout shook the mountains and the rivers. The newcomer was extremely powerful. Clang. The sword chimes sounded like a dragon's roar as a resplendent sword light appeared several hundred miles away. The moment the sword light appeared, it had already cleaved down on the space above He Tian's head. The sword light's momentum was ferocious, and its speed was unimaginable. The sword light became the only thing in the world. He Tian's yin-yang diagram was cut in half by the sword light. Not even the great Tao of yin and yang was enough to stop it. What? He Tian was shocked. The newcomer's killing power was so strong that he wasn't a match for him. He felt a great sense of danger when the sword light descended. Buzz. He desperately drove the invisible divine sword upwards to block the attack. That almost transparent sword light solidified, and countless almost transparent Tao patterns appeared. Clang. There was another deafening sound as the sword light descended from the sky and collided with He Tian's invisible divine sword. All the spectators could hear was a buzzing sound in their ears, and then they couldn't hear anything else. Some of the old-timers closest to He Tian had blood oozing out of their ears. All the spectating seniors turned pale with fright, and they hurriedly retreated towards the distance so as to avoid being affected by the battle. If they were to suffer a calamity, then they would die an unjust death. Yen City was indeed the capital city of the great Yen dynasty. There were more than 10 powerful warriors of the older generation that came from Yen City. Gu Fei could sense more than 10 powerful auras. Some people wanted to hide their auras, but they couldn't escape Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei had reason to believe that these powerful warriors were only the tip of the iceberg. One had to know that all the great sects of the great Yen dynasty had set up their bases in Yen City. However, there was no time for Gu Fei to think about these things. He Tian was in danger, and if he didn't act, then He Tian would probably die again today. He Tian's body was very strange. It was unknown what secret technique he cultivated, but he could continuously reincarnate. It seemed as if no one could truly destroy his soul. Without any suspense, my Tian was slashed down from the sky by this frightening sword. Even the invisible divine sword was sent flying by the impact. He managed to block the sword. The person in the distance was shocked. He didn't think that He Tian would be able to block his sword. One had to know that this was a sword strike with all his strength. How could an almighty emperor fight against a half-step sage? Even He Tian couldn't. You are dead. The sect master of the Immortal Sword sect walked over from afar. Sword-shaped Tao patterns appeared around his body. It was as though heavenly swords were circling around him. This was an old man with a long beard. His entire body was like an unsheathed sword, emitting sharp sword energy. His eyes opened and closed and sword energy shot out of them. The sect leader of Immortal Sword sect was extremely powerful, like a supreme being above the 9 heavens, looking down on the world. Roar! He Tian rushed up from the ground. He had been hacked down from the sky by the Celestial Sword sect's old sect leader and suffered a great impact. A wave of sword energy entered his body. Boom! Countless Tao patterns appeared on He Tian's body. Inside his body, there was a terrifying power awakening. Billions of Tao patterns turned into formation patterns and imprinted themselves in the sky. Rumble! In just a blink of an eye, a super formation appeared between the heaven and earth, emitting a monstrous killing intent. Everyone was dumbfounded. The heaven and earth shook, and the power of heaven and earth gathered towards the formation crazily. This was He Tian's killer move, imprinting the void with formation patterns, turning the void into a killing formation. Formation Grandmaster? Even the sect leader of Immortal Sword sect was shocked. He Tian's method of forming a formation out of the void was indeed shocking. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. In the current human realm, there was no such existence. Even in this great world, it was difficult to find another formation master who could form a formation out of thin air. Even in this world it was difficult to go to the heaven realm. Old man, you want to avenge your son? Seems like you won't have the chance. Although He Tian was an almighty emperor, he was a formation grandmaster. He could form a formation out of the void. This was a killing formation formed by interweaving yin and yang Dao patterns, which could increase his combat strength by 3 times. You are still not enough. The sect leader of Immortal Sword Sect sneered. Trying to fight against him with such a method? This guy was still not strong enough. One should know that he was a half-saint. Clang. The sect leader of Immortal Sword Sect turned into a divine sword and slashed into He Tian's killing formation. The shocking sword chi tore the void in He Tian's killing formation apart. Hee, I'm afraid that you won't come in. He Tian sneered. Without hesitation he executed the Heaven Ascension secret technique. His aura instantly soared to a level that could change the color of the heaven and earth. Boom. Billions of runes emitted a dazzling divine light. All of the runes emitted a blinding light, and the entire world seemed to be burning with a divine fire. He Tian disregarded the consequences and executed the strongest attack of the killing formation. The formation patterns burned, turning into a terrifying destructive force that obliterated everything. The sect leader of Immortal Sword Sect was shocked. He didn't expect He Tian to have such a move. He didn't know what secret technique this guy used to increase his combat strength to such a level that even the sect leader was shocked. Endless destructive divine light swept towards the sect leader from all directions. Every ray of divine light was enough to collapse a mountain range. The power of the great Tao contained within was enough to injure a saint. He Tian, this guy. Gu Fei saw this scene and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Given He Tian's means, even if he couldn't kill this sword Dao half-saint, he could at least make him suffer. Billions of formation patterns burned. The void within a radius of 10,000 feet was turned into a land of destruction. The void was annihilated and chaotic chi rushed out. The old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect roared out again and again. He was in big trouble. Chapter 1603. He Tian was ruthless. He used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art, to challenge a half-step saint. Boundless killing light soared into the sky, turning the void into a land of destruction. The runes of the killing formation burned. He Tian didn't care about the price. He wanted to teach a half-step saint a lesson. So what if the opponent was a half-step saint? Roar. The old sect master was in big trouble inside the killing formation. The runes turned into killing light and interweaved with each other, causing the void to be annihilated. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. This ruthless person actually dared to trick a half-step saint. This was too heaven-defying. One should know that this was a half-step saint. In the entire mortal world, no one could suppress a half-step saint except for existences like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. A half-step saint could do as they pleased in the mortal world. No great emperor had ever dared to challenge a half-step saint. But today, everyone's understanding was shattered. It turned out that a great emperor could also fight against a half-step saint. Of course, a great emperor challenging a half-step saint was absolutely a heaven-defying act. One must have something to rely on in order to dare to do such a thing. He Tian was a formation grandmaster and cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. With all these factors combined, he had the qualifications to challenge a half-step saint. However, Erebus, who was in the middle of the killing array, wasn't feeling too good either. He felt as if all the blood in his body was burning. Terrifying cracks had appeared on his yin-yang divine body. He was under great pressure. Even his powerful yin-yang physique was on the verge of collapse. He knew that it would be difficult for him to recover his vitality after this battle. Buzz. Sword hymns kept coming out from the killing formation. The old sect master displayed his peerless combat strength. A divine sword swept through the heavens and earth, seemingly about to rush out from the killing formation. Rumble, the entire killing formation was shaking. Runes were constantly being destroyed by the resplendent sword light, and the destroyed runes were immediately repaired. The power of the killing array grew ceaselessly. It was as though a world-destroying millstone was spinning and an endless stream of destructive light shot towards the old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect. Kill. The old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect was simply too strong. A furious roar rang out from within the killing array. Even though he was enveloped by the endless destructive light, he was still able to advance step by step towards He Tian, who was in the middle of the killing array. The old sect master's footsteps were firm and steady, as if nothing could stop him. Boss, if you don't make a move, Old Black will die here today. At this time He Tian had no choice but to ask Gu Fei for help. If this continued, even if he didn't die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. It would take a long time for him to recover. Now that the human world was about to enter a great era, He Tian didn't want to miss such a grand occasion. In the distant sky, Gu Fei also knew that He Tian would be in danger if he didn't make a move. Although no one could really kill this guy, it would still be troublesome if this guy's vitality was severely damaged. As the human world was about to enter a great era, many places needed He Tian's help. One should know that there was no Grandmaster of Formation in the human world. With the help of a Grandmaster of Formation, Gu Fei was confident that he could compete with anyone. Let's stop here. Gu Fei shouted and was about to make a move. But at this time, two shocking auras came from the direction of Yen City. Two half-step saints were rushing towards this place at high speed. Are half-step saints so worthless? Gu Fei frowned. He didn't expect two more half-step saints to jump out. There were indeed many peerless characters hidden in Yen City. A white figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was a middle-aged man in white robes. His body was surrounded by 9 rays of divine light. The power of the immortal Tao covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if Emperor Xian had descended from the 9 heavens. Images of divine beasts appeared around the middle-aged man, and their terrifying auras caused everyone's expressions to change. At this moment, another half-saint appeared. His appearance caused everyone to be stunned, because it was actually a child around the age of 10. What? Even Gu Fei was stunned. A half-step saint in his teens? That's impossible. This child should be a super ancient. The child wore red robes and had a golden necklace around his neck. His hair was tied into 2 high buns, and the image of a dragon appeared beneath his feet with every step he took. That person is... Could it be that person from the legends? Some of the ancient who had lived for countless years seemed to have recognized the half-step saint. Their expressions changed. If it really was that person, then there would be a good show to watch. Some of them started retreating. Who killed my disciple? The half-saint who looked like a child spoke. His voice was extremely old and it was very different from his appearance. It was very awkward to listen to. Someone actually dared to kill my brother? Damn it. The middle-aged man was incomparably powerful. He hadn't even arrived yet, but his aura was already surging out, causing everyone's souls to tremble. Child Primeval Chaos Old Ghost Song. This person is mine. The voice of the Immortal Sword Sect's old sect leader rang out from the killing formation. With a sword in his hand he could break through all divine arts. The boundless divine light of annihilation crumbled under his sword. The new arrivals were none other than the Master of the Song Clan and the Master of the Prime Elder of the High Clarity Monastery. Their backgrounds were so powerful that everyone present was shocked. Old Ghost Sword, could it be that this person killed my disciple? Child Primeval Chaos took a step forward, and the image of a true dragon appeared beneath his feet. He charged into the killing formation and attacked He Tian. Primordial Chaos Boy was also very powerful. His hands turned into 2 dragon shadows and broke through the killing array, displaying his powerful battle prowess. 2 half-step saints attacking an almighty emperor? Don't you have any shame? Gu Fei shouted and took a step forward. He charged into the killing formation and sent a palm strike at the 2 half-step saints. The violent martial path true force condensed into a huge hand that covered the entire sky. Be it the old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect or the primordial child, both of them were shocked. Gu Fei's palm strike was so powerful that it shook heaven and earth, causing them to be shocked. Bus. The old house lord put away his divine sword and used it to protect himself as he charged out from Gu Fei's attack. However, Primordial Chaos Boy didn't dodge. He retracted his hands and struck upwards. 2 chaotic dragons rushed out from his hands and a powerful force shattered the void. Boom. There was a loud bang as Gu Fei's hand collided with Primordius Boy's fists. An extremely powerful force erupted between the two. Countless formation runes were destroyed. The power of the 2 experts destroyed everything. Even Erebus killing formation couldn't withstand it, and a corner of it was directly destroyed. Chapter 1604. With 2 half-sages attacking, He Tian was definitely not their match. Gu Fei had no choice but to make a move. He struck out with his palm and immediately resolved He Tian's predicament. The Sword Immortal Sect's old sect master was unwilling to fight Gu Fei head-on. His body and sword became one, transforming into a sword beam that charged out from under Gu Fei's hand. As for Primordial Chaos Boy, he did not dodge. Instead, he punched out with both fists, clashing fiercely with Gu Fei. The power of a half-sage shattered the void, revealing a terrifying divine might. A half-sage was a powerful existence that had 1 foot in the sage realm. Although they were not a sage, they already had a trace of a sage's aura. A sage might emanated from primordial Chaos Boy's body, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Under this sage might, no one could muster the thought of resisting. However, Gu Fei was an exception. Boom! Gu Fei's hand collided with primordial Chaos Boy's fists. The powerful force that erupted destroyed everything. Even a corner of He Tian's killing array collapsed. He Tian took advantage of the instant Gu Fei and primordial Chaos Boy clashed to control the killing array and charged out. At this moment he was about to exit the ascension state. Gu Fei was sent flying while primordial Chaos Boy was slapped down from the sky by Gu Fei's palm, smashing a short mountain below. Buzz. The void trembled and the entire void collapsed. Gu Fei's power and primordial Chaos Boy's power collided and cancelled each other out, turning the void into primal chaos. Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. This primordial Chaos Boy was extremely powerful, far stronger than an ordinary half-sage. He was a powerful opponent. Furthermore, there were 2 half-sages staring at him. He felt a great deal of pressure. Even Gu Fei did not have the confidence to fight 3 half-sages by himself. 3 half-sages. If he did not use the Extreme Dao Divine Sword, he would probably die with a grievance. Who are you? Why are you standing up for that person? The head of the Song clan pressed forward. Divine phoenixes and dragons appeared in the air around him. The power of the Immortal Dao was vast and mighty. He was like the Supreme Emperor Xian and it was difficult to look at him directly. Humph! If you want to fight then let's fight. Why are you being so long-winded? Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind, and divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his body. A terrifying power awakened on his body. At this time he no longer suppressed his own cultivation. He's just an almighty sovereign. How could he possibly fight against a half-saint? After sensing the aura on Gu Fei's body, everyone was shocked to the extreme. He was only a great sovereign but just now he had collided head-on with Primordius Boy and knocked him down from the sky. Some of the old antiques knew the origins of the Primordial Chaos Boy. He was a ruthless character, the only super-old monster left in the Shangqing Temple. Roar! At this time the Primordial Chaos Boy roared and rushed up from the ground. His murderous aura soared to the sky. Although he looked like a child of 11 or 12 years old, no one dared to look down on him. Damn you! The Primordial Chaos Boy was a lawless fellow. He attacked Gu Fei as soon as he arrived. He didn't have the demeanor of an expert of the older generation. His actions were completely based on his own preferences. Boom! The Primordial Chaos Boy's hands formed a chaotic dragon in front of him and then struck towards Gu Fei. The chaotic dragon soared for thousands of miles and arrived in front of Gu Fei in the blink of an eye. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. This chaotic dragon seemed to have a life of its own as it actually let out a dragon's roar. This dragon's roar caused the sky and earth to tremble. Gu Fei only felt his ears buzzing. In the next moment he couldn't hear anything else. Musical assassination technique? Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead he struck out with his primordial chaos fist. Countless Dao runes appeared on his fist, interweaving into a powerful force. Bang! The dragon's head was destroyed by Gu Fei's fist. The dragon's body was also broken into 7 or 8 pieces. After that, it dissipated into the void and turned into chaotic chi. What? The Primordial Chaos Boy was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is this guy really an almighty emperor? How can he have such powerful combat strength? The combat strength that Gu Fei displayed had exceeded everyone's understanding. An almighty emperor could really fight against a half-saint. This kind of heaven-defying thing was happening right now. However, at this time, the old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect and the patriarch of the Song clan had already arrived. Their powerful half-saint aura made Gu Fei feel a great pressure. It was already heaven-defying for an almighty emperor to fight against a half-saint. It would be a miracle if an almighty emperor could fight against 3 half-saints alone. Even though Gu Fei could fight against a half-saint, he wouldn't be able to take on 3 half-saints at the same time. Swish. He used the 8 Desolation Void Steps to break out of the encirclement of the 2 half-saints. The 8 Desolation Void Steps was the fastest in the world. Not even 2 half-saints could stop him. Let's go. Gu Fei's body became one with heaven and earth. He pushed his speed to the limit. With a single step, he arrived in front of Gu Zhong and kept him in his inner world. After that, he rushed towards He Tian and used the power of heaven and earth to wrap around He Tian and fly towards the depths of the mountain. Trying to escape after killing my son? The old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect was the first to chase after Gu Fei. The child of primeval chaos, as well as the clan lord of the Song clan in the capital of Yenhaven, gave chase. After all, the disciple of the child of primeval chaos, the Taoist priest of the High Clarity Temple, and the younger brother of the clan lord of the Song clan, had both been killed by Erebus. There was no way the three half-saints would let He Tian go so easily. It didn't take long for the three half-saints to disappear into the horizon. Some of the old-timers didn't want to miss out on a battle of this level, so they followed suit. Some of them already knew that Gu Fei and He Tian were the ruthless people who had fought against the mysterious inheritance in the shaman land, so they began to worry about the three half-saints. Those three old fogies are really like ghosts that won't go away. Gu Fei used his fastest speed to shake off the three half-saints who were chasing him. However, the three half-saints were not to be trifled with. They were actually able to keep up with Gu Fei. The three half-saints seemed to have mastered some kind of secret technique. Although Gu Fei was clearly able to shake them off, the three half-saints would immediately chase after him as soon as he stopped. At first, Gu Fei thought that they had done something to him, so he released the heaven and earth energy to isolate his aura. However, the situation did not change even after he did that. As soon as he stopped, the three half-saints would immediately appear and chase after him. What's going on? It wasn't just Gu Fei, even He Tian felt that it was extremely troublesome. The three half-saints kept chasing after them, and at this rate they would catch up to them sooner or later. After running for 50,000 miles, Gu Fei and He Tian still hadn't shaken off the three half-saints. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel annoyed. It wasn't that he was afraid of them, but they really didn't know what was good for them. Chapter 1605. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little angry after being chased by the three half-sages for 100,000 miles. Did these guys think that he was afraid of them? They were simply courting death. One should know that he had already killed more than one or two half-sages. As long as he took out the violet gold divine sword, Gu Fei felt that he still had a chance to kill the three half-sages. Boss, why are you being so courteous with them? Why don't we just turn back and kill those three old farts? He Tian said with a murderous look. How about I leave this task to you? Kill three half-sages in one go. Your name, He Tian, will shake the entire soaring sky continent. Gu Fei said impatiently. He Tian had an awkward expression and didn't say anything. What a joke. With his cultivation, going against a half-sage was absolutely courting death. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. He Tian would never do something that would put him at a disadvantage. At this moment, Gu Fei and He Tian landed on a mountain peak. There were many mountains around them, and there were no signs of human activity. They could occasionally see the silhouettes of ferocious beasts in the forest. Just after they stopped for a while, a short figure appeared on the horizon, walking towards Gu Fei and the others. That person was walking in the sky, and with every step he took, the shadow of a true dragon would appear under his feet. It was a child around 11 or 12 years old. However, his skinny body emitted a shocking aura that caused all living beings in the vicinity to tremble. Primeval child. Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but narrow when he saw that figure. Although this person had the appearance of a child, he was actually a super antique. The title of primeval child was a taboo 10,000 years ago. This person had a problem with his cultivation, causing his physique to forever be like that of a child. This was a lawless fellow who was also protective of his own people. All the rules of the cultivation world were useless against him. This half-sage acted according to his will. One had to admit that this primeval child was indeed proud of his cultivation and strength. He didn't need to worry about anyone. Why aren't you running anymore? Boy of primordial chaos walked in the void. From the moment he appeared and took a few steps, he had already arrived near Gu Fei and the others. From the sky he looked down at Gu Fei and He Tian on the mountain peak. The shadow of a dragon loomed in the sky. The aura released by this primordial chaos boy could affect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His blood energy was also incomparably vigorous. It was hard to imagine that a super old-timer would have such a powerful chi and blood. He was like the rising sun, and no one could ever imagine that he was an old-timer. Who said we escaped? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Fei's voice was extremely calm. A divine sword flew out from his dantian and landed in his hand. It was a simple and unadorned longsword. A chilling aura emanated from the sword in Gu Fei's hand. The temperature of the entire world dropped. Even Primordial Chaos Boy felt a chill. His eyes flickered as he stared at the longsword in Gu Fei's hand. It was an ancient sword, but it made him feel a great sense of danger. This wasn't an ordinary sword. It seemed to be even more frightening than a holy weapon. Even a holy weapon wouldn't be able to give him such a feeling before it was awakened. Could this be the legendary? His expression changed. If the long sword in Yi Fuqian's hand really was one of those legendary items, then he really wouldn't have any confidence. Swoosh. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed up from the mountain peak. He directly slashed at Primordial Chaos Boy's head with the divine sword in his hand. There was no shocking sword light, and there weren't even any fluctuations of sword energy. However, the moment Gu Fei made his move, Primordial Chaos Boy was alarmed. Without a second thought, he left behind an afterimage on the spot and instantly retreated 5 kilometers away. A wave visible to the naked eye rushed out from the divine sword and directly crushed Primordial Chaos Boy's afterimage before falling down. Swoosh. The visible transparent ripple landed on the ground, and a bottomless crack silently appeared on the ground. It was as if the entire ground had been split in half by the sword. This, Primordial Chaos Boy no longer had any doubts. No holy weapon could have such power. There were no energy fluctuations at all, but the ground had already been split open. Swoosh. Without any hesitation, Primordial Chaos Boy stepped on the true dragon phantom and flew tens of thousands of meters away from Gu Fei. He really couldn't afford to offend Gu Fei since he had an extreme holy weapon in his hand. However, he had to take revenge for killing his disciple. Go. Primordial Chaos Boy was decisive. He knew that he couldn't do anything, so he immediately turned around and left. After a few more steps, this ruthless person disappeared at the end of the horizon. He left just like that. Gu Fei was also very surprised to see this result. Could it be that this guy could see that the divine sword in his hand was an extreme holy weapon? This seemed to be the only reason why someone like Primordial Chaos Boy would turn around and leave without saying a word. Just as Primordial Chaos Boy left, another figure appeared in the distant sky in another direction. It was an existence in fluttering white robes. Divine phoenixes and true dragons circled around him. The head of the Song clan had arrived. However, before Gu Fei could say anything, the head of the Song clan suddenly stared at the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand, then turned around and left without a word. The last to appear was the old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect. His son had been killed by He Tian, and the vengeance for his son was irreconcilable. He swore to crush He Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. As for Gu Fei, the moment the old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect appeared, he had already swung his sword. A transparent ripple that was visible to the naked eye fell on the old sect master's head. What? In that instant, the old sect master felt all the pores on his body shrink and his hair stand on end. An extremely dangerous aura had already enveloped him. Brr. The old sect master roared and directly shattered the void, escaping into it. A few drops of crystal-clear blood dripped down from the void. Although the old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect managed to escape in time, he was still injured by the strand of sword energy that the purple-gold divine sword emitted. Although he wasn't directly cut by the divine sword, it was enough to heavily injure him. No one could have imagined that 3 half-sages would pursue Gu Fei like this. If news of this got out, it would be enough to shake the entire Tinglong continent. In particular, the birth of an extreme holy weapon would definitely make all cultivators jealous. Let's go back to the eastern region. After scaring off the 3 half-sages, Gu Fei threw Gu Zhong out of his inner world and rushed to the nearest transportation formation with He Tian. Chapter 1606. The Eastern Domain 100 years ago was once the world of the Taishan sect, but 100 years later, there was no more Taishan sect in this world. The once powerful Taishan sect had completely disappeared. The place where the Taishan sect was located had collapsed and was replaced by a terrifying demonic den. With the demonic den as the center, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles had turned into a demonic domain. From time to time, terrifying demonic shadows would appear there. It was a dangerous place that had appeared in the Eastern Domain in the past 100 years, and no one dared to enter it easily. The Heavenly Market and the Demonic Den were the 2 most dangerous places in the Eastern Domain. A great era had appeared in the human world, and even a dangerous place could not stop the footsteps of the strong. Emperor Donghuang had once entered the Demonic Den and killed a great demon. The Heavenly Market had also become a trial ground for some super forces. There were many strong people in the Eastern Domain. In addition to Emperor Donghuang, the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity had also produced an extraordinary figure. This person was enough to compete with Emperor Donghuang. There was a place in the Eastern Domain that had been abandoned for nearly 100 years. It was once the location of a dragon vein in the mountains, and it was called the Dragon Valley. 100 years ago, the Taishan mountain collapsed, and the eastern domain changed greatly. An ancient demon came out from the depths of the earth. In that battle, the entire eastern domain was affected, and the Taishin sect was almost destroyed. The Taishin sect, whose vitality was greatly damaged, once moved to the Dragon Valley and temporarily settled down. However, at that time the conflict between Gu Fei and Dongfang Qin was already clear. He killed Dongfang Qin, the most outstanding genius of the Dongfang family. As a result, Dongfang Wudi was provoked. However, even Dongfang Wudi was burned to death by Gu Fei's divine fire. This hatred was getting bigger and bigger, to the point where it was impossible to resolve. On this day 3 people appeared in the Dragon Valley. This place is still the same as 100 years ago. When Gu Fei saw the destruction in the valley, he couldn't help but feel emotional. The valley was full of traces of a great battle. Although these traces had been there for 100 years, they were still clearly visible. Some places were already covered with weeds, and some places were even completely covered by vines. Coming back to the old place, Gu Fei remembered the scene of his childhood on the Taishin Mountain. The Taishin Mountain collapsed, and even the tomb of his master Wan Xianqing was destroyed. There was nothing left in the entire Supreme Mystery Sect. Back then my cultivation base was not high enough. Otherwise, those fellows would not have been able to break the killing array that I set up. He Tian's face turned grim. I'm going to visit the Dongfang family and the Zhao family. Gu Fei's eyes flickered with a cold light, and a murderous aura spread from his body, causing He Tian and Gu Zhong's hearts to palpitate. This was a star of calamity. He was able to fight against a half-saint with his cultivation of a great emperor. It was definitely not a good thing for anyone to offend him. It seemed like a storm of blood was about to arise in the eastern domain. Now that Gu Fei had gone to the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family, a great battle was inevitable. He Tian could not help but feel his blood boiling as he thought of this. Back then, the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family had joined forces to break the killing array that He Tian had set up and entered the Dragon Valley. The disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect were either dead or missing. Only those who had participated in this matter knew what had happened to the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect in the end. Master, what should we do next? Gu Zhong asked. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then said, It's time to meet an old friend. He took one last look at the Dragon Valley, then turned around and walked out without looking back. The Supreme Mystery Sect had become a thing of the past, and the Dragon Valley had become ruins. What he needed to do now was to take revenge. During the dark turmoil, the Supreme Mystery Sect had not been destroyed. However, from the moment the primordial Zhao family and the Dongfang family joined forces to break into the Dragon Valley, the Supreme Mystery Sect was destroyed. The Eastern Domain had become the world of the primordial Zhao family, the Dongfang family, and the Devil's Denver. However, the return of Gu Fei would break the situation and add countless variables. The Eastern Domain was about to change, and it was time for the forces of the Eastern Domain to be reshuffled. The Eastern Emperor City was an ancient city named after the Eastern Emperor. In the Eastern Domain, there had only been one invincible Eastern Emperor, and that was the ancestor of the Dongfang family. This ancestor of the Dongfang family had long disappeared from the human world just like those saints. However, for countless years, no one dared to underestimate the Dongfang family, because this was a family that had produced an invincible emperor and had a background that made people fear. In the Eastern Emperor City, the city lord was appointed by the Dongfang family. Even the Immortal dynasty could not interfere in the affairs of the Eastern Emperor City. In the Eastern Domain, the Dongfang family was enough to contend with the Immortal dynasty. Master, I have already found out that the city lord of the Eastern Emperor City is an elder of the Dongfang family. In a restaurant in the East Royal City, Gu Zhong was reporting to Gu Fei. Gu Zhong had already gone out for a round and had brought back a lot of information. The city lord of the Eastern Emperor City was called Dongfang Yuan. He had only come to the Eastern Emperor City 10 years ago and became the city lord of the Eastern Emperor City. The Eastern Emperor City was the most important place of the Dongfang family in the outside world. According to legend, this ancient city was personally built by the ancestor of the Dongfang family, the Eastern Emperor. From Gu Zhong's words, Gu Fei and He Tian knew that this Dongfang Yuan was actually a half-step saint. 100 years ago, no one had heard of the existence of a half-step saint in the Dongfang family. Could it be that he was an old antique who had only woken up from his slumber in the present world? Some old antiques would choose to seal themselves in order to catch up with the great era of the human world. In the Dongfang family there should be such a foundation. Some people sealed themselves until the present world. Forces that had been passed down for countless years all had unknown foundations. Once these foundations appeared in the world, they would intimidate everyone and make people fear them. Then let's collect some interest first. Gu Fei had already made up his mind to kill. So what if he was a half-step saint? Since the Dongfang family was one of the main culprits of the destruction of the Supreme Mystery Sect, he would never be polite to the people of the Dongfang family. I want them to regret messing with us. He Tian said fiercely. You guys go out of the city first. Gu Fei said to He Tian and Gu Zhong. Do you want me to find a place outside the city and set up a killing formation? He Tian said. One must know that they were going to deal with a half-step saint, and they did not have the confidence to do so. If a half-step saint wanted to escape, even Gu Fei could not stop him. No, I will personally meet this Dongfang Yuan. Gu Fei said, then stood up and walked out directly. Then he walked along the street towards the city lord's mansion at the end of the street step by step. He Tian walked out of the restaurant with Gu Zhong, then directly soared into the sky and flew out of the East Emperor City. The residents of the East Emperor City seemed to be used to these cultivators who could ride the clouds. He Tian and Gu Zhong soared into the sky and did not cause much commotion. Gu Fei, on the other hand, went directly to the city lord's mansion and stood in front of the gate. The aura on his body suddenly released, and a shocking aura immediately soared into the sky. The cultivators in the city suddenly turned pale with fright. A book recommended by a friend. Friends who like it can go and read it. Chapter 1607. Someone actually dares to challenge the city lord? Who's so daring? He's courting death. The city lord is a half-saint. As Gu Fei released his shocking aura, the entire East Royal City was in an uproar. All the cultivators were shocked. This aura had suddenly erupted from the front of the city lord's mansion. Someone was actually challenging the city lord of the East Royal City. This was no small matter. It had been a long time since something like this had happened in the East Royal City. Especially when a great era was about to begin, no one dared to underestimate the Dongfang family of the Eastern Domain even if there were peerless figures constantly rising up. The Eastern Domain was the world of the three great powers. Even the Immortal dynasty of the Central Plains could not interfere. At this moment, all the experts in the East Royal City were alarmed. Divine lights continuously rushed out from all over the city. Some experts rushed up into the sky and looked towards the city lord's mansion. Everyone wanted to know what was going on as soon as possible. Who is that person? Why have I never seen him before? He's so young. I'm afraid he's only been cultivating for a few hundred years. This kid actually dares to challenge Dongfang Yuan? Is he tired of living? When the experts saw Gu Fei in front of the city lord's mansion, they were all shocked because Gu Fei was just too powerful. In the world of cultivation, the appearance of a cultivator didn't mean anything. For example, the primeval child looked like an 11 or 12-year-old child. However, in the world of cultivation, it was still possible to sense a person's cultivation time. This was because one's qi and blood and primordial spirit could explain everything. Gu Fei's qi and blood were incomparably vigorous, like the rising sun. Such a person was definitely not one of those old antiques who had cultivated for countless years. This kid is just an almighty emperor. What gives him the right to challenge Dongfang Yuan? High up in the sky, people were talking. Very soon, someone sensed Gu Fei's cultivation. An almighty emperor was actually challenging a half-saint. Was he crazy? No one was optimistic about Gu Fei because an almighty emperor and a half-saint were on completely different levels. In the eyes of these people, the two were simply incomparable. Who dares to cause trouble in the East Imperial Kingdom? An enraged roar rang out from the city lord's mansion. After that, a young man in purple robes walked out from the city lord's mansion. This was a young expert similar to Gu Fei. This is Dongfang Yuan's son, Dongfang Xian. Didn't he go to the heaven market? Why are you here? Someone recognized the violet-robed young man. It was Dongfang Yuan's son. Dongfang Yuan was a half-saint, so his son was naturally not weak. Dongfang Xian was second only to Dong Huang in the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Many people had seen his silhouette in the sky market. Some people had even seen him enter the depths of the sky market. However, no one had expected him to appear here. The sky market had already become a training ground for the three major forces in the eastern region. Demons also appeared in the sky market. It was extremely dangerous. If the cultivators who entered the sky market were not careful, they wouldn't even know how they died. Who are you? Gu Fei stood outside the gates of the city lord's mansion and stared coldly at the young expert who had just walked out of the city lord's mansion. There was a layer of divine light circulating around this person's body. His cultivation base was extremely powerful. You don't have the right to know who I am. If you don't want to die, get lost. Dongfang Xian was extremely domineering. A powerful killing intent emanated from his body. His eyes flickered with a cold electric light as he blinked. Almighty Emperor? You're not strong enough. Call your elders out to talk to me. Dong Fangxian was extremely arrogant, but Gu Fei didn't care about him at all. He was already invincible among his peers, so such an opponent wouldn't pose a threat to him at all. What an arrogant fool. Dong Fangxian was so angry that he laughed. He took a step forward and a shocking aura surged towards Gu Fei. The entire sky and the void shook. Bam! When Dong Fangxian took a second step, the entire sky and earth trembled along with his footsteps. Dong Fangxian's long hair danced in the wind. At this moment, his aura instantly increased tenfold. This was the power of the sky and earth that was directed towards Gu Fei to suppress him. Oh! Gu Fei frowned. Although this guy was extremely arrogant, his cultivation base was also extraordinary. He was definitely an expert among the almighty emperors. You're courting death. Gu Fei didn't say much to this guy. He directly pushed his palm forward. Many divine patterns of the great path appeared on his palm. The surging power of the sky and earth was immediately dispersed by this palm. What? Dong Fangxian was shocked. He had never expected Gu Fei to be so ferocious. He was actually able to disperse the power of the sky and earth that he had mobilized with a single palm. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that his opponent's palm didn't stop after dispersing his power of the sky and earth. Instead, it continued to push towards him. Bam! Without any suspense, under Dong Fangxian's terrified gaze, he was sent flying by a palm. Boom! He crashed into the city lord's palace. How dare you? Who dares to behave atrociously here? A furious roar rang out from the city lord's palace. Then, a group of cultivators clad in relic armor rushed out from the palace. The person in the lead was clad in relic armor and held a bronze spear in his hand. A murderous aura emanated from his body. It was obvious at a glance that this leader was a god of death who had walked out from a pile of corpses. How many people must he have killed for this god of death to gather such a murderous aura? Immortal soldiers and generals of the Dongfang clan? Gu Fei wasn't too surprised when he saw this group of soldiers. One should know that with the Dongfang clan's influence in the eastern domain, they could definitely train an immortal soldier and a divine general. He didn't say anything and directly charged forward. Bam! With a single punch, the leader of the divine generals was crushed by Gu Fei's fist. He turned into a bloody mist and even his Yuan Shen couldn't escape. What? Up in the sky, everyone who witnessed the scene was dumbfounded. This young cultivator's battle prowess was incredible. He killed the second strongest cultivator of the city lord's palace with a single punch. The cultivators of the eastern royal city weren't unfamiliar with the general. One should know that the general's cultivation was even higher than Dong Fangxian's. He had reached the peak of the ninth heaven and was the right-hand man of the city lord of the eastern royal city. Killing a peak ninth heaven expert with a single punch, Gu Fei's strength shocked everyone. You? Behind the gate of the city lord's palace, Dong Fangxian, who was sent flying back by Gu Fei, said with a trembling voice. Who is this person? How dare he commit such a crime here? You what? Do you think you're the Eastern Emperor? Even if the Eastern Emperor is here, I'll kill him with a single punch. Gu Fei strode forward. The group of soldiers charged towards him with spears in their hands. Kill? The dozen or so soldiers roared at the same time, their voices shaking the sky. They raised the spears in their hands and stabbed at Gu Fei, each spear emitting a dazzling divine light. These were all immortals. Among the dozen or so soldiers, there were even some at the ninth heaven just one step away from becoming an immortal emperor. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, these people were no different from ants. Boom! He threw a punch and the spears in the hands of the soldiers were all broken. The soldiers were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. They were dead before they even hit the ground. Gu Fei didn't make a move, but once he did, it was an extremely fierce attack. He killed a group of immortal soldiers with a single move. This kind of battle prowess, this kind of method, made people's hearts palpitate. The enmity between the two sides couldn't be resolved. In that case, Gu Fei could only fight the Dongfang family to the end. Weren't you very arrogant? Now you're not? Gu Fei strode into the city lord's mansion. Dong Fangxian was already scared out of his wits. He constantly retreated, his arrogance completely replaced by terror. You can't. Dong Fangxian said in a trembling voice. Can't what? Can't kill you? Gu Fei smiled. He walked toward Dong Fangxian step by step, his killing intent faintly discernible. He wouldn't let this disciple of the Dongfang family go. If he allowed such a young expert to grow up, he would definitely become a formidable opponent. Gu Fei didn't want to make another enemy in the future. Dongfang Xian was originally a young expert of the Dongfang family, second only to Emperor Donghuang. He thought highly of himself and was usually very arrogant. He didn't even care about people of the older generation. However, the current Dongfang Xian was no longer the old Dongfang Xian. He had suffered a great shock, and his Dao heart was already unstable. Even if Gu Fei didn't kill him, it would be difficult for him to become a supreme expert. It didn't matter if he killed or not. Umph. At this moment, a cold snort rang out from the depths of the city lord's mansion. Then a strand of saintly might appeared in the sky. Everyone was stunned by this saintly might. Is he finally coming out? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He walked past Dongfang Xian. "Ah, you're dead. My father is here and you'll die without a burial. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for." Dongfang Xian suddenly laughed maniacally. Hearing this, Gu Fei's body paused for a moment. He didn't even turn his head back. He pointed out with his right hand, and a beam of divine light shot out from his finger, directly piercing through Dongfang Xian's head. "I didn't want to kill you at first, but you're courting death. Don't blame anyone else." Gu Fei continued forward. The smile on Dongfang Xian's face froze. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead and red and white matter seeped out. Gu Fei's finger had directly pierced through his Naiwan palace and dispersed his Yuan spirit. Pata! Dongfang Xian's corpse fell to the cold ground. The number 2 figure of the younger generation of the Dongfang clan, who was slightly inferior to the Eastern Emperor, had fallen just like that. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This guy actually killed the son of the city lord. This was equivalent to piercing through the sky. The city lord of the Eastern Imperial City would definitely go crazy. Brr. You deserve to die. Just as Gu Fei killed Dongfang Xian, an earth-shattering roar sounded from the depths of the city lord's mansion. Then a figure emitting a terrifying aura and ripples rushed out from the depths of the city lord's mansion. This is the last chapter tonight. It will erupt tomorrow. Chapter 1608. Today the Eastern Royal Kingdom was destined to not be peaceful. In front of the city lord's estate, Gu Fei killed the second most powerful figure in the Eastern Royal Kingdom all by himself. He even killed the son of the city lord. To the cultivators in the Eastern Royal Kingdom, this was tantamount to piercing through the sky. You deserve to die. A furious roar rang out from the depths of the city lord's estate. A peerless silhouette rushed out. As this silhouette appeared, the entire sky darkened. Monstrous killing intent caused even the sky to lose its color. Boom. That person did not waste any words. He directly slammed a palm towards Gu Fei. Boundless immortal energy condensed into a gigantic palm that radiated with boundless divine light. Like the hand of the heavens, it slammed down towards Gu Fei. It's the supreme art of the Dongfang clan, the hand of the firmament. High up in the sky, the cultivators who saw this scene exclaimed. The gigantic palm enveloped the entire sky. Countless Dao runes appeared, interweaving with each other to form an astonishing force. Rumble. The gigantic palm pressed down, causing the space below it to tremble. Then a series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared, extending into the distance. That person swore to kill Gu Fei. His attacks were merciless. The moment the hand of the firmament appeared, it sealed off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. He did not even have the chance to dodge. Heaven-encompassing palm. Gu Fei roared. His long hair danced in the wind. He had no intention of retreating. Instead, he directly extended his right palm and slammed upwards. A resplendent golden palm rushed out from his right hand, welcoming the descending hand of the firmament. Bang! After a muffled sound, the heaven-encompassing hand and the hand of the firmament clashed. The entire space shook violently. Then a terrifying destructive force exploded between the two. The void was being annihilated. Pitch-black spatial cracks extended for tens of millions of feet. The mighty energy fluctuations that spread out between the two of them even dispersed the clouds in the sky. Boom! Gu Fei crushed the hard green brick floor, and Gu Fei's entire body sunk into the ground. The powerful force from his hand caused him to suffer a great impact. As for the peerless figure that rushed out from the depths of the city lord's mansion, he was also sent flying high into the sky by Gu Fei's palm force. What? Heaven-defying. How is this possible? High up in the sky, the cultivators who had already dodged away were all dumbfounded when they saw this. The young cultivator was actually able to take a blow from that person head-on and not die. This was a miracle. It was already a miracle that almighty emperors and half-saints didn't die in a head-on clash. Who are you? Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but become serious. Although the other party was a great emperor, he could sense the powerful power within the other party's body that made even his heart palpitate. Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't intend to hide his identity. After all, he and He Tian made such a big noise in the sorcerer's land and fought with the 3 half-saints in Yen City. Perhaps some people with ulterior motives already knew his origin and identity. What? You are Gu Fei? Dongfang Yuan's expression changed. His eyes flickered as he stared at Gu Fei. His expression kept changing. He was not unfamiliar with the name Gu Fei. It was a name that had disappeared from the human realm. It was not a secret that Gu Fei and He Tian had entered the heaven realm. The experts of the Dongfang family had also participated in the turmoil of the sky market. You didn't expect this, did you? Gu Fei walked out of the big pit in the ground step by step. He was very calm. So what if he was a half-saint? With his current cultivation he could compete with a half-saint. Didn't you already enter the heaven realm? Dongfang Yuan stood in the sky. He was very surprised. When the turmoil of the sky market happened, the great era had not yet arrived. He was still in a deep sleep. When the sky tower appeared, there were peerless figures who fought for it. Then the ghost emperor of Fengdu took it away. This was the biggest event in the past 100 years. At that time, the sky tower accidentally opened the heavenly road to the heaven realm. Many people entered the heaven realm, including Gu Fei and the others. Humph, can't I come back? Gu Fei had already walked out of the big pit. He looked up, and his eyes flickered like a lion staring at its prey. I can actually come back. Could there be some secret passage between the heaven realm and the human realm? Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but become excited when he thought of this. One of the reasons he slept in the present world was to enter the heaven realm. He couldn't let this person go. Moreover, this person had a great hatred for the Dongfang family. He had just killed his son. No matter what the reason was, this person had to die in the end. Swish! Dongfang Yuan made his move. 9 beams of divine light suddenly rushed out from his body. Each of the 9 beams of divine light was wrapped around a divine weapon. A saint's aura spread out from Dongfang Yuan's body. This aura made all living beings tremble because saints could look down on the world. Dongfang Yuan was not a saint, but he was already a half-saint. He had the aura of a saint. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the 9 divine weapons. They turned into 9 divine rainbows and slashed at Gu Fei below. The terrifying power of the immortal Tao caused the entire city lord's mansion to tremble. A self-refined half-saint divine weapon. Gu Fei could tell at a glance that these 9 divine weapons were not divine weapons refined by ancient sages, but divine weapons refined by Dongfang Yuan himself. Bang! Gu Fei pushed off the ground with both feet and shot up into the sky like an arrow. He directly rushed into the 9 divine weapons and kept clashing with them with his fists. Clang! The clanging sound was endless. Gu Fei actually used his flesh and blood to fight against the divine weapons. His action shocked everyone to the extreme. Kill. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He directly knocked away the 9 divine weapons and attacked Dongfang Yuan. His battle intent was like that of a supreme war god from ancient times. Such a powerful physical strength. Could it be the person who defeated the chaotic Tao body? Many people had witnessed Gu Fei fighting against the chaotic Tao body in the sorcerer's land. Although the east region was far away from the sorcerer's land, the cultivators in the east region had heard about it. Very good. It's you who defeated the chaotic Tao body in the sorcerer's land. The 9 divine weapons flew back to Dongfang Yuan. Each of them glowed with dazzling divine light and surged with the terrifying power of the immortal Tao. The 9 divine rainbows intertwined in front of Dongfang Yuan and finally stopped Gu Fei. The Tao patterns intertwined and the power of the immortal Tao was so powerful that even Gu Fei could not break through the barrier in a short time. After all, his opponent was a half-saint. It's only been 100 years, but your cultivation has become so powerful. Dongfang Yuan's voice was trembling. He was not afraid but excited. Was the legendary heaven realm really a paradise for cultivation? One could become a mighty emperor after 100 years of cultivation. Chapter 1609. Only when the great era of the human realm came, such a heaven-defying figure would appear. In the great era, anything could happen. Could it be that the heaven realm also ushered in the great era? Dongfang Yuan was shocked. He knew a lot about the enemy of the Dongfang family. 100 years ago, this man named Gu Fei was not even an immortal. But 100 years later, Gu Fei, who returned from the heaven realm, was already a great emperor. It should be known that this person cultivated the ancient martial arts, which was much more difficult than the ordinary cultivation system. Although Dongfang Yuan was surprised, he did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei. The 9 great magic weapons were flying, and each of them turned into a bright divine rainbow, exuding the terrible power of a half-saint. Swish! A divine rainbow rushed past Gu Fei, and wherever it passed, the void was silently annihilated, leaving a dark space crack. Half-saint, even in the great era of the human realm, was also a supreme figure. The East Royal Palace had a special position in the East Royal Palace. The Dongfang family also attached great importance to the East Royal Palace and did not hesitate to send a half-saint to guard it. In this great era, even great experts would find it difficult to deter some people. Only half-saints could deter others. Clang! Gu Fei's fists constantly collided with the 9 great magic weapons. The magic weapons that were hit by his fists made a sound of metal shaking, and on his fists, there were constantly Dao patterns appearing. Merging the body with the Dao, you are refining your body as a holy weapon. Dongfang Yuan saw something and was extremely shocked. No wonder the ancient warriors were so powerful, and there was even an invincible, indestructible martial body. It seemed that this was the reason. People of the immortal path would not refine their body as a holy weapon, because they had divine weapons to protect themselves. Dongfang Yuan's 9 great magic weapons were divine weapons to protect himself. At this time, divine patterns of the Great Way began to appear on Gu Fei's body. He was like a human magic weapon, fighting endlessly under the siege of the 9 great magic weapons. This scene was sufficient to shock the world. Because no one dared to use their bodies to go against a weapon refined by a half-saint, and even the most extraordinary figure in the mortal dimension was unable to do so. Who is that person? Is it really that person? The chaotic Taoist body and the human martial body have appeared in the land of Sorcerer. These 2 bodies have been recognized as peerlessly powerful in ancient times. This person doesn't have chaotic aura on him, so he must be the human martial body. In the East Royal City, the well-informed cultivators had already guessed Gu Fei's background. Could it be that the human race martial body from 100 years ago has appeared again? Some people thought of many things. 100 years ago, there was a genius in the Taishan sect who cultivated ancient martial arts. He was invincible among the younger generation in the southern wasteland. Even the most outstanding azure dragon among the 100 races of the southern wasteland was no match for a human with a martial body. However, only 100 years had passed. Could it be that a human with a martial body had already become a mighty emperor? In the eyes of cultivators, 100 years was just a short period of time. There were some old monsters who would go into seclusion for hundreds of years or even over 1,000 years. There were some old monsters who sealed themselves and slept for countless years, becoming great beings within 100 years. This wasn't impossible, there were such geniuses in the mortal world. However, for a martial artist to become an almighty emperor in 100 years was too heaven-defying. Because all cultivators knew that for ordinary cultivators, ancient martial arts was a path of no return. This path was too difficult. Some people could not achieve great success in their entire lives. It was because ancient martial arts were too difficult to cultivate that gradually, no one was willing to take this path. Just when everyone was shocked, the battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Yuan changed again. Gu Fei's power was getting stronger and stronger. His Taoist patterns were densely packed. When he punched, the world shook. Dongfang Yuan's 9 divine weapons were gradually unable to resist Gu Fei's attack. Boom! In the end, Gu Fei sent the 9 divine weapons flying with a single punch. He then used the 8 Desolation Void steps and took a step forward, directly arriving in front of Dongfang Yuan. Damn it! Dongfang Yuan was shocked. He knew very well that he couldn't let a cultivator get close to him. In a battle it meant death. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei's essence, qi and spirit climbed to the peak in an instant. He then punched with his strongest power, a mass of chaotic energy emerging from his fist. Although it was just a punch, Dongfang Yuan felt the aura of death. Stars shift. Dongfang Yuan was greatly alarmed. Without a second thought, he unleashed his immortal Dao divine art. With a furious roar, a vast force of immortal Dao surged out from his body. With him as the center, the space around him suddenly distorted. There seemed to be stars floating around Dongfang Yuan. The world was reversing. What? Gu Fei only felt a force pulling his fist away, which shocked him. A half-step saint was indeed a half-step saint. Even his strongest punch was almost pulled away by this force. However, all abilities and techniques were useless in the face of absolute power. Boom! Gu Fei's fist vibrated. An even more powerful force surged out of his fist. Even the force that could move stars couldn't shake his fist. His fist passed through the chaotic void and landed on Dongfang Yuan. Just as Gu Fei's fist landed on Dongfang Yuan, countless Dao runes surged out of his body. His clothes turned into ashes, revealing a divine armor underneath. Countless Dao runes appeared on the divine armor, dissipating most of the power of Gu Fei's punch. Roar! With a furious roar, Gu Fei still sent Dongfang Yuan flying thousands of meters away. It was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Such battle prowess was enough to intimidate everyone present. Dongfang Yuan stabilized his body, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was drenched in cold sweat. If he had not worn a piece of holy armor under his clothes, his body would have been blown apart by that punch. This person is only a great emperor now, but he can already fight against a half-step saint. What will happen if he becomes a half-step saint? Dongfang Yuan's killing intent was unprecedentedly strong. Gu Fei couldn't be left alive. Even if he had to use his trump card, he had to kill him. Otherwise, a terrifying enemy would appear in the Dongfang clan. He's also a coward. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel disdain when he saw Dongfang Yuan wearing a divine armor under his clothes. He knew the power of his punch. It could even penetrate a divine armor refined by a half-step saint. Only a true divine tool could dissipate the power of his punch. Chapter 16:10. How dare you kill my son? You're dead. Dongfang Yuan wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, then stared at Gu Fei with a frightening look in his eyes. A powerful wave of immortal power burst out from his body. Net in order to avenge his son's death, and to eradicate a great enemy of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yuan could not let Gu Fei go. Only one of them could survive. Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had a great enmity, so he was going to kill an important figure of the Dongfang family to establish his power. This was a situation that would not end until one of them died. Die. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei let out a roar and executed the 8 Desolation Void steps, causing his figure to vanish. When he reappeared, he was already above Dongfang Yuan. Bang! He stomped down on Dongfang Yuan's head, and a terrifying sound of wind and thunder rang out under his feet. A powerful destructive force emerged under his feet. This stomp seemed to trample the whole world under his feet. Dongfang Yuan was both shocked and infuriated. Gu Fei's speed was so fast that even he could barely keep up. A terrifying power descended from the top of his head, making him feel a great sense of danger. Carefree beyond the heavens. Dongfang Yuan used a great immortal technique, and countless trigrams rushed out from his body. He walked in the void, and with every step he took, trigrams emerged under his feet, turning the universe upside down. The void distorted under the trigrams, and Dongfang Yuan seemed to pass through the cracks in the void, rushing out from under Gu Fei's feet like a flying immortal above the 9 heavens. This great technique, which condensed one's own immortal power into trigrams, was a supreme great technique created by an earth-shattering figure in ancient times. There were some inheritances of this technique in the Taishan sect, which were obtained by Li Lingfeng, the eldest senior brother of the Taishan sect. However, the inheritance that Li Lingfeng obtained was only a superficial one, and could not be compared to the inheritance that Dongfang Yuan obtained. 8 trigrams appear. Dongfang Yuan circulated his half-holy immortal power with all his might, and his hands danced in front of him. 8 types of trigrams appeared in the air, condensing without dissipating. Rumble, the sky changed color and the 8 trigrams appeared. All the spiritual energy in the world was attracted by the trigrams, and a terrifying power rippled out from the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams were crazily devouring the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions. The region around the East Royal City suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Everyone was shocked. Good heavens! Gu Fei was also secretly startled. He had never imagined that such an ancient inheritance would appear in the hands of a great enemy today. The Dongfang family was incredible to actually obtain such an ancient inheritance. It seems that the Dongfang family is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Gu Fei did not show the slightest trace of fear. He directly struck out with the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Fist. This was a martial arts combat skill that he created on the basis of the 5 elements fist. Bam! When he punched out, the ferocious power directly shook the 8 trigrams, causing Dongfang Yuan to be shocked to the extreme. This guy was simply too ferocious. Gu Fei's fists were like the 2 extremes of the moon and the sun. The power of yin and yang interweaved, and yin-yang divine diagrams constantly appeared between his fists. The fist force and the divine diagrams constantly collided with the 8 trigrams, and the void was constantly destroyed. Everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. A terrifying power kept spreading out in every direction, forcing the cultivators who were watching the battle to retreat further away. If they were to be affected by the shockwaves, they would be in for a terrible time. Your master's battle strength is world-shaking. It seems that there are very few people in the human world who can defeat him. Two people stood high up in the sky. One of them was a dashing young master with a mischievous smile on his face and a divine fire fan in his hand. The other was a fat middle-aged man. These two people were He Tian and Gu Zhong. They were closely watching the battle in front of them. They were not worried about Gu Fei. It should be known that Gu Fei was born to be a warrior. Unless a sage-to-be attacked, a sage-to-be could not threaten Gu Fei's life. With the advent of the human world, everything is full of variables. Gu Zhong said with emotion. In the past 100 years, the human world had changed greatly. The way of heaven was no longer unfathomable. Many people took advantage of this time to break through the bottleneck of their cultivation. Gu Zhong had heard that a peerless figure appeared in the 100 tribes of the southern wilderness. This peerless figure became a sage-to-be within 100 years, which shook the entire cultivation world of the Tenglong continent. Even Gu Zhong had to admire such a peerless figure. It seems that a supreme master will appear in this world. He Tian seemed to have a premonition. Every time a great era came, someone would obtain a great opportunity and become the strongest in the world. Every cultivator who embarked on the path of cultivation wanted to become a supreme master. He Tian was no exception. In this great era, he also wanted to become a supreme master. Becoming a supreme master? I'm afraid my master also has this opportunity. In Gu Zhong's opinion, his master, Gu Fei, was the most outstanding one. Even the peerless genius of the southern wilderness might not be a match for his master. Rumble. At this time, a great destruction took place in the sky above the East Royal Palace. The entire void was collapsing and pitch-black spatial cracks spread in all directions. It was like black lightning. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Many people didn't manage to dodge in time and were torn apart by the ruptured void. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The 8 trigrams fiercely collided with the yin and yang samsara, turning the void into chaos. Gu Fei and Dongfang Yuan fought in the chaotic void. This battle shook the surrounding area of the East Royal Palace. Soon the news spread and shook the entire eastern domain. Soon, some powerful figures appeared in the vicinity of the East Royal Palace. It's really that person. This was the territory of the Dongfang family. Some of the experts of the Dongfang family recognized Gu Fei, but they didn't take action. This was a battle between half-step saints. Even powerful experts couldn't intervene. Although the Dongfang family had an unimaginable foundation, they didn't have many half-step saints. Dongfang Yuan's cultivation represented the strongest power of the Dongfang family. The head of the Dongfang family was only a few small realms stronger than Dongfang Yuan. The people of the Zhao family of the ancient wilderness had also arrived. They also had a great enmity with Gu Fei. In the past, the Zhao family's heaven breaker Shin King had died in the hands of Gu Fei. However, when the people of the Dongfang family and the Zhao family saw that Gu Fei was so powerful, they were all dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine that in just 100 years, Gu Fei had grown to the point where he could compete with half-step saints. The Zhao family of the ancient wilderness was very clear about how terrifying a martial artist could be when he grew up. He would become a great enemy. Today it's midnight. We'll continue tomorrow. Recommend a book to a friend. Those who like it can go and read it. Chapter 16:11. Boom. Gu Fei battled with Dongfang Yuan until the void shattered. The two experts directly entered the shattered void and fought until their eyes turned red. Roar. Gu Fei roared. The entire shattered void trembled. He used the primal chaos fist. His 2 fists were like 2 balls of primal chaos divine light, shaking the heaven and earth. Everything touched by Gu Fei's fists was destroyed. The 5 elements turned into yin and yang evolved into primal chaos. Gu Fei's martial path true force was constantly transforming. Under the state of primal chaos, his martial path true force was extremely violent. The 8 trigrams were constantly being blasted away. However, Dongfang Yuan seemed to have really obtained that ancient inheritance, and it was a complete inheritance. Rumble. The 8 trigrams circled around Dongfang Yuan, emitting a dazzling divine light. It drew upon the 8 powers of heaven and earth. Wind, fire, thunder, rain, snow, frost, and the essence of the earth. The 8 powers seemed to be transforming the heaven and earth in the shattered void. This ancient inheritance was incomparably powerful. The trigrams could defy the heavens. 8 trigrams suppressed 10 directions. Universe refinement, I will refine you into ashes. Dongfang Yuan used his killer move. The 8 trigrams flew up and sealed Gu Fei inside. The 8 powers intertwined and actually transformed into the 5 elements: which then evolved into yin and yang. This 8 trigrams formation was too terrifying. Its power was enough to refine the heaven and earth. The yin and yang intertwined, forming a destructive power that obliterated Gu Fei. See how I break your universe power. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. He constantly punched out with his fists. The vast chaotic true force turned the void he was in into a region of chaos. Terrifying power ripples spread out from his body. At this time he had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret art. Boom. A monstrous aura suddenly erupted from Gu Fei. His battle strength instantly soared by 10 times. His clothes were torn to pieces by the martial path true force coming out from his body. This was no ordinary clothes. It was a divine robe. However, in the face of absolute power, even a divine robe couldn't withstand it. The entire 8 trigrams formation was shaken by the power coming out from Gu Fei. What? Dongfang Yuan was shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei would still have some strength left. In the previous battle, he actually didn't use his full strength. How was this possible? Countless Dao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's body, interweaving into mysterious patterns. An extremely powerful force was awakened in an instant, and then it exploded with unstoppable force. Yin-yang chaos. Gu Fei let out a furious roar as he waved his fists in front of him. The yin and yang power that was formed from the 8 trigrams formation was drawn by him and then devoured by his fists. Kill? Gu Fei punched out with the primal chaos fist. With one punch, the power of the 5 elements formed by the 8 trigrams array was immediately dispersed. This was an indestructible punch that directly shattered the 8 trigrams array. How is this possible? Dongfang Yuan was shocked. One of the divination images was shattered and he was also affected. His body swayed several times, the immortal Tao divine force in his body was shaken. No matter what divine ability you have, I will break it with one punch. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He killed his way out of the 8 trigrams array, shocking all the experts in all directions and shocking everyone who witnessed this scene. The 8 trigrams array finally collapsed and Dongfang Yuan flew out. Gu Fei's body emitted a shocking aura. At this moment he was incomparably powerful. His whole body was filled with power, and one after another Dao pattern after another appeared on his body. How is this possible? How did his battle power suddenly increase to such a level? When everyone sensed the peerlessly powerful aura on Gu Fei, they were shocked again. Some of the older experts already thought of something. It's one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the secret art of ascension. The experts of the desolate ancient Zhao clan said such words, and everyone was shocked to the extreme. Wasn't the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao a supreme Tao technique that had long been lost? The 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao created by the supreme Tao ancestor was already incomplete in ancient times. Even the orthodox forces of the Immortal Tao couldn't collect all 9 secrets. This kind of secret Immortal Tao that had been lost for countless years actually appeared again. Could it be that some of the extinct supreme divine arts would appear in this great world? With the rise of the great world in the human world, the mysteries of heaven also became chaotic. No one knew what would happen in this great world, and it was possible that there would be earth-shattering battles. Even saints who were extinct in the human world would jump out. At this time, as soon as the Ascension secret art was used, Gu Fei directly sent Dongfang Yuan flying. His battle power increased tenfold and he could fight a half-saint head-on. This was Gu Fei's trump card. Die Demon. Just as Gu Fei was about to give chase, a loud shout came from afar, and then a terrifying saintly might came from the direction of the voice. Boom. A divine pearl rushed out and emitted a blinding divine light as it shot toward Gu Fei. This is... Boundless flames burst forth from the divine pearl. It was like a sun illuminating the world. A terrifying heat was emitted from the divine pearl, causing the entire space to distort from the heat. It's the divine pearl of 9 yang from the Zhao clan of the ancients. Someone recognized the divine artifact and exclaimed, After watching for so long, you finally can't help but make a move." Gu Fei sneered. The powerful saint-level fluctuations had no effect on him at all. He used the universal void steps and rushed out. "Since you don't want to abide by the rules, then I won't hold back." Gu Fei's voice rang out in everyone's ears, causing everyone to stare at the scene in horror. The Zhao family's expert had used his saint weapon right from the get-go. Were they planning on killing this person by hook or by crook? In the past 100 years, the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan had formed an alliance to fight against the ferocious demons in the Devil's Den. At this time, Dongfang Yuan was about to be killed by Gu Fei, and the people of the Zhao clan naturally couldn't watch Dongfang Yuan be killed. "Fellow Taoists, what are you hesitating for? Let's kill this demon together." The voice sounded again and a figure appeared in the distant sky. It was this person who was activating the Divine Pearl of Nine Yang, but it was a bit difficult for him to activate the divine artifact alone. "I'll help you." Someone responded and rushed towards that person. Then he stood behind that person and pressed his palm on that person's back. This was a reasonable activation of the divine artifact. Rumble. The world shook. Under the reasonable activation of the two experts, the Divine Pearl of Nine Yang emitted an even more powerful saint-level power, as if a saint was awakening. Everyone was shocked and then they retreated far away. The fluctuation of the saint level was too powerful, and no one could withstand it. Endless divine light of Nine Yang rushed out from the Divine Pearl, piercing the world in all directions. Some unlucky people who couldn't dodge in time were swept by the divine light of Nine Yang and turned into ashes on the spot. Even Gu Fei was almost swept by the divine light of Nine Yang, which made him secretly shocked. Chapter 16:12. Boom. No one could withstand the aura of a saint. Everyone retreated thousands of miles away. Only Gu Fei and the two experts controlling the Nine Yang Divine Pearl were not affected by the saint's aura. There was a faint sword aura on Gu Fei's body. It was this sword aura that blocked the saint's aura, preventing it from getting close to him. What's going on? He's actually not afraid of the power of a saint. How is this possible? The two experts who were controlling the saint artifacts felt uneasy, as if something ominous was about to happen, causing them to feel a sense of trepidation. Clang. Just when the two experts felt that something was wrong, a sword chime rang out. This sword chime was just the sound of an ordinary divine weapon being unsheathed. However, the two experts controlling the Nine Yang Divine Pearl felt a bone-piercing chill attack their bodies. Go to hell, demon. The two experts used all their strength to activate the Nine Yang Divine Pearl. Above the Nine Yang Divine Pearl, boundless flames surged out. It was like a divine sun descending towards Gu Fei. Within the flames, countless Tao patterns were faintly discernible. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei. Under the attack of the divine tool, his body and soul would be destroyed. Even the most stunning genius would not be able to withstand this attack. "Ah, you want to kill me? You're not qualified." Gu Fei laughed. At the same time, a simple and unadorned divine sword appeared in his hand. This long sword did not look eye-catching at all. However, Gu Fei held this inconspicuous long sword in his hand and slashed at the Nine Yang Divine Pearl that was descending from the sky. There was no dazzling sword light nor powerful sword aura fluctuation. It was as if he was holding an ordinary long sword and casually slashed. However, some people saw a transparent ripple that was visible to the naked eye rushing out from the divine sword. The experts who witnessed this scene were incomparably shocked. What was the use of an almost transparent sword aura? However, just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, the boundless divine fire that descended from the Nine Yang Divine Pearl suddenly split into two. It was as if an invisible sword chi had broken through the layers of divine fire. Swoosh. A light sound rang out. The Nine Yang Divine Pearl suddenly split apart from the middle. Then it flew to the two sides. The saint artifact was split into two halves. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be stunned. As for the two experts controlling the Nine Yang Divine Pearl, they also turned into two balls of blood mist at the same time. Everything was destroyed, and other than the blood mist, there was nothing left. What happened? I'm not seeing things right? The Zhao clan's Nine Yang Divine Pearl was split open by someone. Thousands of miles away, the experts who witnessed all of this were in disbelief. It must be known that the Divine Pearl of Nine Suns was a saint artifact. When a saint artifact awakened and launched an attack, it was equivalent to the attack of a true saint. The expert from the primordial Zhao family and the other expert were killed by Gu Fei's sword. To be able to split a saint artifact in half, could the divine sword in that person's hand be a great saint artifact? Even a great saint artifact wouldn't be able to destroy a saint artifact with one sword strike. This is at least a quasi-supreme sword. Among the spectators, there were many old antiques who knew a lot of great secrets of the world. Although the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was very inconspicuous, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate it. There were many experts from the Zhao family and the Dongfang family present. At this time they were all terrified and turned to flee. If they didn't flee now, they wouldn't have the chance to. It's too late to escape now. Gu Fei held the violet gold divine sword in his hand and used the 8 Desolation Void steps. He displayed the world's fastest speed and chased after Dongfang Yuan. There was no way he would let this half-step saint of the Dongfang family go. Under the state of ascension, even the speed of a half-step saint couldn't compare to Gu Fei. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei caught up to Dongfang Yuan and slashed at him again. Scared out of his wits, Dongfang Yuan used a forbidden divine ability to flee. However, even a half-step Saint couldn't escape from the violet gold divine sword. A nearly transparent sword wave swept past, turning Dongfang Yuan into a mist of blood. Killing a half-step Saint was just that simple. However, Gu Fei had only destroyed Dongfang Yuan's physical body, not his nascent spirit. Dongfang Yuan's nascent spirit was sucked into the violet gold divine sword. The reason he didn't destroy Dongfang Yuan's nascent spirit was because he wanted to obtain the ancient cultivation method Dongfang Yuan used. The 8 trigrams divine art was a supreme divine art created by an invincible sovereign in the primordial era. When cultivated to greater mastery, it could be said to be unparalleled under the heavens. Gu Fei didn't want it to be lost. I'm going to slaughter everyone today. After killing Dongfang Yuan, Gu Fei continued to kill the experts of the primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. Everyone was dumbfounded by Gu Fei's ruthlessness. He directly swung the violet gold divine sword in his hand, harvesting one life after another. This was a massacre without any suspense. Under the violet gold divine sword's blade, no one was a match for Gu Fei. Even though the violet gold divine sword hadn't awakened, its faintly discernible sword chi was enough to kill a saint. Swoosh. Gu Fei swung his sword, turning the last person from the primordial Zhao clan into a mist of blood. Only then did he stop. Dozens of experts from the primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan were killed by Gu Fei. After the recent battles, Gu Fei felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was time for him to go into seclusion and break through to the 6th step. Let's go. After Gu Fei met up with He Tian and Gu Zhong, they directly left the East Royal City. He wanted to destroy the East Royal City with one sword strike, but he felt that the East Royal City was extraordinary. Unless it was the true power of the extreme path, it would be impossible to destroy this ancient city. This battle shook the entire eastern domain, especially the primordial Zhao clan and Dongfang clan. These two superpowers were infuriated, and the clan master of the primordial Zhao clan immediately declared that he would use everything he had to kill Gu Fei. Compared to the strength of the Zhao clan, the Donghuang clan was unusually quiet. No one from the Dongfang clan came out to say anything. The entire eastern region was in a storm, and all the cultivators felt a sense of oppression. Some people had already predicted that there would be a bloody storm in the eastern region. Many people knew the origin of Gu Fei. This evil star had actually returned from the heaven realm. 100 years ago, there was a rumor that the Taishan sect had been destroyed by the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. It was no secret that Gu Fei was a disciple of the Taishan sect. He had gone to the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan of the primordial clan for revenge. Everyone was quietly watching. No one wanted to provoke this evil star, but the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan of the primordial clan were facing a great enemy. Chapter 16:13. Just as the storm was about to descend upon the eastern domain, Gu Fei hid in his inner world and went into seclusion. He Tian wasn't someone who could stay idle, so he didn't enter Gu Fei's inner world. He Tian left. He wanted to learn more about the human realm. Although Gu Zhong was already a 9th heavenly layer celestial being, there were too many people who were stronger than him in the human realm. According to Gu Fei, Gu Zhong wouldn't be allowed to roam the world unless he became almighty. As a result, Gu Fei asked Mai Tian to set up a formation in his inner world. Then he threw Gu Zhong into the formation, leaving him to fend for himself. Gu Fei wanted to use this extreme method to stimulate Gu Zhong's potential so that he could successfully break through the shackles of cultivation and take that crucial step. The cultivators of the Eastern Domain originally thought that a storm of blood would soon set off in the Eastern Domain. However, as the days passed, Gu Fei still didn't appear. An old man from the Dongfang clan went out with the human emperor divine weapon in an attempt to find Gu Fei, but he ended up empty-handed. The old man from the Zhao clan of the primordial clan also took action. No one knew what kind of foundation the Zhao clan had, but no one dared to underestimate them. This was an inheritance that had existed since the primordial era. Since it could be passed down to the present without being annihilated by the river of time, it must have something to rely on. These forces of the primordial era were not to be trifled with. No one was willing to provoke them. What's going on? Why hasn't that person appeared again? Yeah, it's been half a year. Don't tell me that person has already left the Eastern Domain? Many cultivators were watching from the Eastern Royal City. In the entire Eastern Domain, the most well-informed place was the ancient city that was said to have been built by the Eastern Emperor himself. Since Dongfang Yuan was killed by Gu Fei, the Dongfang family no longer sent experts to guard the East Royal City. The death of a half-saint was a great loss for the Dongfang family. In this half a year, the East Imperial City had no governor. Even within the Dongfang family, no one was willing to guard this ancient city. After all, Gu Fei could appear at any time. Even Dongfang Yuan had been killed by Gu Fei. The elders of the Dongfang family knew that they were not as strong as Dongfang Yuan. Unless they had the human emperor god with them, if Gu Fei came to them again, they would end up the same as Dongfang Yuan. Another few months passed. The eastern region, which had been on the brink of a storm, gradually calmed down. Someone saw Dong Huang appearing in the East Royal City. This was explosive news. What did it mean for Dong Huang to appear in the East Royal City? Many people were speculating about the motives of the Dongfang family. Since the battle between Dong Huang and the second Prince Yan Hao, Dong Huang had not appeared in the eyes of the world. This time, Dong Huang had come to the East Royal City. Could it be that something had happened in the East Royal City? Soon a piece of news spread. There was movement in the Devil's Den in the East region. The Devil's Den in the East region was a forbidden area in the East region. Some people said that in the depths of the Devil's Den, there was a peerless demon suppressed, and there were many figures of fierce demons walking in the Devil's Den. When Taishan Mountain collapsed, countless demons rushed out from the ground, causing chaos in the East region. It was a catastrophe. Countless cultivators were killed by those demons. If it weren't for a peerless figure taking action at a critical moment, the entire East region would have fallen into the hands of the demons. Even so, the demons in the Devil's Den still came out from time to time. For nearly 100 years, the cultivators of the entire East region had been fighting with the demons in the Devil's Den. The Zhao family of the ancients and the Dongfang family were the main forces in the East region. Just as Gu Fei returned and killed in the East Royal City, there was also movement in the Devil's Den in the mountains. The peerless demon in the depths of the Devil's Den was ready to make a move again. Naturally, the demons didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. The demons are coming out again. In a restaurant in the East Royal City, a young man who looked like a playboy was drinking by himself. The wine and dishes on the table in front of him were very ordinary. Have you heard? Dong Huang is here. What do you mean Dong Huang is here? Where is he? Who is Dong Huang? Why did he come to this restaurant? Around a table that the young man was separated from, sat 4 young practitioners. The 4 young practitioners were talking in low voices. The content of their conversation was Dong Huang. Dong Huang was not the invincible Dong Huang of ancient times. The current Dong Huang was a peerless cultivator of the younger generation cultivated by the Dongfang family. This number 1 cultivator of the younger generation in the East region was very mysterious. No one had seen his true face. They only knew that he wore a battle suit made of 9th heaven meteorite iron. It was this 9th heaven meteorite iron battle suit that covered Dong Huang's entire body, revealing only a pair of eyes. Dong Huang, interesting. The young man was attracted by the conversation of the 4 practitioners. After a while, he stood up and left the restaurant, heading in the direction of the Castellan's mansion. This young man didn't barge into the Castellan's mansion. Instead, he loitered outside. Ever since the Castellan's mansion was breached by Gu Fei, the security of the Castellan's mansion had been tightened. From time to time, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard coming from inside. These were the soldiers of the Dongfang family patrolling the Castellan's mansion. At this time, Dong Huang was in the Castellan's mansion. No one knew why he was there. Although Dong Huang was strong, He Tian wasn't afraid of him. He Tian was very curious about whether this Dong Huang was a man or a woman. However, after loitering outside the Castellan's mansion for a day, He Tian didn't see Dong Huang coming out. He could only find in and outside the Castellan's mansion to stay. At this time, many practitioners had gathered in the East Imperial City. Almost all the inns in the city were full. However, He Tian was able to easily find a place to stay. However, very quickly He Tian realized that he was being watched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was surprised that someone could actually watch him. He didn't make a sound. The next morning, before the sky was completely bright, he left the inn and headed straight out of the city. After leaving the East Imperial City, He Tian headed straight for the dense forest that was 100 miles away from the city. When He Tian was walking in front of the dense forest, a person silently walked out of the forest and blocked He Tian's path. It's you. When He Tian saw this person, he was instantly shocked. He didn't expect that the person who had been watching him would be this person. This person was covered from head to toe in a battle robe. Only a pair of bright black eyes could be seen. The ancient battle robe was covered with marks left by weapons. This person was Dong Huang. Chapter 16:14. The ancient battle robe had a kind of Tao lingering around it. This was a sacred robe refined by an ancient sage, and it contained the power of the ancient sage. He Tian never thought that he would be targeted by Dong Huang. "Who are you?" A cold voice came from the sacred robe. It was a neutral voice, making it impossible to tell whether the speaker was a man or a woman. Dong Huang was very direct. He cultivated a very special magic that could sense He Tian spying on him, so he responded in the most direct way. You are the one who blocked my way. I want to ask who you are." A smirk appeared on He Tian's face as he looked at Dong Huang with some evil intentions. The power of yin and yang intertwined in his eyes. He wanted to use the yin-yang godly eyes to see through the sacred robe, but he did not succeed. Even the strange power of the yin-yang godly eyes could not see through the sacred robe refined by an ancient sage. The sacred robe contained the power of the Great Path, which isolated all auras, and also blocked the prying of He Tian's yin-yang godly eyes. "I will know everything after I take you down." Dong Huang did not say much and directly attacked. He stretched out his hand, and his right hand quickly expanded, covering the void in front of him as he grabbed at He Tian. He Tian moved his feet and his whole body flew backward. In an instant he appeared thousands of feet away. His speed was so fast that even Dong Huang was shocked. "I have underestimated you." Dong Huang retracted his hand and soared into the sky. He strode through the air, and with every step he took, Tao patterns would appear beneath his feet. In just 2 steps he had caught up to my Tian. Control of heaven and earth. He Tian shouted and directly used the yin-yang technique. His hands turned into 2 extremes of yin and yang, and a yin-yang void appeared between heaven and earth. Rumble, a power that could devour heaven and earth surged out from the yin-yang void, directly swallowing Dong Huang, who was rushing over, and then wanted to suppress and kill him. "Even heaven and earth can't trap me, let alone the void you've created." Dong Huang was extremely domineering, displaying his powerful battle prowess. With a single punch, he broke through the yin-yang void that He Tian had conjured and rushed out. What? This time He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Although he already knew that this person was extremely powerful, he realized that he had still underestimated the number 1 person in the Eastern region's younger generation. Dong Huang was known to be invincible among the younger generation in the East region, and it was not a lie. "If you're only at this level, I think it's best if you don't resist." Dong Huang's voice became incomparably cold. He had an invincible aura. Damn it. He Tian's expression turned ugly. This guy actually dared to look down on him. It seemed that if he didn't teach him a lesson, he would really think that he was invincible. Void formation. He Tian's voice was equally cold. As he spoke, countless formation runes rushed out from his body, imprinting themselves in the void between heaven and earth. The formation runes attracted the power of heaven and earth from all directions, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. A terrifying wave of energy was emitted from He Tian's body. "This is..." Behind the saint robe, Dong Huang's eyes flickered with radiance. A starry sky seemed to be faintly discernible in his eyes. His inner force seemed to have the sun, moon, and stars descending, incomparably terrifying. Formation Grandmaster. Dong Huang couldn't help but be shocked. This method of creating a formation out of nothing was too shocking. In the entire human realm, there had never been such a person. Buzz. The void vibrated. Lines of formation runes spread out from He Tian's body. With him as the center, a killing formation appeared in front of Dong Huang. A terrifying wave of energy spread in all directions, alarming the experts in the entire region. This place wasn't very far from the East Royal City. The cultivators in the East Royal City immediately sensed the movement and rushed towards the place where He Tian and Dong Huang were. In a short while, many powerful figures appeared in the sky nearby. The unusual movement in the East Region Devil Cave alarmed all the cultivators in the East Region. At this time, many cultivators had gathered in the East Royal City, and there was no lack of experts among them. "It's Dong Huang. Who is that person? He's actually fighting with Dong Huang. Creating a formation out of nothing, this person is incredible." In the distant sky, people were whispering. Dong Huang had made a big name for himself in the East Region. Even among the experts of the older generation, there weren't many who were Dong Huang's opponent. Dong Huang's cultivation had already faintly surpassed the experts of the older generation, and the method that He Tian displayed was equally shocking. Creating a formation out of nothing, this was a great technique that only the legendary Formation Grandmaster could use. Since when did a Formation Grandmaster appear in the human realm? Everyone was incomparably shocked. A formation grandmaster used formations to increase his combat strength. Such a person could rely on formations to borrow all the energy in the world. At this time, He Tian's killing array emitted a terrifying wave of energy. The entire world seemed to be sinking towards Dong Huang, causing him to feel great pressure. This guy is actually a formation grandmaster. Dong Huang never thought that this person would hide so deeply. The great force of heaven and earth was drawn by the killing array, turning into a terrifying killing force. In the void, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. All the spatial cracks spread towards Dong Huang. Even if he was wearing the saint robe refined by an ancient sage, Dong Huang had no choice but to retreat at this moment. This was the destructive power produced by the collapse of the void. Dong Huang didn't want to be swallowed by the spatial cracks. Rumble, He Tian activated the killing array and suppressed it towards Dong Huang. This was an unforgettable scene. Billions of formation runes bloomed with endless divine light, attracting the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. Such a killing array was not He Tian's strongest, but it was enough to shock the world. A terrifying aura spread between the heavens and the earth, intimidating everyone. Within the killing array, there was a faint trace of saintly might. Using this killing formation, My Tian had raised his battle prowess to a frightening level. This was similar to the Ascension Secret Art, one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. Moreover, He Tian's killing array had no time limit. It could continuously devour the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. In theory, the killing array's power could be infinitely increased. Dong Huang kept retreating. The power of the killing array made him very wary. The spectators in the distance were all shocked to the extreme. An invincible existence of the Eastern Domain's younger generation was actually forced to retreat. This was something that had never happened before. Who was that person? Everyone was very interested in He Tian's identity. Since when did a person who could compete with Dong Huang appear in the Eastern Domain? This was not a small matter. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come and suppress me. He Tian's voice rang out from within the killing array. All the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar could hear his voice. He was doing this on purpose to let everyone know. Hearing this, Dong Huang did not say anything. Instead, he flipped his hands and a spear appeared in his hands. This spear was refined from the same divine material as the holy robe he was wearing. The divine spear and the holy robe seemed to be a complete set. This made He Tian secretly shocked. The saint weapons refined by the ancient sages possessed immense might. The items on Dong Huang's body caused even Mahakala's eyes to turn red. He wanted nothing more than to rip off Dong Huang's saint clothes and take them for himself. Boom! A shocking aura suddenly erupted from Dong Huang's body. The spear in his hand seemed to be coming to life. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on its surface. Swish! Dong Huang directly threw the spear in his hand at He Tian's killing array. The spear turned into a destructive divine light and directly pierced into the killing array. What? He Tian was shocked. He sensed a terrible murderous aura from the spear. This kind of aura made him feel great danger. Rumble! The entire killing formation trembled. Countless formation runes collapsed under the attack of the battle spear. The killing power that emanated from the battle spear destroyed everything in its path, almost destroying the entire formation. Swish! He Tian directly abandoned the killing array, tore the void and fled. The whole killing array finally collapsed completely. Countless matrix patterns disappeared in the void. The great array collapsed, and the terrible power forms swept out in all directions. The remaining power came down from the sky. The earth was shaking. Rows of trees fell and countless boulders rolled down from the mountains. The whole area was in chaos. 100 miles away in the sky, a figure directly rushed out from the void. Outrageous. I didn't expect Dong Huang to have such a killing weapon. This person was He Tian. It was not that his cultivation was not enough, but that the other party did not follow the rules and used a saint-level killing weapon. Kill? A loud shout came from the sky. At this moment, He Tian once again felt an extremely dangerous aura. 100 miles away, a destructive divine light shot up into the sky and pierced towards him. When a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I, old He, am a sick cat? He Tian was angry. This Dong Huang was too despicable. Did he think that he was the only one with a holy weapon? Without thinking too much, He Tian directly used the secret technique of ascension. His combat ability instantly increased by at least 5 times. Endless yin and yang essence chi burst out from his body. Buzz. A sword chime sounded from his body. An almost transparent sword light rushed out from between his eyebrows. Then, It turned into an almost transparent divine sword that he held in his hand. "Eat my sword!" My Tian roared furiously. His long hair danced wildly, and the entire world trembled from his roar. He slashed out with his sword with all his might, and a formless sword light soared tens of thousands of feet in an instant, imbued with saint-level power. Swish! The strongest sword instantly broke through the void of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world was split into two halves by the sword. In the entire world there was only the brilliance of this sword. 100 miles away, Dong Huang was also shocked when he sensed the power of He Tian's attack. He never thought that the guy he found would also have a holy weapon and that his cultivation was similar to his. The shocking sword light and the destructive divine light formed by the spear were about to collide. At that moment all the spectators fled far away. This was a collision between holy weapons. No one knew what terrifying things would happen, but the consequences would definitely be severe. Chapter 16:15. Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 16:22. Chapter 16:22. Exit. Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 16:22. Chapter 16:22. Exit. Xian Huan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 16:22. Chapter 16:22. Return to Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 16:22. Chapter 16:22. Novel name: Indestructible Martial Saint. Author: Liang Clan. Third Young Master Type: Xian Huan / Fantastical. Indestructible Martial Saint. Dong Huang's consecutive attacks caused He Tian to be infuriated. He didn't hesitate to use the Ascension secret technique to increase his battle prowess to the limit. He then activated the formless divine sword to clash with Dong Huang. Shahage. Pure text. The formless divine reef shot out a 10,000 zhang long sword light. This sword light was almost transparent, but it was visible to the naked eye. It was like a transparent water curtain that fell from the sky. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. The void of the mortal world couldn't withstand the sword chi of the formless divine reef. A terrifying saint aura appeared between the heaven and earth. Although everyone was shocked, no one would have thought that He Tian also had a saint weapon. This was a battle between two saint weapons. Even Dong Huang was shocked. His opponent also had a saint weapon. This was beyond his expectations. He didn't think that this guy had hidden his strength so deeply. Buzz. His spear vibrated. Dong Huang had no choice but to use his full strength. His saint robe resonated with his spear, causing it to display the power of a saint. The two saint auras shook the heavens and earth, shaking the earth. More than half of the Eastern Domain's experts could feel the fluctuations of the saint level. Billions of lives were trembling. The power of a saint had surpassed everything. Even the laws of heaven and earth in the mortal world couldn't suppress this power. One must know that saints were transcendent existences in the mortal world. Everyone was fleeing. No one knew what would happen when two saint weapons collided. There had never been such a battle in the mortal world. In the mortal world, some peerless characters didn't want this level of power to appear too early and cause a great calamity. If a peerless character sensed the fluctuations of this power, they would intervene. Free novel. Just like the battle between Dong Huang and Second Prince Yen on Luofeng Mountain, at the critical moment, Ghost Emperor Fengdu suddenly appeared and stopped the catastrophe. But now it seemed like no peerless figure had intervened. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the sword chi collided with Dong Huang's spear. In the instant that the two saint weapons collided, the entire world suddenly became silent. In that instant no one could hear a single sound. Lian Yang's eyes widened in shock. Afterwards, a terrifying sound wave suddenly exploded. A transparent ripple spread from the point of collision between the two saint weapons. Wherever the transparent ripple passed, the space was directly annihilated. The moment the saint weapons collided, He Tian and Dong Huang were blown away. The destructive force caused He Tian to suffer a great impact, causing him to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His physical body is almost shattered. The might of this saint weapon? He Tian flew for 1,000 miles before he stabilized his body. His body was covered with cracks, and yin and yang essence was seeping out from the cracks. He could no longer maintain the state of ascension. His powerful aura disappeared, and his expression became weary. Dong Huang didn't have it easy either. Although he had the protection of the saint garment, he still suffered from the impact of the saint force. However, the saint garment on his body had countless Dao runes that dissolved most of the power. Rumble. The void was collapsing and being annihilated. In just an instant, the destructive power that spread out in all directions destroyed everything within a radius of 100 miles, leaving nothing behind. The mighty might that came down from the sky directly erased everything on the ground. Even the tallest mountain peak was instantly turned into dust. This was the result of the confrontation between saint weapons. All living beings within 100 miles were killed. Many cultivators who couldn't escape in time were affected and directly turned into ashes. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Even Donghuang City was affected. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The power of the saint weapon was too frightening. From this, it could be seen how powerful the forces that had saint weapons were. Forces that had produced saints all had deep foundations. No one was willing to provoke them. I'll settle the score with you next time. He Tian recalled the invisible divine sword and took out the matrix platform. He immediately boarded it and left quickly. He was definitely not willing to be at a disadvantage. His opponent had the protection of the saint garment and the saint weapon in his hand. He had both offense and defense. In the end, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. He wasn't a pedantic person. Since he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would leave immediately. He wouldn't fight to the death even though he knew he couldn't defeat his opponent. That would be courting death. Dong Huang also withdrew his spear. This was a powerful opponent. He had miscalculated and provoked such a person. He had made such a great enemy for the Dongfang family for no reason. However, he didn't regret it. As long as he was strong enough, no matter how many enemies there were, he would be able to kill them one by one. Why should he be afraid? I wanted to meet that Gu Fei, Dong Huang said to himself. Dong Huang muttered to himself. The reason why he appeared in the Eastern Royal City was to use himself as bait to lure out Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, and then kill him. His move was indeed very bold. It should be known that Gu Fei was not an ordinary powerhouse. However, Gu Fei was in seclusion, and no one knew when he would come out. However, no one knew that Gu Fei was in seclusion. The Dongfang family did not relax. The Zhao family of the ancients was also on guard. It should be known that back then, it was the Dongfang family and some people from the Zhao family of the ancients who joined forces to break into the Dragon Valley and destroy the Supreme Mystery Sect. This kind of hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. No one thought that Gu Fei would give up on revenge. It was because Gu Fei had not made a move that the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients felt uneasy. They didn't know what Gu Fei was preparing in secret. They didn't know when Gu Fei would suddenly jump out and attack them. At this time, in the Devil's Den, one of the two forbidden areas of the Eastern Domain, there was a continuous flow of devil chi that covered the sky. Even at noon, when the sun was high up in the sky, the entire area around the Devil's Den was gloomy and gloomy. The devil chi that overflowed from the Devil's Den enveloped the entire area. From time to time, there would be devil shadows walking in the Devil's Den, and from the depths of the Devil's Den, there would be heart-palpitating devil roars coming from time to time. A terrifying demonic aura spread out from the Devil's Den. There were many cultivators in the periphery of the Devil's Den. The major forces of the Eastern Domain did not dare to let their guard down because the Devil's Den was a source of devil chi in the Eastern Domain and even the entire soaring continent. Even the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients had sent experts to guard outside the Devil's Den. The unusual movements of the Devil's Den affected the nerves of every cultivator in the Eastern Domain. This was a major event. If the countless devils in the Devil's Den came out again, the entire Eastern Domain would flow with rivers of blood. While the various major forces were keeping a close watch on the Devil's Den, on a dark and windy night, a demonic figure walked out from the depths of the Devil's Den. That demonic figure was extremely powerful. He directly attacked the experts of the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family, killing all the cultivators who were near the demonic area. His methods were extremely ruthless. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Lord Text, ER 1622. Chapter 1622 Exorcism is the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial revered good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the Immortal Martial Supremacy. Keyboard, enter key square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Legend of Swordsman Sing Loudly in Another World Survival Record Plain Playground Flourishing China Swallowing Interstellar Infinite Strong Martial Genius Dr. Infinite Wuxia Dream World Defying Nine Heavens Daphne and Rain If you like the Indestructible Martial Sovereign, written by the Liang clan's third young master, please add it so that you can read it in the future. If you have any suggestions for the Indestructible Martial Sovereign, please send a message to the administrator. Collecting all kinds of Xuanhuan and fantasy novels for you, providing Indestructible Martial Sovereign Chapter 1622. Chapter 1622 Exorcism. Chapter 1616. The appearance of the Devil's Son had shaken the entire eastern region. In the past few days, experts from the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family had been killed by this devil. A storm was brewing in the entire eastern region. Many people had already guessed that this was just the beginning. For hundreds of years, the Eastern Domain cultivators had been constantly fighting with the devils that came out of the Devil's Den. They had never stopped fighting, and the devils in the Devil's Den were obviously at a disadvantage. The primordial Zhao family and the Dongfang family had joined forces, forcing the devils in the Devil Den to retreat to the Devil Denver. However, in recent years, the devil in the Devil Cave started to become restless again. This caused the ancient desolate powers to feel uneasy. There were rumors that a peerless devil in the Devil Cave was about to break free. One had to know that the 9 peaks of Taishan had been a place of suppression for demons. The peerless ferocious demon had yet to appear, but the demon child had. The demon child was incomparably strong, second only to the peerless ferocious demon. He had once led an army of demons to fight against the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family for a full 10 years. In these 10 years of war, many powerhouses had fallen, and the demons had also suffered heavy casualties. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat to the demon's den to recuperate. This time, the Devil's Son didn't lead the army of demons out of the demon's denver. Instead, he left the demon's den alone and began to kill the experts of the eastern region. On this evening, in a certain mountain in the eastern domain, demonic chi soared into the sky. A terrifying demonic figure intercepted an old man. This old man's body shone with immortal light, and there was a Tao aura flowing around him. This was an old man, a peak expert. "You demon, the experts of my clan are looking for you everywhere. You actually dare to appear here?" A divine sword floated above the old man's head. The old man was very nervous because the other party was the demonic son. "Humph! When those fellows find this place, they will only find your dried corpse." The demon's son laughed coldly. This was a young man who looked no different from a human. However, his body was surrounded by demonic energy and there was a terrifying demonic aura emanating from his body. After saying that, the devil's son pounced at the old man. The surrounding void seemed to collapse from the mighty demonic power that came from the devil's son's body. Buzz. The divine sword above the old man's head let out a roar and emitted a sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long. Then it slashed towards the devil child that was pouncing over. This was a mighty figure of the sword Tao. His offensive prowess was definitely at the pinnacle of those of the same cultivation level. With a single strike of his sword, all techniques were broken. The layers of demonic aura were split apart by this sword light as it headed straight for the demon child. The light of a star dares to compete with the radiance of the moon? The devil's son stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword beam. Boundless demonic power erupted from his hand and the sword beam immediately dimmed. The old man was shocked. That was his natal sword and he had cultivated it for countless years. It had long become a part of his body. At that moment, the divine sword was being corroded by the demonic chi. The spiritual chi was rapidly being converted into demonic chi. The demonic son was devouring the essence within the divine sword. "What? Don't tell me you've mastered that kind of demonic technique?" The old man was shocked. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had actually damaged his own Tao power and severed all connections between himself and the divine sword. At that moment, the old man's face turned extremely pale. His connection with the divine sword had been severed by himself. This caused his Tao foundation to be impacted. Swoosh! The old man turned into a sword beam and rushed into the sky. He wanted to escape. He didn't dare to stay in this place anymore. The opponent was too strong and he was no match for him at all. "You still want to escape in front of me?" Crack! The divine sword in the devil's son's hand quickly dimmed. With a jolt of demonic power, the divine weapon broke into several pieces and became a few pieces of scrap metal. Then, the devil's son chased after him unhurriedly and struck out with his palm. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. Endless demonic chi quickly condensed into a pitch-black demonic hand. It slapped towards the sword beam in front of him. The space was shattering and the giant hand instantly covered the entire sky. Without any suspense, the sword beam that the old man had turned into was slapped down from the sky by the giant hand. Then, it was grabbed by the demonic hand and all his Tao power was sucked away. He became a dried-up corpse. This kind of demonic technique was extremely domineering. It could devour the essence, chi, and spirit of a cultivator. Even the primordial spirit couldn't escape. After devouring the old man's Tao power, the devil's son was about to leave when he suddenly felt something. He turned around and looked at the space in front of him. "You've been watching for so long. Do you still want to keep watching?" The devil's son's voice was extremely cold. With his cultivation, it took him so long to sense that someone was hiding and spying on him. This really annoyed him. I didn't expect you to notice me like this. Following the voice, an extremely weak ripple appeared in the space. Then, a figure walked out as if he had directly walked out of the space. You didn't run after seeing me? Very good of you. After the devil's son saw this person, his pupils constricted. This was a guy who was covered in godly items. Especially the fan in this guy's hand. It was actually made from the feathers of a rare golden bird. Hee. What a joke. I've met demons who are much stronger than you. You. This person glanced at the devil's son and a faint look of disdain appeared on his face. The devil's son was furious. Ever since he started his cultivation, no one had dared to look down on him. This guy was just a powerful emperor. What right did he have to be so arrogant? What about you? If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then I'm leaving. Tian was extremely relaxed and didn't look nervous at all. It was as if he didn't care about the devil's son at all. One should know that the devil's son had been in the limelight in the East region recently. Many strong cultivators in the East region had already died in the hands of the devil's son. You're courting death. The devil's son couldn't take it anymore. He roared angrily and 2 beams of evil blood light shot out from his eyes. His long hair turned into a demonic dragon and rushed towards Tian. Tian directly fanned forward. A divine fire rushed out from the fan in his hand and burned towards the demonic dragon that was rushing towards him. The terrifying heat caused the void to distort. A burning smell immediately spread in the void. The moment the demonic dragon that was formed by the devil's son's long hair came into contact with the divine fire, it quickly shrank back. Damn it! The devil's son roared angrily. Ever since he started his cultivation, he had never suffered such a loss. A lot of his long hair was actually burnt. This shocked and angered him. Who was this guy? How could he have such combat strength? Heaven transformation hand. The devil's son was furious. He stretched out his hand and a black hole appeared in his palm. A heaven-devouring force erupted from the black hole and even the void was pulled into the black hole. Tian only felt his body tighten. He was actually being sucked in by the suction force. Then he flew towards the devil's son's hand and was about to be sucked into the black hole. Tian was shocked. Chapter 16-17. The demon son of the East region appeared and attacked aggressively, constantly killing the experts of the various races in the East region. For a time, all the experts of the major forces in the East region felt threatened. But right at this moment the demon son met with a strong opponent. The sunset glow was like blood. In the depths of the mountains, there was a desolate killing intent. High up in the sky, a black hole suddenly appeared, devouring everything in the world. A figure was sucked into the black hole. Rumble, the world shook. The black hole in the sky seemed to be connected to a demonic domain. It emitted a demonic power that made one's heart palpitate. There was a power to devour the heavens, devouring everything. You want to transform the sky with one hand? You're still too young. Tian's face revealed a look of disdain. Then, the power of yin and yang surged out from his body. The power of yin and yang intertwined, and a yin-yang diagram emerged from his body. The diagram vibrated and actually blocked the power of the heaven transformation hand. It allowed Tian to stabilize his body, no longer being sucked in by the heaven transformation hand. Yin-yang technique? The demon son of the East region was taken aback. The heaven transformation hand that he cultivated could transform all the power in the world, but at this time, it was useless against this guy. What's your relationship with that person in the extreme north demonic domain? The demon's son put away the heaven transformation hand. His figure flickered, and in an instant he retreated thousands of feet away. The speed was so fast that even Tian was stunned and secretly shocked. The demons did not want to miss this opportunity. The appearance of the demon's son was enough to explain everything. The demons were also going to take action. Tian wanted to eliminate a few experts among the demons first and extinguish the flames of arrogance of the demons. However, the strength of this demon's son was beyond his expectations. I don't know what you're talking about. Tian's left hand turned into a black moon, and his right hand turned into a blazing divine sun. The power of yin and yang was vast, and it evolved into a yin-yang diagram. The most primitive power in the world erupted from his body. Boom. The yin-yang divine diagram suddenly became countless times larger, covering the entire sky and obliterating the devil child. This was a Dao diagram formed by the interweaving of yin and yang Dao energy. In an instant, it sealed the heaven and earth in all directions, enveloping the devil child. The devil's son was taken aback. The other party was much stronger than he had imagined, and this caused him to become serious. The other party's killing technique was too powerful, and even he felt a sense of danger. Universal demonic palm. The demonic child hollered out as he struck out with the unparalleled killing skill that he had cultivated. At this moment, the entire power of the heaven and earth seemed to be under his control. Within the entire void of the entire world he was the only one. Like a demon lord who could destroy the world, the devil son's long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes flickered with blood light. Tao patterns that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of the devil Tao were imprinted in all directions, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. The two powers collided very quickly. It was a huge collision. The yin-yang divine picture unleashed an endless amount of yin and yang power, which continuously cancelled out the demonic power of the demonic child. The void between the two of them was silently annihilated. In the end, neither of them could truly suppress the other. The yin-yang divine diagram dissipated, and the power of heaven and earth that the demonic son had attracted was also obliterated by the diagram. The first head-on clash between He Tian and the devil son was only a draw. "Good fella, you are worthy of me using my true strength." The devil son's heart trembled. This opponent was much scarier than ordinary opponents, and he had no choice but to get serious. "Very good, you are also worthy of me using my full strength." That frivolous expression on He Tian's face disappeared. Within his eyes, the power of yin and yang interweaved, and it was as though the sun and moon were sinking in his eyes. Kill. Demonic aura filled the sky as the devil's son roared in anger. He turned into a beam of demonic light and pounced towards He Tian. A terrifying demonic power surged forth, causing the entire world to tremble. Is it really the infinite demonic art? He Tian couldn't help but be moved. He could feel that the moment the devil's son turned into a beam of demonic light, all the essence chi in the void was drawn towards that beam of demonic light. This demonic art could convert all the essence chi in the world for one's own use. It was extremely domineering. "I don't believe that you can convert my power as well." He Tian's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He directly used the yin-yang grand art, and the yin-yang Dao diagram condensed on his body once more. The power of the great Tao curled around him as he directly met the demonic light. He Tian's hands danced, and the yin-yang Dao diagram appeared in front of him. It blocked forward and collided with the demonic light formed by the devil's son. Just as the yin-yang Dao diagram collided with the demonic light, He Tian felt the yin and yang essence chi in his body showing signs of being affected. Even the essence chi condensed by the yin-yang Dao diagram was shaken. "Transform the heavens and earth, I am the only one." The devil's son used the infinite demonic art with all his strength. Endless essence chi crazily gathered towards him, and his combat strength rapidly increased. A terrifying aura began to emanate from his body. Good heavens, he wants to raise his combat strength to the saint realm? He Tian was taken aback. His opponent was too terrifying. This kind of demonic art was famous in ancient times. It was said that it could transform any expert and was invincible. The devil's son's performance made He Tian feel great pressure. This guy was most likely the descendant of that fierce ancient demon. His demonic art made even He Tian wary. This demon was like a black hole that could devour everything. However, He Tian was not so easy to bully. The yin-yang grand art was mysterious and unfathomable. For a moment, even the infinite demonic art couldn't shake it. Endless demonic chi shrouded the depths of the mountain. Within the demonic chi, there would be yin-yang divine light piercing through from time to time. The terrifying aura caused the nearby creatures to panic. "Good demon, you forced me to do this." He Tian roared. His opponent's combat strength was constantly increasing, making him feel danger. This kind of demonic art was terrifying. This devil's son was only at the almighty emperor realm, but with the support of this demonic art, the devil's son's combat strength was gradually approaching the saint realm. This was definitely not good for He Tian. "You're dead. After devouring your yin-yang essence chi, my cultivation will definitely rise to the next level." The devil's son's voice came from within the demonic chi. Lines of demonic patterns were constantly imprinted in the void. The devil's son attracted the essence chi of heaven and earth to suppress the surroundings, trapping He Tian in the demonic chi. He wanted to slowly refine He Tian. However, He Tian would definitely not sit and wait for death. He had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret art. A shocking power suddenly erupted from his body. Boom. The whole world shook. Countless array patterns rushed out from He Tian's body, instantly covering the entire void. A towering murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth. The devil's son was shocked. He never expected that this guy still had some strength left. This was a type of array pattern that broke through the seal of his demonic chi and imprinted in the void, creating an array out of nothing. You are an array master. Only now did the Devil's Son realize his opponent's identity. He actually encountered an array master. He couldn't help but be surprised and happy. In this case, he couldn't let this guy go. Bus. At this moment, the void shook. The killing array laid down by He Tian was activated. A towering murderous aura seeped out from the killing array, dispersing all the demonic chi in the surroundings. Swish. Rays of destructive killing light appeared from the killing array and pierced through the void towards the Devil's Son. The killing intent was so shocking that even an existence like the Devil's Son couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Heaven Transformation Hand. The Devil's Son pressed his right hand forward. A black hole appeared in his palm. Countless rays of destructive killing light that pierced towards him were all devoured by the black hole. Be careful that you don't explode. He Tian's cold voice rang out from within the killing matrix. Matrix techniques were his forte. Streaks of yin and yang Dao patterns continuously emerged from his hands and were imprinted into the matrix. The power of yin and yang intertwined. In the middle of the killing array, a yin-yang diagram was faintly discernible. Powerful energy waves shook the entire area. A battle like this startled everyone. Very soon, silhouettes of experts appeared in the distance. Just at this moment, a furious roar rang out from the sky as a peerlessly powerful figure appeared in the sky. The moment that person appeared, he took out a godly bow, knocked an arrow and shot it at the Devil's Son. Demons were the greatest enemies of all cultivators in the world. This sudden appearance of an expert didn't require any hesitation. He attacked the Devil's Son directly. The divine arrow pierced through the void, shattered the heaven and earth, and emitted a terrifying energy wave of the Saint Realm. What? The Devil's Son was shocked. His body flashed and turned into a black hole. He used the infinite demon transformation art and actually wanted to melt the divine arrow. Even He Tian was shocked to see such an action. BFFF. The divine arrow flew from the sky and shot into the black hole. Endless demonic chi was annihilated. Then with a boom, the black hole exploded. A figure flew out and a large amount of demonic blood splattered from the sky. This was the power of a Saint Realm. How could it be melted so easily? The Devil's Son suffered a huge impact and his physical body almost collapsed. He didn't stop. Using this energy, he used the demonic blood escape art and turned into a bloody light, instantly leaving. This escape art that used one's own blood as a guide was so fast that it was comparable to Gu Fei's extreme speed of 8 steps. Even if the person in the sky wanted to shoot another arrow, it would be too late. That person came with a holy weapon and directly chased in the direction where the Devil's Son disappeared. Seeing this, He Tian hurriedly put away the killing array and followed. This demon cultivated the infinite demon transformation art, and it was very likely that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. This kind of demonic art could turn the essence of a cultivator for his own use. This demon walked out of the demon's lair and probably wanted to devour the essence of a cultivator to break through the shackles of his current cultivation. If that was really the case, all the cultivators in the East region would be the Devil's Son's target. Some of the experts in the East region had already thought of this possibility. Therefore, all the major forces sent out their experts to kill this Devil's Son. However, the Devil's Son was extremely cunning. Not only did they not kill him, but many cultivators from the major forces died in the hands of the Devil's Son. He Tian was very clear about the characteristics of the infinite demon transformation art. This demon had to die. Otherwise there would be big trouble. Chapter 16:18. The news that the Eastern region's Devil's Son cultivated the myriad demonic transformation technique shook the entire Eastern region and even the entire cultivation world. The myriad demonic transformation technique was a forbidden technique. This kind of demonic technique could transform all the essence energy in the world for its own use. Therefore, the Devil's Son who cultivated this technique was definitely the enemy of all the cultivators in the world. Many great powers sent out experts with holy weapons to chase after the Devil's Son. However, the Devil's Son was extremely cunning. Ever since he was injured by a holy arrow, he never showed himself again. Everyone knew that the Devil's Son had hidden himself to heal. The holy arrow's attack caused a great impact on him, causing his demonic body to almost collapse. This kind of injury wasn't easy to recover from. Everyone, including He Tian, wanted to find this Devil's Son. Some even invited the experts of the Grand Development Gate from the human realm to use the Grand Development Divine Technique to deduce the Devil's Son's location. The human realm's Grand Development Gate was a special existence. This gate used the Grand Development Divine Technique to steal the Heaven's secret. Therefore all of its members were punished by the heavens and their disciples withered. In this generation the Grand Development Gate only had 3 successors. If all 3 of them were killed, then the gate would be exterminated. Old Man Xuanji was the current gate master of the human realm's Grand Development Gate. He had 2 disciples who had already obtained 60 to 70% of his true teachings. This time, an expert from the eastern region invited one of the 2 disciples of Old Man Xuanji. This disciple of the Grand Development Gate was indeed impressive. He spent half an hour and paid the price of a mouthful of essence blood to deduce the Devil Son's location. Stealing the heaven's secret was an act that would incur the jealousy of the heavens. The people of the Grand Development Gate usually didn't want to deduce the fate of others in order to avoid being punished by the heavens. After knowing where the Devil Son was hiding, the experts from the Eastern Clan, the Zhao Clan, and the experts from the Central Plains acted together. The Sky Market was definitely a forbidden area in the eastern region or even the entire Tinglong continent. According to legend, the Sky Market was formed when a small piece of the heaven realm fell into the human realm during the dark chaos of the late prehistoric era. Although countless years had passed, it was still difficult for the heaven and earth law in the Sky Market to merge with the heaven and earth law in the mortal realm. The heaven and earth aura in the Sky Market was different from that of the mortal realm. Furthermore, although the Sky Market was filled with danger, there were also many ruins. There had been people who had picked up fragments of holy weapons from these ruins. At this moment, demonic chi lingered in a hidden valley in the periphery of the heavenly market. All the plants had already withered and lost their vitality. The demonic energy devoured all the life essence energy in the valley. Many beasts' corpses were lying on the withered grass, leaving only their skins behind. All their blood essence had been drained away. In the depths of the valley at the source of the demonic chi, there was a demonic shadow looming there. Demonic patterns lingered in the void, emitting a demonic light that made one's heart palpitate. The fiend's son hid in this nameless valley to recuperate. At this moment, 3 figures appeared outside the valley. These 3 figures silently approached the nameless valley from 3 different directions. The prediction of the brilliant disciple of the Grand Development Gate was very accurate. Although the valley was incomparably quiet without any demonic chi, this kind of silence was rather abnormal. One had to know that the spiritual energy in the area where the Sky Market and the mortal realm intersected was much denser than other places. In these areas, vegetation flourished and there were even many ferocious beasts roaming about. The surrounding of the valley was incomparably quiet, which in itself did not match this region. I would like to see how this guy is going to escape this time. A figure appeared in the distant sky, watching the scene coldly. This person was none other than Erebus. He did not want to miss out on this mission. Among the 3 experts, 2 were from the Dongfang family and the desolate Zhao family respectively. The last one was wearing a dragon crown and an official robe. Obviously he was from the royal family of the Central Plains. Judging from his attire, he should be from the Great Qi dynasty in the eastern region of the Central Plains. The Great Qi dynasty had also sent a royal expert to the eastern region. The 3 experts all carried holy weapons with them. They could use the holy weapons to conceal their aura. Unless it was a quasi-sage, no one would be able to sense their presence. Obviously, the fiend's son was not a quasi-sage. Boom. All of a sudden, 3 waves of sage aura exploded. Countless Sanctier Dao patterns intertwined and formed an inescapable net that enveloped the entire valley. Countless Dao patterns were imprinted on the ground. In an instant, the sky and the ground were completely sealed by the Dao patterns that rushed out from the holy weapons. Roar. A furious roar came from the valley. Countless demonic patterns appeared in the void around the valley. A demonic formation was activated. However, in the face of the Sanctier power, the demonic formation set up by the fiend's son was nothing. Countless demonic patterns were directly obliterated by the mighty power of the 3 holy weapons. These 3 guys. Seeing this scene, even He Tian was shocked. The 3 holy weapons were actually reviving. It was obvious that these 3 experts had made full preparations beforehand. They were going to kill the fiend's son. The 3 experts activated the holy weapons and pushed forward. The valley was collapsing. Under the peerless sage aura, everything was about to be obliterated. It was extremely terrifying. The 3 holy weapons were a dragon saber, a huge flag and a bronze cauldron. A series of dragon roars came from the dragon saber. There seemed to be a dragon soul sealed inside, emitting endless dragon might. In the sky above the dragon saber, there was a vague shadow of a huge dragon. The Great Qi dynasty's heaven dragon saber? At this moment, many cultivators had already arrived nearby. Witnessing this shocking scene, everyone was stunned. Endless sage aura erupted and no one dared to approach. Someone recognized the dragon saber. It was the Great Qi dynasty's holy saber. They didn't expect the Great Qi dynasty to use such a trump card. One had to know that a complete and flawless holy weapon was enough to intimidate all the forces in the human world. Despicable. In the valley, the fiend's son was shocked and angry. At this moment, the holy weapon sealed the heaven and earth and laid out an inescapable net. Unless he was a demon saint, otherwise even a half-sage would have to suffer. Rumble. The mighty dragon might, the huge flag, the bronze cauldron, and the three holy weapons displayed their saint-tier power, turning the void into chaos. The destructive power caused the heaven and earth to change color. The saint-tier Tao patterns shattered everything. Layers of demonic qi were constantly being obliterated. The three experts were emitting endless divine radiance. They didn't hesitate to consume their essence qi to obliterate the fiend's son. Three pinnacle experts came with holy weapons. You guys really think highly of me? The fiend's son roared. At this moment, a demon diagram rushed out from his body, emitting endless demonic light. Demonic patterns emerged on the demon diagram. This was a demon diagram refined by a half-demon saint. There was a terrifying demon saint aura on the demon diagram. However, if the fiend's son wanted to use this demon diagram to protect himself, it was definitely not enough. This is a last-ditch struggle. The expert from the Great Qi dynasty was incomparably powerful. He directly activated the Heaven Dragon Saber and slashed at the demon diagram. The resplendent saber light seemed to split the heaven and earth in half. Chapter 16-19. The Devil's Son was trapped in the valley, and the three sacred weapons had sealed off all his escape routes, forcing him to risk his life. Rumble. A devil diagram rushed out of the Devil's Son's body and emitted destructive waves. Countless demonic patterns emerged. This was the powerful power of a quasi-sage. However, in front of true saint-level power, the power of a quasi-sage couldn't change anything. The Devil's Son was already in a desperate situation. As long as the three sacred weapons worked together, they would be able to destroy his body and soul. A deathbed struggle. The Great Qi royal family was incomparably domineering. They immediately activated the Sky Dragon Saber and slashed at the devil diagram. A dragon-shaped saber qi instantly soared tens of thousands of feet and fell down. No one was optimistic about the Devil's Son. If he could escape from the encirclement of the three sacred weapons, then he would be too heaven-defying. Just as everyone thought that the Devil's Son was about to fall, He Tian felt a trace of unease. His premonition had always been accurate. He didn't think much and immediately retreated 1,000 miles. Boom. Just as He Tian was retreating, an earth-shattering explosion came from the valley. That devil diagram actually collapsed by itself. Billions of demonic patterns were destroyed and formed a peerlessly terrifying power. The self-destruction of a quasi-sage demonic Tao treasure was earth-shattering and shook the heaven and earth. Even the three sacred weapons were shaking and the saint-level Tao patterns were flickering. On the ground and in the void, many saint-level Tao patterns were collapsing. What? No one expected the Devil's Son to self-destruct his devil diagram. The vast power from the devil diagram even broke through the seal of the three sacred weapons and gushed out from the center of the valley. This was definitely a disaster. The self-detonation of the demonic diagram of the quasi-sage level erupted with a terrifying power that surpassed the quasi-sage level. The released destructive power caused everything within a radius of several hundred miles to turn into ashes. The ground sank. Even with the saint-level Tao patterns, the entire ground was shaved off and a huge pit appeared in the outer region of the sky market. Many people were affected and exploded into clouds of blood mist in the void. Under this destructive power, even an almighty would be destroyed in body and soul. Boom. Another loud explosion rang out. A demonic energy even more powerful than the explosion of the demonic diagram exploded. This time, the Great Qi imperial family suffered a great impact. His heavenly dragon saber was hit twice and was almost blown away. The Sky Dragon Saber of the Great Qi dynasty was one of the treasures of this immortal dynasty. It was a divine saber refined by the ancestors of this dynasty. Compared to other saint weapons, the imperial experts of the Qi dynasty could better control their own saint weapons. Only in the hands of the imperial experts of the Qi dynasty could the heavenly dragon saber display its greatest power. Roar. The expert from the royal family of the Great Qi dynasty let out a furious roar. The draconic aura around his body was vast and mighty. His hands, which were holding the sacred blade, were already drenched in blood. His wrists had already cracked open over a dozen times. He circulated the great dragon chi in his body with all his might and barely managed to hold onto the heaven dragon saber, preventing it from flying out of his hand. After exploding 2 demonic path magic treasures of the quasi-sage level, the inescapable net laid out by the 3 sacred weapons was torn open by the 2 demonic path powers. Swoosh! A ray of bloody light rushed out from the torn hole. The Devil's Son was using the demonic blood escape technique. Using his own blood as a guide, he turned into a ray of bloody light in an attempt to escape. What? The 3 pinnacle experts were shocked. At this moment, they had to defend against the terrifying power produced by the explosion of the magic treasures of the demonic path. It was difficult for them to stop the Devil's Son. I will definitely repay this debt tenfold. The Devil's Son left a ruthless sentence before rushing towards the Sky Market. At this moment, the Sky Market was the only path of survival. There were experts coming from other directions. Swoosh! Just as the bloody light that the Devil's Son had turned into was about to rush into the Sky Market, an arrow flew from the sky and shot towards the bloody light. The bloody light was shot by the sacred arrow and immediately dissipated more than half of it. The Devil's Son let out a blood-curdling scream. In the end, he still rushed into the Sky Market and disappeared. The expert who had shot the Devil's Son with the arrow had arrived. However, because he was too far away, he could only shoot the arrow from afar. Once again, the Devil's Son was severely injured. How is this possible? 3 experts came with saint weapons, but he still managed to escape. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't believe what they had just seen. The self-destruction of the demonic diagram and the self-destruction of the mysterious demonic weapon. This Devil's Son's methods were really ruthless. When the 3 experts had completely destroyed the power of the demonic path produced by the explosion of the 2 magic treasures of the demonic path, the demonic light that the Devil's Son had turned into was long gone. At this moment, Tian had also disappeared. The Sky Market was a forbidden ground in the eastern region of the human realm. In this great era of the human realm, there were cultivators in this forbidden ground in the eastern region. Many cultivators entered the Sky Market when the great era arrived. Many young disciples of the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity were cultivating in the Sky Market. However, on this day the cultivators in the Sky Market welcomed a disaster. A bloody demonic light appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the Sky Market. Every time this bloody demonic light appeared, it would bring about a massacre. Many places where the demonic light appeared were left with dried corpses. These dried corpses were cultivators whose essence, spirit, and even their flesh and blood had been devoured. It's the myriad devil transformation technique. At the place where the bloody demonic light appeared again, a few dried corpses were left behind. Just as the demonic light left, a figure appeared in this place. It was a handsome young man with a jade-like face and a divine fire fan in his hand. This Devil's Son is already half dead, but he still dares to do evil everywhere? Tian muttered to himself. He was the only one who had chased after the Devil's Son. The 3 experts who had grasped sacred weapons had also lost him. Swish! Tian's figure disappeared into the void. He had followed the aura of the Devil's Son all the way. He was an expert in tracking and few could escape from his pursuit. Of course, if the Devil's Son hadn't been seriously injured, even Tian would have found it difficult to track him. This Devil's Son had the treasures of the demons on him that could conceal his aura. However, at this time, the Devil's Son had exploded the treasures of the demons on him. It was no longer possible for him to hide his tracks. In a place where Yin Qi gathered, a devil shadow was floating in the Yin Qi. This devil shadow was swallowing the surrounding Yin Qi, trying to form a devil body. Damn it! The devil shadow emitted a devil consciousness. This wasn't the Devil's Son's devil body, but an essence spirit. The Devil's Son's devil body had already been destroyed. To think that the Devil's Son of the East region would actually end up in such a state. The devil shadow was indignant. The other party had actually used a sacred weapon and didn't abide by the rules at all. However, he couldn't do anything because the demons and the human race were irreconcilable races. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. You really made me look for you. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the void. Upon hearing this voice, the Devil's Son's essence spirit in the Yin Qi was shocked. Chapter 16:20. The sudden appearance of Tian shocked the Devil Child to the extreme. This was a powerful opponent and with his current state he was no match for this person at all. The Devil Child's primordial spirit emitted a strong wave of divine will. All the Yin Qi in the Yin land immediately gathered towards the Devil Child's primordial spirit. A strong demonic power was condensing, and within the demonic Qi, demonic patterns were faintly discernible. It attracted the essence of heaven and earth from all directions, and a demonic body was condensed. The devil child was rapidly reconstructing his demonic body. Soon, a demonic shadow walked out of the demonic chi, and its blood-red eyes emitted an evil gaze. It's just a last-ditch struggle. What's the use of this? Tian did not stop the devil child from reconstructing his demonic body. He just stood in the distance and watched the scene quietly. At this moment, the devil child was no longer the devil child who could look down on everyone. Kill? The devil child was still strong. Even though he knew that he was at a disadvantage, he still took the initiative to attack. Endless demonic chi rushed out of his demonic body, condensing into more than 10 demonic spears, and pierced towards Tian. On each demonic spear, there was a demonic pattern faintly discernible. He was fighting with his life, and did not hesitate to use the source of demonic power to brand the demonic patterns on the demonic spears. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Tian directly used the invisible divine sword. An almost transparent sword light rushed out from between his eyebrows and rushed forward. A wisp of holy might was emitted from the almost transparent sword light, which shocked the devil child. This guy had a holy weapon. This time, the devil child was afraid that he would not be able to survive. Without any suspense, Tian's invisible sword light directly crushed the dozen demonic spears, and then slashed towards the devil child. It was as easy as breaking dry weeds, and there was no way to stop it. The devil child turned into a demonic light and dodged. However, no matter how fast he was, the almost transparent sword light still hit his left arm. The demon child's entire left arm exploded. His muscles, bones, and flesh all turned into a bloody mist in an instant, dissipating into the void. The smell of blood immediately filled the air. The reconstructed demonic body could not compare to the demonic son's original demonic body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. His demonic body was severely injured after being swept by the invisible sword beam. Die. Tian pressed forward, and the invisible sword light flew back to him. At this moment, the yin-yang divine power on his body was vast and mighty, and in his divine eyes, there were yin-yang Tao patterns interweaving. Buzz. The formless divine sword trembled, and a transparent sword wave spread out from it. Everywhere the sword wave passed, the void space was shattered and everything was destroyed. Pooh! The demonic son was forced to retreat once again. Demonic blood splattered all over his body. The demonic body that had just been reconstructed was almost shattered by the sword wave emitted by the invisible divine sword. Roar! The devil child roared, and his voice was filled with unwillingness. The demonic blood that splashed out from his body was all blooming with an almost immortal demonic light. Burning the demonic blood was releasing the strongest demonic power. The terrifying power of a mighty emperor was increasing almost infinitely. There was actually a wisp of holy might in the demonic blood. What? Tian was shocked. This devil child was not simple. He had actually cultivated such a forbidden divine power. He was burning his own power source. Once his power source was exhausted, this demon would be destroyed in body and soul. Demonic fire burns the heavens. I will die with you. The devil child roared. At this moment, not only was the demonic blood outside his body burning, but the demonic blood in his body was also burning. His entire body was emitting terrifying demonic fire. This madman, Tian did not want to fight the devil child to the death. The other party had been seriously injured, and he was in peak condition. There was no need for him to fight this demon. Swish! He used the yin-yang steps and quickly retreated. The invisible divine sword constantly emitted waves of sword waves that protected him. Endless demonic fire burned towards him. Wherever the demonic fire passed, the void was silently annihilated. This kind of demonic fire that was formed from the devil child's demonic power source was too terrifying. An extremely terrifying demonic power spread between heaven and earth. The demonic fire instantly enveloped the void for thousands of miles. Buzz! The invisible divine sword vibrated. The saint-level sword chi wave isolated the terrifying demonic fire that was surging towards Tian outside of Tian's body. Even so, Tian still felt great danger. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Although the demonic power was mostly weakened by the invisible divine sword chi, there was still a small part that penetrated through the sword light. This demonic power made Tian feel restless all over. His spiritual soul was shaken and his mind was almost lost. This kind of demonic power could demonize all living beings. If it was an ordinary almighty emperor, his mind would have been disturbed by this power, lost his mind and demonized. But who was Tian? He had been through reincarnation continuously. His mind was so firm that no one in the human realm could compare to him. It was impossible to demonize him. Formation in the void. Haitian roared. A strong wave exploded from his body. Lines of formation patterns began to condense on his body and imprinted themselves in all directions. In just an instant, countless formation patterns flew out from Haitian's body and interweaved to form a shocking killing formation. The killing intent soared into the sky and caused the sky to change color. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth shook. The killing formation was in operation. A total of 108 killing lights rushed out from the killing formation and pierced towards the devil child. The supreme killing lights shattered the void and broke through the layers of demonic fire. It pierced towards the devil child who was in the center of the demonic fire, displaying great power. In the middle of the killing formation, a saint-tier power was gathering. This was a one-corner saint formation that had been set up by Erebus. Ancient runes interwove to form a mysterious and unfathomable formation diagram, and a supreme killing light circulated within it. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. The devil child's voice came from within the demonic fire. An even more powerful demonic fire burst forth from his body. The moment the 108 beams of killing light met the demonic fire, they were refined into nothingness by the demonic fire. Seeing this, Haitian couldn't help but feel shocked. This demonic fire could even refine the saint-tier killing lights. It was really terrifying. If this demonic fire burned one's body, even a half-sage would be destroyed. Very well, I'll let you see what a formation master is. Haitian made up his mind and opened up the world of formations in his body. Countless Tao patterns rushed out from his world of formations and interweaved to form a killing formation. 10 ultimate formation, heaven punishing formation, earth fire formation, 5 elements formation. Great formations appeared one after another, emitting terrifying killing intent and suppressing the devil child. Chapter 16:21. Haitian was determined. This was the first time he used the world of array formations that he had cultivated. It was a world formed by endless array patterns, like a treasure trove of array formations. The endless array patterns could interweave into killing arrays. Countless array patterns rushed out of Haitian's world of array formations and killing arrays appeared in the world, emitting terrifying waves. Kill? Haitian used his trump card this time. He roared and controlled the killing arrays to attack the demonic air and the demonic fire. Boom. The 10-terminal formation erupted with endless terrifying power, obliterating the void. A large area of demonic fire was dissipating, and within the demonic fire, the demonic patterns were collapsing. However, the endless demonic fire produced by the demonic air burning his demonic power was too much. The power of the 10-terminal formation was only able to break a corner of it. However, Haitian had more than one killing array. The entire world was shrouded by the killing arrays. After the 10-terminal formation collapsed, the heaven punishment array attacked again. Rumble, the heaven punishment array triggered the power of the heavens. Terrifying lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the demonic air in the demonic fire, bringing with it the destructive power of the 9 heavens. This was a kind of heavenly punishment. It was extremely terrifying, but it was still difficult to suppress the demonic air. Layers of demonic fire swept out from his body, even the heavenly punishment was annihilated in the demonic fire. The demonic air roared angrily. Demonic patterns collapsed in his body, releasing extremely terrifying demonic power. The collapse of each demonic pattern weakened the demonic air's life force. The collapse of the demonic patterns was irreversible. The demonic air's Tao foundation had been destroyed. These were the demonic patterns that he had comprehended, the foundation of achieving the Tao. He was personally destroying his own hope of achieving the Tao. You want to drag me down with you even if you destroy your own Tao foundation? You can play by yourself. I won't accompany you. Haitian suddenly sneered. He smashed out more than 10 killing arrays, then used the invisible divine sword to protect himself. He rushed into the sky, broke through the suppression of the demonic fire and rushed out. When the fiend air saw Haitian leave without a fight, he was so angry that he almost fainted. He destroyed his Tao foundation because he wanted to fight Haitian to the death. He wanted to use his life to kill this opponent. However, Haitian looked through the void with his yin-yang divine eyes and saw the changes that were happening in the demonic son's body. The demonic son's Tao foundation had been destroyed and he had no fate with the great Tao in this lifetime. At this point in time, killing the fiend air no longer mattered. Although the myriad demon transformation art was terrifying, a crippled demon son wouldn't be able to cause much trouble unless that peerless demon from the East region demon lair came out. Haitian was very decisive. After knowing the situation of the devil child, he immediately retreated. This caused the devil child to almost go crazy. This fellow was simply too despicable. The devil's son wanted to go all out, but it was impossible for He Tian to really go all out against him. He Tian was extremely cunning, and he would definitely not do a losing business. Damn it, you want to escape? It's not that easy. The devil's son was like a crazy demon as he set off a monstrous demonic fire, chasing after He Tian. At this time he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Anyone who met him would be unlucky. He Tian used the yin-yang steps and his speed was extremely fast as he rushed towards the horizon. The terrifying demonic fire enveloped half the sky and burned towards He Tian. This was a terrifying scene. Everywhere the demonic fire passed, all living beings would be burned to ashes. Even the mountains that were burned by the demonic fire silently turned to ashes. The area that the devil's son passed through was truly a place where he could kill everything. Very soon the two of them chased for thousands of miles. The demonic fire burned the sky, alarming many cultivators. Some people recognized the devil's son and before long, experts with holy weapons took action. At this time He Tian had already escaped to a mountain gate. This area was filled with spiritual energy and there was a white jade gateway outside the mountain gate. The words Xuanji were engraved on the gateway. This was where the East region's major sect, Xuanji sect, was located. Xuanji sect was one of the few major sects in the East region other than the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the primordial ancients. When the great era of the human world arrived, Xuanji sect was also extremely prosperous. However, this major sect was attached to the Zhao family of the primordial ancients and hitched a ride on the chariot of the Zhao family. The reason why He Tian escaped here was because he had a purpose. Who goes there? Someone shouted from within the mountain gate. However, He Tian could not be bothered with that person and directly rushed into the mountain gate. Someone tried to stop him but He Tian merely flicked his sleeves and that person was sent flying hundreds of miles away. Boom. At this time the devil's son arrived. Endless demonic fire swept down from the sky and the white jade gateway at the mountain gate of Xuanji sect collapsed. Enemy attack. The alarm in Xuanji sect rang and a strong aura rushed out of a pavilion in Xuanji sect. An old man walked out of the pavilion. Oh no, it's the devil's son. Someone recognized the devil's son and exclaimed. The reputation of the devil's son was earned through fighting. With his strength alone, he had shaken the entire East region and caused everyone to feel insecure. Everyone in the Xuanji sect was horrified by the demon son's attack. Monstrous demonic fire shrouded the entire area and plunged the area into absolute darkness. The demonic fire swept down from the sky and burned everything in its path. The entire Xuanji sect was shrouded in demonic fire. This was a calamity. The demonic fire formed from the power of the demonic path was too domineering and terrifying. Even a semi-sage would be destroyed in body and soul if they were to be burned by it. The sect master of Xuanji sect was a pinnacle mighty figure and could take that step at any time to become a semi-sage. However, at this moment the devil's son arrived. The Xuanji sect master who had just walked out of the pavilion was unable to resist the demonic fire at all. He struggled in the demonic fire for a while before turning into ashes. Rumble, the entire area was shaking. Countless rays of divine light rushed out from various parts of Xuanji sect and interweaved into countless formation patterns in the sky. This was the Xuanji sect's mountain guarding formation. Someone had activated the mountain guarding formation of Xuanji sect. A terrifying pressure surged out from the mountain guarding formation and a wisp of saintly might appeared between heaven and earth. The mountain guarding formation of Xuanji sect was not a saint-level formation. However, when it was activated, it could display a wisp of saintly might because it was a quasi-sage formation. This sect in the East region had once produced a quasi-sage and this mountain guarding formation was set up by that quasi-sage. It was also because of the existence of this formation that the sects in the East region did not dare to underestimate Xuanji sect. The quasi-sage level formation was activated. This formation was much more powerful than the killing formation that He Tian had set up. One had to know that this was a flawless quasi-sage level formation. The power of the quasi-sage level formation surged and dispersed the demonic fire that swept down from the sky. Even the devil's son was shocked that the power of a quasi-sage could hurt him. This despicable and cunning fellow. At this moment, the devil's son gritted his teeth. He realized that he could no longer sense He Tian's aura. He Tian seemed to have disappeared and those experts with holy weapons were already nearby. Chapter 1622. He Tian had tricked the devil's son and the Xuanji sect of the eastern region. The current sect leader of the Xuanji sect had been burned to death by the sky-burning demon fire, and the sage-to-be mountain guarding formation had gradually dimmed under the erosion of the demon fire. This was not a good thing. If the mountain guarding formation could not withstand the demon fire and the demon fire swept down from the sky, the entire Xuanji sect would be wiped off the face of the human world. Even though the sage-to-be mountain guarding formation had temporarily blocked the sky-burning demon fire, the terrifying demonic aura still managed to seep into the formation. A loud roar came from within the Xuanji sect. The eyes of a Xuanji sect disciple suddenly turned blood red and a crazed look could be seen in his eyes. Traces of demonic aura seeped out from his body. The immortal chi in this Xuanji sect disciple was turning into demonic aura. He was about to turn into a demon. What's going on? Why would he turn into a demon at this moment? The Xuanji sect was in chaos. None of the Xuanji sect disciples had expected that one of them would turn into a demon even though the demon had been stopped outside the sect. Quick, kill him. It will be terrible if he turns into a demon. Someone shouted. However, they were all from the same sect after all and no one was willing to take action. They were all at a loss and did not know what to do. Swoosh. Just then, a beam of divine light shot out from one of the halls of the Xuanji sect and killed the Xuanji sect disciple who was about to descend into a state of madness. A white-robed middle-aged man walked out from the hall on the mountain peak. Everyone, focus your energy and focus your mind to resist the demon. The middle-aged man shouted loudly, and some of the people who were already irritated and had their minds wavering immediately sobered up as if they had been hit in the head with a stick. All the disciples of the Xuanji sect sat down cross-legged and began to use the Xuanji sect's mantra to focus their minds to resist the demon. However, the demonic aura was pervasive. Even though they had taken precautions, some of the Xuanji sect disciples who did not have sufficient cultivation were still on the verge of turning into a demon. Many of the Xuanji sect disciples were eventually affected by the demonic aura and went completely crazy. All their immortal chi was converted into demonic aura and their combat strength increased by 10 times. More than 10 disciples of the Xuanji sect who had fallen into the demonic path attacked their fellow disciples like mad demons. Their demonic chi soared into the sky and many disciples of the Xuanji sect lost their lives immediately. For a time, blood and flesh splattered all over the Xuanji sect. Screams of agony, cries of alarm, and shouts of anger filled the air. Kill. The middle-aged expert immediately attacked. A beam of divine light shot out from his body and instantly flew forward, killing the dozen or so disciples of the Four-Star sect who were frantically attacking the disciples. Demon, where do you think you're going? Just then, a loud shout came from outside the mountain protecting formation and a terrifying wave of energy that made even mighty figures tremble was transmitted into the mountain gate of the Xuanji sect. Even the great mountain guarding array of the quasi-sage level was shaking. Under this pressure, the great array was on the verge of collapsing. The only thing that could cause the great mountain guarding array of the quasi-sage level to collapse was the true might of a saint. An expert wielding a holy weapon appeared. Umph. A cold laugh rang out from within the boundless demonic flames. Then, demonic runes began to appear within the demonic flames, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy from all directions. All the spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of miles was completely devoured in an instant. Boom! With a deafening bang, a ball of demonic fire that looked like a black demonic sun fell from the sky and smashed a huge hole in the great mountain guarding array of the quasi-sage level below. Lines of quasi-sage level formation inscriptions dissipated between heaven and earth. The mountain gate of the East region Xuanji sect had been breached by the fiend sun. The white jade plaque outside the mountain gate was instantly turned into ashes. This plaque contained a Tao pattern of the Great Tao and was actually an array core. With the collapse of the eye of the array, the entire great mountain guarding array of the quasi-sage level came to a halt. The ball of demonic fire also exploded in the sky above the Xuanji sect, engulfing everything in all directions. Even the middle-aged expert from the Xuanji sect did not manage to escape. He was engulfed by the demonic fire and only managed to struggle for a while before his body and spirit were destroyed and he turned into a pile of ashes. Experts of the mighty realm could not withstand such terrifying demonic fire, let alone the other disciples of the Xuanji sect. The entire mountain was enveloped by the demonic fire and turned into ashes. The thousands of disciples of the Xuanji sect were all refined by the demonic fire. The essence, chi, and spirit of thousands of cultivators were all devoured by the demonic fire. With the replenishment of this powerful energy, the Devil Sun's almost broken body was rapidly restored. Even his left arm, which had been swept by the invisible sword light, was reborn and a new left arm was formed. The Xuanji sect of the eastern region could not escape this calamity after all. Thousands of disciples and even their sect master, who was at the pinnacle of the mighty realm, were all killed. This was definitely a major event that had not happened in the past 100 years. This was because in the past 100 years, other than the Taishan sect of the eastern region being destroyed, this was the second time that a large sect of the eastern region had been destroyed. The forces that could become a large sect of the eastern region were all forces that had existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Such a heritage naturally had a deep foundation. This Xuanji sect had once produced a sage to be. However, even if the Xuanji sect had produced a sage to be, they could not avoid the fate of being destroyed. The destruction of the Xuanji sect was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Zhao family of the ancients. What a ruthless devil! A loud shout was heard and an immortal holy light pierced through the demonic fire from afar. This was the power of a sage to be. Someone was attacking the devil's son with a holy weapon. Demonic blood transformation. The devil's son spat out a mouthful of blood and then turned into a beam of bloody light. He displayed the extreme speed of the demonic way and shot up into the sky, evading the immortal holy light that pierced through him. Buzz. The void shook and a divine mirror appeared in the distant sky. It emitted millions of rays of divine light and shone down on the devil's son. A terrifying holy aura emanated from the divine mirror and shocked the heavens. The layers of demonic fire were like snow under the scorching sun under the illumination of the mirror. They quickly dissipated in the void and turned into nothingness. This was a holy weapon that displayed a wisp of holy aura. Although it was only a wisp of holy aura, it was enough to make the entire world feel like it was about to collapse. The devil's son had destroyed the Xuanji sect and angered a super force of the eastern region. Someone was using a divine mirror of the ancients to kill the devil's son and destroy his body and soul. Whoosh! The divine mirror shone and the endless demonic fire collapsed. Even though the devil's son had displayed the extreme speed of the demonic way, his lower body was still illuminated by the light. The devil's son felt his body become light and the lower half of his body disappeared from his waist. The destructive power spread up from his waist. His flesh and blood were turned into dust and dissipated in the void. In the end, only his head was left and shot up into the sky. Chapter 16:23. After destroying the Xuanji sect, the devil child did not escape. Instead, he displayed his demonic movement technique and headed for the next sect. However, someone appeared with a holy weapon and attacked him. Buzz. The divine mirror vibrated and once again emitted a dazzling divine light that shone towards the devil child's head. As long as the devil child was hit by this light, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Boom! Endless demonic power surged out from the devil child's head. Countless demonic patterns interweaved to form a demonic diagram. The void collapsed and this demonic diagram broke through the barrier of heaven and earth. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar resounded from the void that the demonic diagram had torn open. Then, a demonic light rushed out from the unknown void and directly met the light that the divine mirror had shot over. Boom! The void was shattered, and the demonic light wrapped around a demonic weapon. The demonic weapon collided with the power of the divine mirror, shattering the light emitted by the divine mirror. What? Someone in the dark exclaimed. This demonic weapon could actually compete with a holy weapon. This demonic weapon was definitely a peerless demonic weapon refined by the devil saint. A peerless demonic weapon had finally appeared in the eastern region. The people in the dark were very shocked. Could it be that the peerless demon in the depths of the devil's den was really going to break free? Everyone's expression changed. In the great world of the human world, nothing was impossible. Even the peerless demon did not want to miss this opportunity. The demons that were lurking in the human world were already ready to make a move. You still want me to make a move after all? A voice came from the void that the demonic diagram had broken. Then, a demonic figure walked out of the void and reached out to catch the peerless demonic weapon that flew back. This was a pitch-black spear that emitted a terrifying demonic aura that made all living beings tremble. This was a peerless demonic weapon refined by the devil saint. The spearhead of this spear was suffused with a bloody light as if the immortal blood of a saint was flowing on it. This was a demonic spear that had once killed a saint. The person holding this demonic spear was a young man full of demonic aura. This young man seemed to have just come out of the devil world and was very interested in everything in the outside world. He looked around and took a deep breath. This world is changing. I can feel the aura of an ancient desolate land. The young man was muttering to himself. From beginning to end he did not even look at the devil child. At this moment, A suction force came from the void where the demon diagram had broken through, sucking in the head of the demon child. Losers, even if they obtain great power, are still losers. The young man whose body was shrouded in demonic chi said. After that he shook his head. He didn't care about the devil child's failure at all. He didn't seem to have a good impression of the devil child at all. A demon with a peerless demonic weapon? A figure appeared next to the divine mirror in the sky. It was a young woman dressed in white. Her face was covered by a veil, so no one could see her face. The goddess of the primordial Zhao clan? Far in the sky, the cultivators who saw this woman were shocked. They never imagined that the person who was chasing after the devil child with a divine weapon was the goddess of the Zhao clan. In the eastern domain, other than Dong Huang of the Dongfang clan, the Zhao clan of the primordial clan also had a goddess. Some people said that the Zhao clan's goddess had a great background. She was the youngest daughter of the primordial human emperor, the first clan leader of the Zhao clan. Others said that the primordial goddess was a genius that the Zhao clan of the primordial cultivated for nearly 100 years. After cultivating for 100 years, she had already become a peak expert. Moreover, the bottleneck of the primordial goddess cultivation had reached a stage where she was about to break through. She could take that step at any time and become a half-saint. With this level of cultivation, the primordial goddess strength was no weaker than Donghuang's. However, the Zhao clan of the primordial clan and the Dongfang clan were currently in an alliance. Dong Huang and the primordial goddess had never truly fought against each other. However, many people believed that Dong Huang was slightly stronger than the primordial goddess. This was because Dong Huang wore a divine robe and was innately undefeatable. Moreover, he also had a divine spear. Dong Huang had a divine spear for offense and a divine robe for defense. He was well versed in both offense and defense. Even the primordial goddess would find it difficult to suppress such an existence. The Zhao clan's goddess? In the distant sky, He Tian had not truly left. The appearance of the Zhao clan's goddess made his eyes light up. However, even he found it difficult to see the Zhao clan's goddess' true appearance. Outrageous. She's the same as Dong Huang. Both of them are hiding their heads and showing their tails. He Tian couldn't help but curse. However, it was precisely because of this that he became curious about the Zhao clan's goddess. There were only two reasons for a woman to cover her face. One was that she was too ugly and didn't dare to show her face. The other was that she was too beautiful and didn't want others to see her peerless beauty. Was it because she was too ugly or too beautiful? It's actually a woman. Is there no one else in the Zhao clan? The demonic youth stared at the woman in white who was holding the divine mirror and said coldly, "How dare you?" The Zhao clan's goddess' tone was equally cold. Moreover, she didn't even bother to speak to the demonic youth. She directly attacked him. Swish. The divine mirror's runes intertwined. An immortal holy light rushed out from the divine mirror, shattering the void and shining towards the demonic youth. Buzz. The demonic youth's face revealed a cold smile. He shook the demonic spear in his hand and rushed towards the Zhao clan's goddess. On the pitch-black demonic spear, demonic runes were awakening. A terrifying demonic aura appeared between heaven and earth, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. No one knew the demonic youth's origin. However, since this great demon dared to ignore the devil child, his status must be even higher than the devil child's. The demonic youth was incomparably powerful. With the demonic spear in his hand, he directly shattered the divine mirror's light and rushed forward. Boom! The divine mirror radiated an even brighter divine light that shot forward. The terrifying power caused the devilish youth to be startled. The Zhao clan's goddess was actually able to use her own strength to cause the divine mirror to display saintly might. Roar! The demonic youth's long hair danced in the wind. A monstrous wave of demonic energy erupted from his body. The demonic spear in his hand seemed to have awakened as it emitted a wave of demonic energy that wasn't any weaker than the divine mirrors. The two saintly divine weapons collided. The demonic youth and the Zhao clan's goddess were both sent flying. The two divine weapons didn't truly collide, but the power emitted by the two divine weapons still caused the two of them to suffer a great impact. The demonic youth's hands that were holding the peerless divine weapon were bleeding. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. As for the Zhao clan's goddess, she didn't have it easy either. The gauze that covered her face had traces of blood. The two experts' attacks had injured each other. Chapter 1624. The goddess of the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity held a divine mirror and fought against the demonic youth. Although the two saint weapons didn't really collide, both of them were shocked. Who are you? The goddess' cold voice resounded. In the entire eastern domain, there were only 3 superpowers: the Zhao clan of the Desolate Antiquity, the Dongfang clan, and the Eastern Devil Denver. Who didn't know about the Devil Son of the East region? However, this demonic young man had never appeared before. Even so, the battle prowess displayed by this demonic young man was enough to make everyone feel fearful. Especially the demonic youth who had a peerless demonic weapon. One should know that even the Devil Son of the East didn't have a peerless demonic weapon. It could only be said that this demon's status in the demons was even higher than the Devil's Son. You don't have the right to know my name. The demonic youth was very strong, but the goddess of the Zhao clan had a saint weapon. He also had some scruples and didn't want to fight her head-on. One should know that the collision of saint weapons could destroy the entire domain. Some experts who had saint weapons usually fought in the starry sky. Battles in the infinite universe wouldn't affect the Tenglong continent. Swish! The demonic youth held the demonic spear and soared into the sky, flying towards the starry sky. Those who want to kill me, come at me. The demonic youth's voice spread throughout the entire domain. At this moment, the cultivators of the entire domain were in an uproar. A great demon actually wanted to challenge the experts of the entire eastern domain. This guy is even more terrifying than the Devil's Son. In the distant sky, He Tian quietly watched this scene. He had a bad premonition that a great change was about to happen in the eastern domain. The demons of the Eastern Devil Den were about to make a move. I'll kill you. The goddess of the Zhao clan was the first to chase. She wanted to fight this demon in the starry sky. She had a saint weapon. She could only use it in the starry sky. Many people also soared into the sky and flew towards the starry sky. These people didn't plan to make a move. They were just going to watch the battle. A battle of this level wasn't something they could see every day. No one wanted to miss this battle. Even He Tian flew into the starry sky. Boom! The starry sky trembled as the great battle began. Endless divine light blossomed from the divine boundary in the hands of the Zhao clan's goddess. It was like a resplendent star, releasing blazing divine light. Hundreds of millions of divine rays shot out from the divine mirror and shone toward the demonic young man. The entire starry sky trembled as a true sacred might was awakening. Buzz! The demonic spear in the demonic youth's hand let out a trembling sound. Countless demonic runes appeared on the surface of the demonic spear, interweaving into runes of the Buddha world. Kill! The demonic youth's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes emitted 2 rays of black light that were dozens of feet long. His battle intent soared to the heavens. With the demonic spear in his hand, he charged forward. Streaks of divine light were shattered by his demonic spear. He closed in on the Zhao clan's goddess step by step. His demonic might was matchless, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Too strong. This devil, with a spear in his hand, actually had the power to pierce through the sky. This devil was exceptionally strong, even stronger than the Devil's Son. Rumble! The 2 sacred weapons were gradually awakening. 2 saint-level powers collided. This was a great destruction. Saint-level power broke the laws of this world. Even the laws of heaven and earth could not suppress this power. The void collapsed. Countless stars were shaking as if they were about to fall. The 2 experts attacked with their sacred weapons. However, the Zhao clan's goddess and the demonic youth were very careful. They did not let the sacred weapons in their hands truly collide with the other's sacred weapons. If the 2 sacred weapons really collided, even if they had incomparably strong physical bodies, they would most likely suffer injuries that they could not recover from. Even a saint would be in trouble if they were injured by sacred power. Not to mention that the Zhao clan's goddess and the demonic youth were not supreme existences of the saint level. The Zhao clan's goddess was also incomparably powerful. With the divine mirror in her hand, even the void was collapsing. This divine mirror was one of the trump cards of the primordial Zhao clan. At this time, the battle between the demonic youth and the Zhao clan's goddess had already alarmed the entire eastern domain. All the experts of the great sects of the eastern domain had come. In the starry sky there were constantly figures flashing. The news of the eastern domain's great sect, the Xuanji sect, being destroyed shook the entire eastern domain. All the great sects were terrified, afraid that they would be next. There were even people who said that the peerless demon in the eastern domain's devil lair was about to come out. The entire eastern domain would probably sink and become a demonic domain. At this time, the appearance of the demonic youth undoubtedly made people feel that the rumors were probably true. The peerless demon in the eastern domain's devil lair was really about to come out. The place where the Zhao clan's goddess and the demonic youth fought was shattered by the saint-level power. That place had already become a chaotic place. The 2 experts with sacred weapons were engaged in a life-and-death battle. From time to time, There would be Tao patterns striking out from that chaotic place and then dissipating in the void. These were saint-level Tao patterns. If one was hit by such Tao patterns, it would be an injury of the great Tao. Unless one was a saint, it would be impossible for them to recover. All the spectators hid far away, not daring to approach at all. At this time He Tian, who was mixed in the crowd, suddenly felt a familiar aura. A figure silently appeared in the starry sky. This was an expert shrouded in a battle robe. The material of the battle robe was also rare in the world. It was a battle robe refined from the ninth heaven meteorite iron. In the entire Eastern domain or even the entire human world, there was probably only one such battle robe. And there was only one person wearing the ninth heaven meteorite iron battle robe, and that was Dong Huang. Dong Huang had arrived. Someone noticed Dong Huang and exclaimed. After that, all the cultivators stayed far away from Dong Huang. One had to know that he was also a ruthless character. Not long ago, many people had witnessed Dong Huang's attack. He was a peerless existence. Dong Huang seemed to have no intention of making a move. He just stood under the starry sky watching the battle in front of him. At this time, there were not many people who could see the battle between the two great experts. The power of the sacred weapon spread out, blocking everyone's divine will. Very few people could perceive everything in that chaotic place. No one knew who won and who lost. However, the appearance of Dong Huang was definitely a variable. Not long after, another person appeared under the starry sky. It was a tall middle-aged man. This middle-aged man held a divine bow in his hand. It's him, it's the expert who shot the devil's son with an arrow. Someone recognized this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the one who shot the devil child that day. The divine bow in his hand was a saint bow. This saint bow was engraved with ancient Tao runes. There was a boundless ancient aura emanating from the bow. Yet another saint weapon-wielding expert had arrived. Chapter 1625. In the starry sky, ferocious people kept appearing, causing the atmosphere to be extremely tense. No one knew if these ferocious people would attack. If they used their holy weapons, it would definitely be a terrifying battle. It had been many years since so many holy weapons appeared at the same time in the eastern region. At this time, there were already 4 holy weapons in the starry sky. The goddess of the Zhao clan and the demonic youth both had holy weapons. The power of the holy weapons was gradually awakening, and they began to display a terrifying pressure that could shock the heavens. The holy weapons were branded with the mark of the great Tao. If the holy weapons were completely awakened, the mark left in the holy weapons by the saints would awaken. This was equivalent to the descent of a saint. Rumble, the entire starry sky trembled. The goddess of the Zhao clan and the demonic youth gradually fought with all their might. In the starry sky they could attack without any scruples. The demonic youth roared. The peerless demonic weapon in his hand bloomed with endless demonic aura, as if a peerless demon was awakening. The entire demonic spear seemed to have a life of its own. Swish. The demonic spear emitted a boundless demonic light, directly shattering the light of the divine mirror. Then it pierced towards the goddess of the Zhao clan. Within the demonic light, demonic patterns could be faintly seen. This attack shook the starry sky, causing several nearby stars to explode. A destructive storm, with the demonic youth as the center, swept out in all directions. Seeing the demonic young man's unparalleled battle prowess, the experts who could see through the void couldn't help but feel shaken. This demon's demonic might was unparalleled, but why had he never appeared in the eastern region before? Could it be that this demon was actually a great demon from ancient times? It wasn't a secret that there was an ancient great demon sealed in the eastern region's Devil's Den. When the Devil's Den appeared, many experts of the eastern region had entered it. However, with the loss of the seal's power, the demonic power that permeated the depths of the Devil's Den became stronger and stronger. Only then did the experts of the eastern region stop. In particular, when the Devil Child led an army of demons out of the depths of the Devil's Den, it was even more shocking. That demonic chaos swept through the entire eastern domain, causing the Taishan sect in the eastern domain to almost be destroyed, and almost all of its experts were buried in that demonic chaos. Otherwise, the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family would not have taken advantage of the time when the Supreme Profound sect was at its weakest to join forces to break through the Dragon Valley and destroy this great sect of the eastern domain that had existed for thousands of years. No one knew the origin of this devilish youth who was even more terrifying than the Devil's Son. There was only one possibility. This devilish youth was most likely an ancient devil. In the depths of He Tian's memories, a devilish face appeared. That face was somewhat similar to this devilish youth. That great demon was a peerless powerhouse of the Devil Tao in ancient times. The Devil's Son cultivated the infinite demon transformation technique. Although this demon didn't have the heaven-defying aura of the infinite demon transformation technique, the Devil's Spear in his hand gave He Tian a familiar feeling. What's going on? He Tian really wanted to awaken all of his deep memories, but he was constantly going through reincarnations. He didn't know just how many times he had experienced life and death. In the countless cycles of life and death, Mahakala would seal the most important memories of each life in the depths of his soul. Only when his cultivation was strong enough could he awaken those memories in the depths of his soul and recall the most unforgettable things he had experienced in each cycle. His cultivation method was very special. He was walking a path of cultivation that no one had ever walked before. It was extremely difficult, and not all of the memories of each life could be preserved. Although He Tian was already an almighty emperor, the memories of countless reincarnations in the depths of his soul were still difficult to completely awaken. How dare he? He Tian couldn't help but feel very angry. This demon probably had some karma with him, but he couldn't remember it. This feeling made him very unhappy. The demon was the earth of the world. He Tian knew that in his countless reincarnations, he would definitely meet this demon in one of them. This demon must be the earth of his previous life. At this thought, He Tian's eyes couldn't help but sharpen. Enemies should be eliminated by any means necessary. This was He Tian's style of doing things. Since he had determined that the other party was his enemy, there was nothing more to say. At this moment, no one knew that He Tian was also a fierce person. He stood with a dozen cultivators, but no one could tell that he was an almighty emperor. A nearly transparent sword light began to appear in his right hand. Boom. At this moment, the Zhao clan's goddess had no choice but to fully activate the divine mirror in the face of the demonic youth's unparalleled attack. With a tremble, countless Tao runes appeared on the divine mirror, interweaving into ancient patterns. Countless Tao runes directly turned into divine light that rushed out from the divine mirror and attacked the demonic youth. The divine mirror had also awakened, and a terrifying aura spread out from it. The two great experts attacked with all their might, hoping to overwhelm the other with a single strike. Swish. At this critical moment, a nearly transparent sword light directly broke through the void and slashed into the battlefield, descending on the demonic youth's head. What? The demonic youth was shocked. Although he was already prepared, he was still startled by this sudden attack. The invisible sword light was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Even the power of a saint-level attack was broken with a single slash. Someone was attacking with a holy weapon. At this moment, the demonic youth was fighting with all his might against the Zhao clan's goddess. He could only dodge, but the sword light was extremely fast. It directly slashed by the side of his face, cutting off a strand of hair. Where the sword light passed, the demonic youth's right arm was also shaved off a piece of flesh. A wave of killing intent directly drilled into his body, destroying his vitality. The demonic youth roared. He held the demonic spear in his left hand and directly chopped off his entire right arm from the shoulder. That severed arm's vitality was completely severed in an instant, and it turned into flying ash. What a terrifying killing intent. Even the demonic youth was secretly shocked. Bam. At this moment, a divine light pierced through, and the demonic youth was sent flying tens of thousands of zhang away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. If he had not used the demonic spear to block for a moment, this divine light would have pierced through his demonic body. Who is it? The Zhao clan's goddess was very unhappy. She wanted to use her own strength to defeat this demon, but someone had interfered. This made her very angry. Outrageous. Only one of this guy's arms was cut off. He Tian directly walked out, caught the flying invisible sword light, and then rushed towards the demonic youth. It's him? When Dong Huang saw He Tian, he was shocked. Didn't your body and soul already perish? When the demonic youth saw He Tian, he was extremely shocked. As if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world, his body began to tremble. Chapter 1626. In the starry sky, He Tian took advantage of the moment when the demonic youth and the goddess of the Zhao family were clashing. He wanted to slay the demonic youth with his sword. However, that devilish young man was truly amazing. If it had been an ordinary almighty emperor who was suddenly attacked like this, he would have been killed on the spot by Mahakala. Even the Devil's Son, who had shaken the eastern region, would have been fatally injured by such an attack. How could he be like the demonic youth who had only lost an arm? The murderous aura contained within the sacred weapon was no small matter. As long as this murderous aura entered the body, it would sever one's vitality and corrode one's primordial spirit, resulting in instant death. However, the demonic young man was able to make a prompt decision to cut off his right arm to stop the invisible sword's murderous aura from spreading. How could it be you? When the demonic youth saw Tian, he was shocked to an indescribable degree. He found it hard to believe, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. You look familiar too. Tian's voice was very calm. In the depths of his memory, there was a blurry image of this demonic youth. When he saw the demonic youth's reaction, he was already certain that this demonic youth was the great demon he had encountered in one of his lifetimes. He had constantly reincarnated. Even if he was slain, his life imprint would not leave him. He would only escape into the world and wait for his next reincarnation. In the reincarnation cycle, Tian could not possibly remember everything that had happened in every lifetime. He could only choose the most important memories and seal them in the depths of his soul. Only when his cultivation continued to increase would his sealed memories be gradually awakened. Are you really that person? The demonic youth seemed to be truly frightened. He held the demonic spear in his left hand and stared at Tian nervously. At that moment, demonic patterns interweaved at the spot where his severed arm had been. Flesh and blood were rapidly regenerating. Demonic light flickered. In just an instant, the demonic youth's right arm had been completely restored. It was as good as new. Kill. Tian did not say much. He immediately activated the invisible sword and slashed at the demonic youth. A nearly transparent sword light rushed out of his hand. Swoosh. Wherever the invisible sword light passed by, it left behind a pitch-black crack in space. Although the saint weapon had yet to awaken, the sword chi it gave off was extremely sharp. Buzz. The demonic spear in the demonic young man's hand began to vibrate. It transformed into the shadow of a dragon and flew towards the invisible sword light. It was as if a demonic dragon had appeared between the heavens and the earth. The formless sword light collided with the demonic dragon in an instant. The space around them was destroyed. The demonic young man was extremely domineering. He directly shook the demonic spear, breaking through the layers of destructive power, and attacked Mahakala. Tian used the yin-yang steps and retreated. Devouring heaven. The devilish young man shouted and grabbed at the retreating Tian with his right hand. A pitch-black hole appeared in his palm and a heaven-devouring power surged out. The demonic runes intertwined on the demonic youth's right hand, and the heaven-devouring demonic power instantly enveloped Tian, pulling him towards the black hole in the demonic youth's hand. It's the myriad demonic transformation art again. You are... Tian was shocked when he saw the demonic youth using the myriad demonic transformation art. In ancient times, there was only one demon who managed to cultivate such a heaven-defying demonic art. Have you really forgotten about me? The black hole in the demon-like young man's hand released a heaven-devouring power that was extremely powerful. The void in front of his palm collapsed under this demonic power and was devoured by the black hole in his palm. At this time, the Zhao family's goddess had already retreated. She did not want to join forces with Tian to deal with this demon. Dong Huang and the middle-aged man with the Saint Bao were also watching. Tian's battle prowess shocked everyone, especially Dong Huang. One had to know that Dong Huang had fought with Tian before. He knew very well that Tian had not displayed his true strength in that battle. Yin-yang fusion. Tian's hands emitted a yin and yang divine light, like two divine suns. Then they followed a mysterious trajectory and collided together, releasing a myriad of divine radiances. The power of yin and yang intertwined. A chaotic world seemed to be evolving between Tian's hands, emitting a powerful fluctuation. Boom. A huge yin-yang diagram rushed out from Tian's body. Yin and yang intertwined, creating a power that directly blocked the heaven-devouring demonic power emitted from the demonic youth's right hand. I remember now. You are the demonic sky. How is this possible? The scene of Tian using the yin-yang grand technique to fight with the demonic youth was very familiar. The name of a great demon flashed through his mind. The peerless great demon who created the myriad demonic transformation art in ancient times was called the demonic sky. The moment Tian's words came out, everyone's expressions changed. This demon was actually the ancient great demon, demonic sky? Impossible. Everyone then shook their heads. It was a known fact that the ancient great demon, demonic sky, was an unparalleled genius among the demons. He created the myriad demonic transformation art and nearly became a demon ancestor. How could such an existence be this demon's youth before them? If demonic sky really descended, he would only need to extend a finger to pinch everyone to death. Why was there a need to risk his life against the Zhao clan's goddess lady and Tian? Nothing is impossible. Back then, I personally refined your essence chi and primordial spirit. How could you still be alive? Demonic Sky looked at He Tian and was still in disbelief. Boom. Bam. As the two experts conversed, they fought at the same time. The yin-yang diagram intertwined with yin-yang sword light, piercing through the void and constantly cleaving at Demonic Sky. Meanwhile, Demonic Sky was also using the Devil Dao technique to shatter the sword light that rushed out from the yin-yang diagram. The Devil Spear in his hand constantly stabbed at He Tian while a wisp of Devil Dao Saint Might lingered. There are plenty of people that can kill me, but it definitely won't be you. He Tian was very confident. His cultivation technique was very special, and it could be said that no one had walked this path since the ancient times. Even if he was killed, he wouldn't truly die. Clang. Above the yin-yang divine diagram, there was a heart-palpitating sound of metal clashing. Numerous yin-yang divine swords condensed above the diagram. They were like real peerless divine weapons, emitting powerful waves of sword chi. Is that so? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Demonic Sky sneered. His hands were gripping the Devil Spear tightly, and every thrust would pierce through the void. This Devil Dao's peerless devil weapon had yet to fully awaken, but the Saint-class devil power that it emitted was enough to make the world lose its color. Kill. He Tian roared with rage. The thousands of yin-yang Dao swords that were floating around his body immediately shot out. In an instant, the thousands of swords flew out and turned into a supreme sword light that pierced at Demonic Sky with shocking killing aura. Chapter 1627. Boom. There was a loud explosion that echoed in the starry sky and echoed throughout the eastern region. He Tian and Mo Tian were going all out. Saint Might had appeared in the starry sky and was descending mightily. Billions of lives in the eastern region were trembling. All the cultivators in the eastern region felt a shiver that came from the depths of their soul spirit. All the cultivators raised their heads to look at the starry sky. A saint had descended? The appearance of the Saint Might had alerted all the cultivators in the eastern region. Even ordinary mortals could feel a hair-raising crisis approaching. Devil Light and Saint Light flickered in the starry sky. He Tian and Mo Tian's eyes were red from the killing. These two experts were enemies and their eyes were exceptionally bloodshot. During the ancient era, one of He Tian's previous incarnations had encountered Mo Tian and engaged in a great battle. That battle had razed a region of the desolate lands to the ground, and countless lives were affected. Now that the battle was in the starry sky, the two experts could make their moves without any restraints. PFFF. A nearly transparent sword light pierced through Mo Tian's chest. Large amounts of devil blood, broken bones, and flesh were brought out by that sword light. On Mo Tian's chest, there was a huge hole that went through the front and back. Roar. Mo Tian roared towards the sky. At the same time, the devil spear in his hand pierced through He Tian's shoulder, lifting He Tian's entire body up and nailing him onto the devil spear. Bam. The devil spear vibrated, and He Tian's entire left shoulder exploded while he flew backwards. He executed the yin-yang steps, and with every step, there would be yin-yang Dao patterns surging beneath his feet. He instantly retreated 30 kilometers away and evaded another attack from Mo Tian. A horrific devil aura invaded He Tian's body and severed his vitality. He had no choice but to guide the invisible divine sword aura into his body to extinguish the devil aura. Meanwhile, Mo Tian's injuries weren't any lesser than He Tian. His devil body was pierced by the invisible divine sword, and the killing aura that was condensed by the invisible divine sword had invaded his body. This killing aura was even more horrific than the devil aura that invaded He Tian's body. The killing aura spread from his injuries to his entire body. Everywhere the killing aura passed through, all vitality would be severed. Buzz. The devil spear in Mo Tian's hand was vibrating while traces of devil aura rushed out from the devil spear and entered Mo Tian's body. He was also guiding the power of the devil weapon to expel the killing aura in his body. Both He Tian and Mo Tian were injured by the saint weapon, and it was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. However, after the two of them absorbed the power of their saint weapons and stabilized their injuries, they charged at each other once again. He Tian and Mo Tian began an intense battle. God blood and demon blood continuously rained down from the starry sky. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was shocked to see this scene. This battle was too tragic. He Tian's body was pierced by the demonic spears one after another. If he didn't have a divine artifact like the invisible divine sword, his body and soul would have been destroyed long ago. Mo Tian and said, Mo and Mo and Tian, comma, Mo body in and of the, everyone's hearts palpitated when they saw this scene. In the end, the He Tian and Mo Tian's bodies were already in tatters, and there wasn't a single part of them that was intact. If they didn't die in such a state, they were truly heaven-defying. In the end, we'll just end up dying together. Once I recover my cultivation base, I'll look for you and have a great battle. Mo Tian finally couldn't hold on any longer and felt that things weren't looking good. He had fought with this lunatic to the point where both sides were injured. If those people with saint weapons were to make a move, he would probably be out of luck. Swoosh. After Mo Tian forced He Tian to retreat, a devil light suddenly rushed out from his glabella. Within the devil light, a devil diagram was branded in the void. Not good, he's escaping. He Tian wanted to stop him, but he was already heavily injured. It was difficult for him to stop this demon. Right at this moment, the man who had been observing the battle had already drawn the saint bow in his hand. Endless starlight was drawn and converged towards the saint bow in a frenzy. A divine arrow appeared on the saint bow. This was a divine arrow that was condensed from heaven and earth essence. There were divine patterns of the great Tao that were faintly visible on the divine arrow. It might not be a real arrow, but it was definitely more terrifying than a real arrow. Swoosh. The middle-aged man shot the arrow at Mo Tian, who was rushing towards the devil diagram. There was a layer of wave-like ripple on the devil diagram. Mo Tian immediately rushed into the devil diagram and passed through the layer of ripple before vanishing inside. At this moment, the divine arrow had also shot over and penetrated into the array diagram. A furious roar echoed from the devil diagram. Subsequently, the devil diagram instantly vanished, and the spatial fluctuation vanished as though it had never appeared. A pity? He Tian couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the situation. However, he was very doubtful as to why Mo Tian's cultivation had fallen to the almighty sovereign realm. Could he be the same as that heartless old turtle? He had been suppressed for countless years and his cultivation was almost obliterated? At this moment, He Tian felt danger. He immediately crushed the jade amulet that Gu Fei had given him. A surge of heaven and earth power rushed out from the jade amulet and instantly enveloped him. Subsequently, his figure vanished into the void. Inner world. Sensing that special heaven and earth fluctuation, even Dong Huang and the goddess of the Zhao clan couldn't help but be moved. This person was truly too mysterious. He actually cultivated an inner world. One had to know that not everyone could cultivate an inner world. It was equivalent to splitting the heaven and earth apart. Moreover, cultivating an inner world depended on one's fated chance. Some people had cultivated for their entire life and were unable to cultivate an inner world even after becoming a patriarch. Some immortal sovereigns and Shen King were able to cultivate an inner world due to fated chance. Was this a guy with a great fated chance? Just now, Dong Huang's killing intent was sensed by He Tian. Hence, he decisively entered Gu Fei's inner world. His action caused Dong Huang and the others to misunderstand, thinking that he was hiding in his own inner world. The battle ended just like that. Everyone thought that Dong Huang and the others would also take action. However, Dong Huang and the others who wielded saint weapons didn't do anything in the end. Devils were the greatest enemy of the world. Even if Dong Huang and the others joined forces, no one would say anything. However, since they were able to wield saint weapons, they had their own pride. They disdained to join forces with others. Mother ***, those bastards. After entering Gu Fei's inner world, He Tian couldn't help but curse. Those bastards would only watch from the side. If they attacked together, Mo Tian would have already been turned into ashes. At this time, He Tian's injuries could only be stabilized by the invisible divine sword. As long as he withdrew his saint weapon, his body and soul would immediately perish. The power of the devil spear wasn't something someone at his realm could endure. Just when He Tian wanted to enter the depths of this world and borrow the power of the divine spring of life to expel the devil chi in his body, a peerlessly powerful life fluctuation suddenly burst out from the depths of this world. When He Tian sensed this shocking life aura, he couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. Those who want to communicate with Liang San can join the group, 274673223, T. Chapter 1628. The battle between He Tian and Mo Tian resulted in both sides suffering. Mo Tian used the devil diagram to break open the void and escaped into a pitch-black devil region. He Tian had also crushed the jade amulet that Gu Fei had given him and returned to Gu Fei's inner world. Rumble. Just as He Tian returned to Gu Fei's inner world, a rumbling sound came from the depths of this divine land. The entire world was shaking. Spiritual chi of heaven and earth crazily gathered towards the depths of this world. Beams of divine light flashed across the sky. It was spiritual chi that could be seen with the naked eye. Archaic has succeeded. He Tian was pleasantly surprised. If Gu Fei succeeded in advancing, it would definitely be a major event. A sixth celestial layer martial artist would probably be able to contend with a half-sage. A successful cultivator was definitely a nightmare for his opponents. Every time a cultivator advanced, their cultivation and battle prowess would increase to an unbelievable level. It was as if all the spirit chi in the world had been sucked out in an instant. He Tian felt a great pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, on top of a mountain in the depths of this world, an endless amount of worldly essence condensed into a ball of light, wrapping a figure within it. The sound of wind and thunder came from the ball of light, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Inside the ball of light was a young cultivator. The young cultivator was undergoing a metamorphosis. His muscles and bones were vibrating, his blood and chi were soaring, and his vigorous life force spread in all directions. He was like an ancient dragon in human form. This young man was none other than Gu Fei. At this time, a ball of divine light also appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Within the divine light sat a small person. This small person looked exactly like Gu Fei. This was Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Above the small primordial spirit, there was a mighty fluctuation of immortal spirit power. This was the immortal Tao primordial spirit. The reason why Gu Fei was able to use all kinds of great immortal Tao techniques was because of his immortal Tao primordial spirit. On the immortal Tao primordial spirit, divine runes of the great Tao were faintly discernible. The Tao runes that Gu Fei cultivated were also imprinted on the primordial spirit. This was a type of metamorphosis. With Tao runes imprinted on the primordial spirit, it could achieve immortality. This was the supreme great technique of the immortal Tao. It could make the primordial spirit immortal. Even if the physical body was destroyed, it could still be reconstructed. To the supreme immortals, the physical body was just a place for the primordial spirit to reside in and could be abandoned. However, this wasn't the path that Gu Fei wanted to take. He didn't cultivate his primordial spirit, but his martial body. His great path divine marks were imprinted in his martial body. Since then, Gu Fei was the first martial artist to cultivate a primordial spirit. Naturally, the Tao runes he cultivated were also imprinted on his primordial spirit. As such, he had already embarked on a different path of cultivation. With the martial body as the main and the immortal Tao primordial spirit as the supplementary, his battle prowess was greatly enhanced. Endless spiritual energy gathered towards him from all directions and entered his body. All of the Tao runes emitted a dazzling radiance. At this moment, all of the Tao runes on Gu Fei's body were awakened. They all lit up and interweaved into natural marks. Tao runes circulated around them. The spiritual energy within 1,000 miles was all devoured by Gu Fei's martial body. This was a vast and boundless spiritual energy. One had to know that there was more than one divine spring of life in this divine land. This divine land was nourished by the divine spring of life. The spiritual energy here was incomparably dense. After devouring the endless spiritual energy, Gu Fei only felt that his entire body was swelling. His muscles and bones trembled, making a popping sound. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak. He felt a strong pressure from the void. He had successfully broken through the bottleneck of cultivation. The heaven and earth had sensed it and was about to send down a heavenly tribulation. This was the 9 minor heavenly tribulations in the Almighty Realm. It was the heavenly tribulation of the Almighty Sixth Heaven. However, Gu Fei suppressed the aura of the Almighty Sixth Heaven. He didn't want to undergo the heavenly tribulation in his own inner world. He had to suppress his cultivation. The turbulence in this divine land gradually calmed down. Gu Fei sensed something and turned around. When he saw He Tian, he was immediately shocked by his injuries. This guy was too miserable. Half of He Tian's body was shattered. His wounds were a bloody mess. Other than that, other parts of He Tian's body seemed to have been pierced by something. He Tian's physical body was on the verge of collapse. If it wasn't for the invisible divine sword protecting him, he would have died long ago. He was using the power of the holy weapon to prolong his life. The aura of the demonic Tao. Gu Fei took a step and instantly crossed the void. He crossed 100 miles and appeared in front of He Tian. When Gu Fei sensed the demonic Tao power in He Tian's body, he couldn't help but change his expression. This was definitely caused by a peerless demonic weapon. Sanctier power was hidden in He Tian's body. This wasn't a good thing. If he wasn't careful, Haitian's life would be at stake. Boss? At this time, Haitian's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. He only felt that his vision turned black and he almost fainted. What kind of demon is this? How could he hurt you like this? Gu Fei was very surprised. One should know that Haitian was a formation grandmaster. His attainments in formations were extremely profound. Ordinary almighty emperors were no match for him. Moreover, Haitian had the invisible divine sword in his hand. Demonic sky, a super old man. Haitian said weakly. At this time he was almost unable to hold on. I will send you to the divine spring of life first. Then I will ask the ancestral dragon Immortal herb for a drop of immortal divine liquid. Gu Fei said and lifted Haitian. He took a step forward and came to the side of the divine spring of life. Plop. Gu Fei directly threw Haitian into the divine spring of life. Only the vigorous vitality could save Haitian's life. Only the ancestral dragon Immortal herb's divine liquid could completely heal Haitian. Boss, you are murdering. Haitian only had time to say this sentence before he was thrown into the divine spring of life by Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't care about Haitian. He directly walked into the depths of the inner world and came to the side of the divine spring of life with the strongest vitality. This divine spring was the best divine spring in the entire inner world. The ancestral dragon Immortal herb took root here and absorbed the vitality essence day and night. On a rock next to the divine spring of life, a divine herb shaped like an ancestral dragon was fluttering in the wind. A medicinal fragrance filled the void, making one's pores open up. The ancestral dragon Immortal herb was an immortal divine herb. It contained fragments of the great Tao and could exist forever with heaven and earth. A drop of divine liquid was enough to make a dying person recover immediately. This was especially true for cultivators. As long as they refined a drop of immortal divine liquid, even if their body and soul were on the verge of being destroyed, they would still be able to survive. Haitian's injury was caused by a peerless demon weapon. With ordinary means, it was impossible to recover from such an injury. If it was someone else who suffered such an injury, they would only end up dead. Even with the protection of a saint weapon, it was only a temporary measure. It couldn't last long. Old dragon, here I come again. Gu Fei laughed as he walked towards the divine herb shaped like an ancestral dragon. This was not the first time he had asked for immortal divine liquid from the ancestral dragon Immortal herb. You damned brat, your ancestor hasn't even recovered yet, you're asking for my essence blood again. Absolutely not this time. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. The stalk of Immortal herb that was rooted on the rock began to sway. Then, it actually stood up from the rock as though it was about to run away. Aya. Don't run, it's just a drop of divine liquid. Gu Fei smiled. This was a rare immortal divine herb in this world, so it was definitely worthy of his flattery. A drop of divine liquid. The ancestral dragon divine herb almost fell from the rock. That was its essence blood. The most precious part of an immortal divine herb was its essence blood. It was a supreme treasure that contained the secret of immortality. Don't be so stingy. Gu Fei continued to walk towards the ancestral dragon divine herb. The ancestral dragon divine herb had long gained sentience and even possessed a divine soul, allowing it to communicate with others. This was how Gu Fei communicated with it. Stingy, that's my essence blood. Do you know how long it will take for me to recover? The ancestral dragon divine herb wanted to run away. This time it wouldn't give it up no matter what. Hee, this is my inner world. You should be very clear about this since you followed me, an extreme great utmost being. Gu Fei laughed. How could the ancestral dragon divine medicine escape from his inner world? This ancestral dragon divine herb had lived for a long time. It was once obtained by a supreme, so it naturally knew a lot of things. In fact, each immortal herb was a living dictionary that had experienced countless things and followed a supreme. Thus, it knew many secrets of this world. The ancestral dragon divine herb hesitated. It had lived for a long time, so how could it not understand the current situation? It didn't have a choice. Ever since it entered this world, it had lost its freedom. Alright, this is the last time. Oh, the last time. In the end, the ancestral dragon divine herb compromised. A drop of essence blood flew out from the ancestral dragon divine herb, which Gu Fei took out and stored in a jade bottle. Thank you. Gu Fei thanked and left. This guy. Although the ancestral dragon divine herb was angry, there was nothing it could do. In this world, the spiritual chi was extremely dense. This was definitely a suitable place for immortal herbs to grow. This guy's luck is not bad. It's not a bad thing to follow him. After all, the ancestral dragon Divine Herb had once followed a supreme, so it had a good eye for people. Gu Fei had a supreme sacred weapon. Anyone who could obtain a supreme sacred weapon had heaven-defying luck. Such a person was favored by the heavens and had a chance of becoming a supreme. The immortal herb was no ordinary herb. To be recognized by it, it was enough to prove that Gu Fei was extraordinary. Chapter 1629. No, the hand-flying ancient is fine, but the recovery energy is not absolutely right. For the cultivation of oneself rely on others. The injury to receive the sky is dark. Only the medicine dies, not the dragon ancestor using kinetic energy, only flying ancient. In the present, what use is there? Is no injury healing right? The injury control energy only, the strength of the weapon same movement guide. That's right. First of all, it's very interesting. First of all, it's about the sky demon. The sky is dark and the head demon is injured. It's hard to think about it. The pure essence of chi, vitality, life, emptiness, spring, life, spring, life. The dissipation of chi, yuan, and life force in the inner body of life is not limited to the protection of the body. The dissipation of chi is slow in the inner body of life force. Miraculously, the sky darkens. The heavenly black corrosion of life birth, the soldier demon of force might, the soldier demon of force might. The level of the soldier demon is equivalent to the formless void, the soldier demon of world peerless middle hand sky devil there. The wonderful thing about balance is that when the lost vital energy is replenished in the internal body, the vital energy and vital energy are completely gone. The spring deity's vital energy and vital energy are born to guide him. Even if he obtains it, the sky will turn dark. Vital essence life birth great mass contains every divine way of light, coiling around divine way of light, rising vital essence life birth spring divine life birth, time comes flying through time. Half of the immortals will be formed. When the people are all calculated, the people can be born. The fate of the immortals is not all. Once the Tao is reached, the light of the God of life is like this. Interwoven in the light of the divine birth of the innumerable nothingness yet appearing, the spring of the divine birth of the spring of the divine birth here. Turning evil into harm will not stop. Injuring the enemy will stabilize the situation. Helping the enemy when it gets dark can only help, and not saving them when it gets dark. Just seeing the life of a god is rare is enough. The god of medicine should not die with an embrace of flying ancient Tao knowing him is the cause, because the original heavenly demon risked his life because the sky demon dared to go dark. Is this also because the sky demon should save the god of medicine should not die with an overestimating his own strength? Is this $sigma wounded Cheng Zhao Bing Sheng heals, but medicine deities do not die healing him as the hand of the devil? The peerless level saint of the world will get rid of any trouble. The fate of worry will come to him. The god of medicine will not die. The sky devil does not matter. The war saint will suffer the same as the sky devil. It was not possible for the holy devil to appear, but the holy devil of earth and sky was here. A drop of water is like that. Don't be like that. The color of body fluid is non-existent. Once a drop of water is like that, the god of liquid will not drop that out. The bottle of jade is taken out and then flies straight to the ancient. Flowing in the rhythm of the Tao, the unique breath of the Qi once opened, there will be emptiness in the middle. When the liquid god dies, does not drop, that does not pass. Because the origin exists forever, the medicine god will not die. This is not the reason why the medicine god will not die in the fragmented Tao accumulation. After refining myself, I'll take the divine liquid drop now. The god of spring in the sky went crazy. This kind of summoning is like the god of light's life. The god of spring in the sky was born. After that, the god of liquid's life in the sky was born. After that, the god of liquid's life in the inner body flew straight to the ancient. Roar. Feeling like a crack and collapse, the soul and the body's flesh have his command. The god of light's life in the inner body gave birth to the Tao. Roar in the dark sky. Like the recovery of the traces, there is the fragmentation of the flesh, the seeping pores of the dark sky, from the beginning to open the chi black threads. The resistance is in the strength of the Tao devil's inner body. The Tao great Tao immortal's whole is not going to walk him. It is very heavy. Speaking of his body, the damage to life is not the same. The broken body is half a small dark sky. The void formation of him, after the whole process, is not to the body, the pattern of the upper body imprinted on the bones, tendons, flesh, blood, every part of the upper body, the void formation of him to open the inner body. His ability was not that. His body and flesh were to abandon the sky and the dark. Once there was no chanting of the Tao, there was no image of the Supreme Being, the divine Tao of sound came out, he who had opened his upper body, the earth of power moved, causing the sky to darken, causing the god of medicine to die. It is obvious that he is overestimating his own strength. The inner body of the Taoist demon, when he sets up a cage, he will give birth to the god of light, and there will be no more god of light, while the outer body of the god of light shattering the inner body of the sky dark in the pattern of the Tao devil has come out to force the Tao devil to overestimate his strength. Very good. Go out, fight inside the earth and sky, go straight to him, then to him, nodding his head and having no choice but to fly to ancient times. The medicine god of strength, medicine will not die, move quickly, see you when the sky is dark. But heaven tribulation is small, heaven tribulation is big, 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 heaven tribulation is small, heaven tribulation wants him, waiting for this dollar divided by can be compared to heaven smiting, come to this, heaven smiting's martial arts. Cultivation and research, heaven smiting's great strength will also fall to the earth and sky, when the time comes to overestimate his own strength, compared to the Tao martial arts without difficulty, the Duke of Peace is heaven. The shadow body Tao stood upright, the peak of the mountain is one, the middle of the mountain is in the east. Family Zhao Guhuang is gone, family Fang Dong is gone. Dollar is not equal to can be compared to heaven smiting, the stronger and stronger pressure comes from the earth and sky, the realm's self-control presses on him, the words fly to ancient times. Swoosh. The great earth-shaking and heaven-startling meeting was about to occur, the appearance of the ground was about to take him, yes, but where was the appearance of the ground was about to take him to know whether he was there or not, the peak of the mountain was about to disappear, the shadow of the flying ancient. Near the cave demon domain east, the shadow body appears very quickly. The body bone demon beast is this, the black-colored strange species appear, the frame bone is this, the frame bone is big and not scattered, surrounding the cave demon. Inside this fall and the survival of the strong few years, the bone demon beast god is this, the bone demon beast god is not few, in the middle of it. Once the great demon head killed and beheaded, the demon cave entered the depths of the former emperor's east, came for 100 years, this was enough to involve the easy light will of the earth taboo Shio domain east into a whole Li Shio comes to the outside, the earth forbidden Shio domain here, waiting for the time to come here. The price point is paid to the demon clan, the sun is like that, the sky dark will dare. Chapter 1630. Swoosh. A terrifying sword light tore through the dark world. The demonic sword in the demon's hand, which looked like a spirit snake, was vibrating, emitting a terrifying sword chi fluctuation. This chapter was uploaded by a netizen. In the void, the afterimages were cut down by the sword light. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps, increasing his speed to the limit. Every step he took seemed to distort the void, and the world changed in an instant. The void steps blended into the void. This was a direct void shifting technique. It was untraceable. Even with the peerless demonic weapon in the hands of the young demons, it was difficult for them to hurt Gu Fei. What a good movement technique. Even the young demons with the peerless demonic weapon was secretly shocked. He knew that the person who dared to break into the demon cave was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. This human cultivator was so powerful that the young demons felt a great pressure. Bang! Gu Fei dodged the sword light of the peerless demonic sword while attacking. His big hand turned into a hand that covered the sky, slapping at the demons continuously. The void shook. The inheritance of the martial ancestor? When the young demons saw the combat skills displayed by Gu Fei, they couldn't help but be shocked again. In ancient times, the world had not changed and there were many strong cultivators. It was a great era and there was no lack of peerless cultivators. Among them, the martial ancestors' bloodline might be few in number, but every cultivator was peerless and powerful. They were not to be trifled with. In particular, the peerless cultivators who had cultivated the indestructible martial body could compete with the supreme demon lords. They ran amok in ancient times and were almost invincible. You have a good eye. Gu Fei's voice was incomparably calm as he struck out with the heaven-shrouding hand, clashing with the sword light from the young demon's hand. One after another, the huge hands were split apart by the sword light before dissipating into the void. In front of the peerless demonic weapon, Gu Fei's attack seemed insignificant. Even though he had become a great emperor, it was still difficult for him to fight against the peerless demonic weapon. Furthermore, Gu Fei still had to suppress his own cultivation. If he completely released his aura, the sixth heaven's heavenly tribulation would immediately descend. This was not an important place for the demons, so the heavenly tribulation could not be wasted. So what if it's the martial ancestor's inheritance? I'll still kill him. The young man was full of demonic nature. When his demonic eyes opened and closed, a strange blood light that made people's hearts palpitate shot out. Many demonic patterns appeared on his body. It wasn't you who injured He Tian. You demons really have a deep foundation. Gu Fei hadn't used his saint weapon yet. He wasn't in a hurry to use his trump card. The 8 desolate void steps was too mystical. He was actually able to break through the sword light of the young demons. Swoosh. With just a single step, Gu Fei disappeared into the distance in an instant, disappearing into the surging demonic qi. This had the young devil race being taken aback. The strength of the other party seemed to have exceeded his expectations. However, he had the peerless demonic weapon in his hands. He was not afraid of anyone, so he directly chased after Yi Futian. Gu Fei's 8 desolate void steps was the fastest in the world. With just a few steps, he had already left the young demons far behind. He directly rushed into the depths of the demon's Denver buzz. The void trembled, and the shadow of a huge cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. He drew a wisp of the mountain and river cauldron's power to protect himself. Even in the demon's den, he had no scruples. Below the demon's den was a nearly boundless demonic domain. 100 years ago, Gu Fei had been here. However, 100 years later, this demonic domain had become even more terrifying. From time to time, one could see a huge figure walking in the demonic aura. Heavy footsteps could be heard. Gu Fei didn't conceal the powerful aura of an almighty emperor. Along the way he alarmed countless demons. There were also powerful demonic beasts chasing after him. Who is it? How dare you barge into my race's territory? He's simply courting death. I'm going to tear him apart. Powerful divine senses swept across the sky, sweeping towards Gu Fei. Some demons released their divine senses to probe Gu Fei's situation. They could attack Gu Fei at any time. However, Gu Fei's speed was simply too fast. Before the divine senses of the devil race's powerhouses could even reach him, he had already disappeared from the area. See the latest update come now.